really important. So just really quickly about myself, I'm an Ethiopian American journalist based in LA, doing a lot of things with hashtag No More and some other Pan-African media work. So these are exactly the type of places that I think is worth speaking. And I know my mom, Professor Hargoin, spoke yesterday, and I don't quite have that story, but I'm a product of that strength and resilience. So with that said, I'll get into the topic that I've chosen. I've chosen resilience and curiosity in pursuit of the truth. So what does that mean? So resilience means that, and this is a journalist perspective, but it really goes into personal stuff too. So in order to find the truth, even when we're seeking our own truth or the truth of the people that are close to us, there's a lot of things that get in the way. There's miscommunication that happens. There's mistakes, misunderstandings, miseducation. And so it really, for us to know ourselves, the people around us, and the larger issues, we really have to be resilient. We have to be able to get back up each time that we misstep or each time that we are misinformed. And part of what helps with that, I found, is how you talk to yourself. So a lot of times I see when people talk to themselves in a really negative way, and I get there too, where you're kind of beating yourself up, and it's unhelpful. You're not strengthened by it. It doesn't make you want to get back up. And so really do watch the way that you talk to yourself. It's a practice that I have to keep practicing. It's not just a one-time thing, but just believe that whatever your story is going the way that it's supposed to go. You are the person that you're supposed to be, or you're becoming that person. You're becoming the professional that you're supposed to be, and your story and journey doesn't have to look like anybody else's, as long as you're honest with yourself, as long as you're honest all around and work hard. Trust me, I would have never imagined this life for myself 10 years ago. I remember going out of college with a broadcast journalism degree, didn't know if I would get a broadcast journalism job, sending out all these tapes to small cities all over the US, because that's how you started it then, being so nervous that I was going to get this degree and end up doing something totally different. And here we are. I just kept going. Some jobs were really difficult. I have mentioned this before, but for those of you who are hearing this for the first time, there was a point when I was working in the Bay Area here in Northern California where I was shooting my own video, calling my own stories in the car, in the company car, editing, getting inside the car, and that being my office, and editing inside the car, putting up all my equipment, and then going live by myself. Nobody knows that. A lot of people don't know that, because you see the glamour of TV, but that was a very challenging time. I was covering fires by myself. I was covering, violence in areas where the service wasn't good. Sometimes it was so bad we had to have security and stop me if there's something wrong with the audio. But so resilience is very important. I think a lot of times we count ourselves out of things. We count ourselves out of a job or out of an education or out of a business opportunity because we don't feel like we're good enough, or we don't feel like we have the qualifications. And something somebody said to me a while ago was, essentially let somebody say no to you. So apply to that job, apply to that education, and then let them say no to you multiple more times before you actually give up, if that's something that you want to do. Don't not apply to something. Don't not show up to something because you don't think you should be there, right? That's a thing I see often, is people getting in their own way. And so I want to shift to the second part of this speech. It's about curiosity. So in order for you to get to the truth of yourself, of the things around you, issues, you have to be curious, which is the opposite of assuming. A lot of us assume way too often. We assume about ourselves, we assume about certain issues. And often for me, my biggest mistakes are when I assume, when instead of checking that thing, checking that data point, checking this this idea, I make an assumption and it often burns me, and you just got to keep going. So let's be curious about ourselves as individuals, about each other as Africans. Let's know more about our history as Africans than we do American history or European history. There is so much story in so many of us, and especially some of the older generation, that needs to be shared with us. And for it to be shared, we need to be curious. They don't necessarily want to retell you, certain stories, especially if they're negative. So let's ask, while we have them. It's a blessing to be able to get these stories. And let's also just stay united in that spirit. It's so important, particularly for Africa, but this is true on any continent or any issue where ordinary people are fighting for economic development, fighting for peace. We have got to stay united, and we have got to continue to get to know each other so that we're forming strong, grounded relationships, so that they're not changing by the day and night. Africa is very much untapped. So much more to come. Untapped in terms of the potential, untapped in terms of the economic development. And many of us have been away from there, or, pursuing our own lives. We don't even know what the history of the country next to us is, right? We tend to know a lot more about the West, which is great if you also know sort of your roots and where you're coming from. So stay strong, stay united, believe in your story. I promise everything is going to work out the way that you hoped. And I'm going to leave you with a quote that I love, which is, people, even more than things, have to be restored, renewed, revived, reclaimed, and redeemed. Never throw out anyone. Now, boundaries are a different thing, but in general, let's give that kind of grace to ourselves and each other. And I think if we are able to do that and work hard, we're unstoppable. So I think my 10 minutes is coming up. Xavier Yabarkachu, give you everything that you want in your heart. And I'm just really proud of you guys for organizing this event. Very well done. And thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hermela. I think she deserves another round of applause. I think the topic of resilience is quite important for young people like us, especially when we're dealing with uncertain environments, instability, and especially job insecurity. So I think it was very insightful that what Ms. Hermela shared with us. So I will now give the opportunity for the audience to share your ideas and questions you would have for Ms. Hermela. You're most welcome. So until I think our audience prepare their questions, perhaps we could ask our ushers if we have some questions from the chat room as well. And I think dealing with uncertain environments, especially in terms of job insecurity, I think it's very difficult to remain resilient, especially when this has its own cost implications or financial implications. So I think in terms of that, we can share our experiences and difficulties that we are facing. So I think young people would have more to say about this. Any questions? Ushers, if you could give the mic to... We also have a question from over there. Please go on.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. So my question to Mrs. Amela is, I actually want to ask what came to her mind when she founded the No More movement, because I want her to share that idea, because if all Africans think the way she is thinking, we would found many things that would stop the West or any outsiders from invading Africa and manipulating Africa. I want her to talk to these African delegates and African country representatives. What came to her mind when she founded No More movement? I think everyone needs to hear this, and we need to act the same way she acted. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear it all.
Okay, thank you. My question, I'm asking you, what came to your mind when you founded the No More movement? I want you to share the idea that came to your mind, because all Africans want to hear this. If they are going to act the same way you acted, and I think Africa is going to be safe. Thank you very much.
I'm going to answer the question I think you asked, because the audio is really difficult to hear. Maybe somebody in our chat can actually type what the full question was. I think I heard you saying what's next for No More. So we, there's a lot of challenges. First, we're in a war. Second, the disinformation level is kind of unacceptable. We do some of it to each other. And so we're kind of working on that and, dealing with the real grievances that are happening on the ground, but also saying to people, where did you get that information? There's people that are sharing very specific information, and it's there's not sourced. It's not sourced. We don't know where it's coming from, but it's making people react. And then we have to say, well, that's not true. Where did you get that from? And so a lot of it happens on the inside. There's real things that happen, and then there's always people trying to disinform within us. It is so difficult to keep up with. We've had multiple scenarios where somebody says something major and it's disproven later, and our unity truly, truly is our strength. How can we criticize and support at the same time? How can we, we have to be able to do that. It can't just be, we're all in 100%, and then, we're all off 100% if something doesn't go well. Somebody typed the question that you asked, so here's, I'll answer more specifically. So I have a nonprofit media company, Mela Media. We actually have an intern that's now actively working as my executive assistant. She just started this week. I had to go through the legal process. So I had to ask friends that had nonprofit media companies, one of them being Take Care of Home, which does a lot of great work in different parts of Ethiopia, but specifically in the Gondar area where the founder Demiso is from. So I had to talk to him about, how did you do this? What's the process? LegalZoom was his reference. It was not an easy process. You had to keep following up. I had to trademark the name. You want to be able to secure the name. You want to decide if it's going to be just a national trademark or an international trademark. And there's somebody that walks you through it. There is some money that's involved, but you can choose to go kind of the cheaper route or, go on the little more protective end for your brand. And so that was how the nonprofit started. It's a safe way for you to be able to start a business instead of, well, let me not say that. It's actually not supposed to be a business. So don't take that advice. It's a nonprofit media company, but that doesn't mean it doesn't generate income. Generally speaking, it's just set up differently. So you can have employees the same, but there's a board and it's set up a little differently. So it's more democratic. So I hope that answered the question. Anyone can do it, by the way. Anyone can do it. I used to think starting an LLC or nonprofit media company was this completely huge idea that wasn't possible. Anyone can do it. You just have to ask the right people, and people are there to help you. I'm there to share this info with you, and you know somebody in your life that has started it, so why not you? And then how do you stay true to yourself and pursue the truth when some situations go delicate in terms of our own security? It's a constant work in progress. I'm never I don't stay 100% sure. You know, I do doubt myself, but like in a healthy way, I think, just to kind of consider like, what am I missing? Am I going too left on this? Am I going too right on this? I have to kind of check with my intuition. You know, am I being too harsh? Is there a humanity element that I'm not seeing here? Like, how much of this is true and how much of this, you know, can be said differently? You know, I trust in what the government's able to do, because I know there's a lot of good people that are trying to do the right thing. I also know there's a lot of people on the outside actively working to disintegrate the country and the diaspora, which has been a really strong support, protective element for the false stories that we are seeing. But people are getting a little bit tired, and I encourage you to re-energize. Take the day of rest if you need to. I've had to do that here and there. You know, connect with your family members. You know, don't forget those things. These are blessings that we should be, you know, having, enjoying while we have them. Don't get so involved in something. And I made that mistake where you're forgetting about just the people in your life and some of the other obligations that you have. So just keep checking with yourself. You know, I have a lot of people in my life that I trust. You know, I trust their perspective, even if we don't always agree. I'm open to it. I know they're being honest with me. I know, you know, they also want to do the right thing. I could not do it without those people, including my mom. It just would be too many things happening at the same time. There's so many amazing people here in LA also, and in different parts of the country that you guys don't see or hear about. We work it out together. We trust each other's, you know, strength and intelligence and heart. It's been, you know, it's been proven consistent. So we don't just doubt each other just to doubt each other. We give each other that trust, but also, you know, trust ourselves to make certain decisions on our own, instead of, you know, as a collective always. So keep checking with yourself. It's a constant work in progress, and a lot of it has to do with asking questions and being okay with maybe getting certain things wrong, but not the big ones, not the really, you know, big security issues. You know, some of the stuff that's happening right now is causing a problem, you know, within the diaspora. Some of it's based in something real, and others are adding their own extra gossip to it. And you just have to start asking people, where are you getting that? Because you can't say that without some sort of proof. We have to ask each other. There's a lot of media too, by the way. I know there's a lot of good media, but there's a lot of bad media in Ethiopia that's really fanning this conflict. And it's very disappointing to see, but be aware of it. There's, you know, fake videos, fake statements. I guess people like that YouTube money. Some people are driven by that. And so let's question everything that we hear unless it's coming from, you know, good trusted sources. And even then, check it one or two more times, cross-reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hermela. Our next question is from Lateral. Please ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much. So, hi, my name is Ada Narja, and me and my teammates came from Labawi Academy, and we have prepared some questions. So, our first question is going to be, what realistic and strategic policy or plan can the journalism industry come up with in order to protect and promote SDG 16, that is peace, justice, and strong institution in Africa, from geoparadised statements, misinformation, and biased news? Thank you.
think I need that question typed also. What on, okay. To promote SDGs is what?
SDG 60.
Perhaps you could repeat the whole question?
Okay, sure.
Is that development goals?
Yes, Sustainable Development Goals 16, SDG 60.
Okay. What's the first letter stand for? S?
Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
gonna have to Google that. Hold on, I'm not hearing you. Okay, gotcha. Okay, Sustainable
so
Development
I
Goals.
want
Okay.
you to talk about the plan and strategy that the journalism industry can come up with in order to protect that goal.
We need more people in journalism. That's one. So, you know, maybe, you know, I don't know how, I don't know the different journalistic programs that are available. I know Addis Ababa University has one. I know there's more and more people on the local level that are doing that work. We need more people. I mean, what do we keep saying about some of the issues in our country? Communication, communication, communication. So I think if there's something, and you know, I would love to do it. I need to like double myself because of everything that's going on with no more. But I think that's something that we really need to look at, like any other important industry like the healthcare industry, and accountability. So if that's a space that can be strengthened, I think it will do so much for us. So many of our issues, and there's others as well, is because there's some you know, communication gaps, and we need more leaders, we need more diplomats. I know that there was like a diplomat school where that was being I don't want to say it's a school that was being formed and had been formed at the foreign ministry. And I'd met some of the people there from that. So we need to be thinking long-term and what different departments, and we need to clean up our education system. My mom can speak a lot more to that. I think there's a lot of people that are coming out of spaces not ready to do what they're doing. And so maybe have, you know, like a career conference. I think what you guys are doing is similar to that. Maybe, you know, partner up with I'm not a policy person, right? So I'm just telling you what I think. So partner up with someone that is a policy person, that has that background, because I can tell you in theory, but I don't know what the process is of coming up with those policies. So anything to do with education, specific cleaning up education, specific to journalism, kind of more cultural connections. We need to start connecting with other African countries, like, you know, like is happening here at the event. We need to start thinking more global and not think so much in our smaller world. So anything to that end, I think will be great for development goals. And let's have some specific projects. You know, I've been really tied up, but at some point, what I want to do is focus on the journalism and then focus on actual giving back projects. You know, partner up with people that I know and trust that are going to use that money the right way and rebuild. And we can try to rebuild even now while the conflict is happening. I almost get into a point where I can't really answer all my calls. So I will share with Sam the phone number for my assistant so people can be able to at least get those messages to me in a more organized way. I should have done this actually a long time ago. And then let me not take up too much time. There's one more question. Why has it all of a sudden started to fade out? Timing of things have not been good. You know, with much due respect to the government side, there's the timing of things are just really not helping in terms of unity. We still have to deal with it. We still have to figure out how to deal with it instead of abandoning the much larger issue. You know, this is geopolitics. We're here just to kind of protect the country and the region from false narratives that were being pumped out every day under the guise of journalism. We're doing it online, and we needed to show it on the ground, and we're going to do that again. There is it's 10 days from now, June 5th. It's a hashtag No More War on Africa. There might be other elements that people want to include because of some of the criticisms that they have people are free to do that, as long as they, you know, maintain the larger picture. So it hasn't faded out. It's just, you know, everything is hard. Anything worth it is hard. You know, it would be too unbelievable if it was that easy as we had in November. Everybody came out, we're all on the same page saying the same thing, and then we ran into challenges. What do we do when we have challenges? We don't just stop. We talk to each other about how to get back up and focus on the actual project. So we need all of you guys to join. I mean, anyone that can get involved and give us your professional expertise, you know, be that voice in your community, that voice of reason that says, I know, but we still have to protect this continent, because it's just been exploited for far too long. And so much of that is based in disinformation that divides us and then leads to war. So we have to protect our unity, I think, among anything, maybe just second to truth. But unity is really important. And then how can the Africa have its own media and control its own narratives? We need to do it. We need to do it. We need to do it. After this rally, I'll be shifting and the movement will kind of run itself, because we have local chapters and, you know, some help on the ground. And I really want to go back to my roots in media, but I don't want to abandon this movement either. So we'll see what happens, God willing. But definitely the next chapter has to go beyond this. And I'm thinking like starting the project and looking into the project late June after the rally. Also, People Summit here in LA, June 8th, is actually a summit from countries all over the world, including in Africa. We have a Pan-African panel. So be aware of everything that's happening. Just promote. If nothing else, just promote and get the messages to different communities. So at least people can't say they didn't know about A, B, or C. And it takes all of us to take the time and actually directly reach out to somebody to do that, not just a group chat, just actually taking the time. The thing that works for me, and it's exhausting sometimes, is picking up the phone and calling somebody, directly. There's nothing like one-on-one connection. You know, if you want to really explain yourself to somebody and explain the issue. Best advice that you've ever received that you want to share with the African youth. Whew, this is a high bar. Okay. Best advice. Okay. Here, I'll say this one because I don't know if this is the best, but it's served me well. So when I was an intern at Entertainment Tonight, a boss asked me a question and I said, I'm not sure. Let me check on that and get back to you. And he said, you're gonna go far. And I didn't understand what he was saying. I said, why? He said, because a lot of people don't know how to say, I don't know. And so they say something that's not true. Next thing you know, we have problems. Don't be afraid to say, I don't know. It's the first step to actually knowing. Don't fake it. It's not even worth it. I mean, you know, if you're talking about an exam, that's a different thing. Do what you got to do. But in general, do not fake knowing things that you know deep down you don't know. It's just only getting in the way of you actually learning about that thing. So that's what comes to mind. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. I think she deserves a round of applause. It was definitely an invaluable, advice that you shared with us. Ms. Hermel, I think you have a lot of questions coming your way, so brace yourself. I think I will give the chance to that gentleman over there for the next question.
Hello? Can she hear me? Okay. So our next question is, how can the younger generation, how can you as journalists and also the journalism industry teach the younger generation to be the desired, curious, and truthful journalist while living in an infected society with like biased thoughts, beliefs, and even perspectives. So how can we help them have these neutral thoughts? Because I believe that's like the main thing. You have to be neutral when being a journalist. And how can we make them that neutral, curious, and truthful journalist for the future? Thank you.
I think I actually heard that one. I think it starts with, oh, interesting the way you put it. Could be like jumping into a danger zone. Okay, interesting. It starts small, you know, be curious in the smaller issues, and then the bigger issues will be there to understand. So what I mean by that is, one of the things a friend of mine recently said to me, and I said, absolutely, is journalists, a lot of journalists, not everybody, a lot of journalists in Ethiopia don't ask follow-up questions. So you tell them this happened here, and the response should be when, were you here, what time, who else was there? Like there's a million questions, you know, there's at least 20 questions in a story, even a small story that you need to ask. So if you're asking one or two, and for example, somebody wanted to help, this was before the conflict, help this, you know, woman who just had a baby, Habesha, and, you know, we need to help her pay her rent. I said, wait, what happened? You know, what happened? Does she not work? You know, what's the family situation? So many things I asked that my friend didn't know. And it's somebody I love and respect, but I was like, I'm happy to give, but I don't want to give to a situation I don't understand, you know? And that's something, I don't know, it's the Yurunta. We're afraid to ask. We're afraid of being wrong. Don't worry. If being wrong, you know, took somebody out of a game, I would be out of the game. There's nothing, as long as you're being careful, you know, once you understand, one of the things I see is once we understand something a different way, we're afraid to say, yeah, we were wrong. We didn't understand all of it then. Or this is something my mom says too, that was the best I could do with the knowledge that I have. So if you're afraid to be wrong, then you're not gonna learn. It's just the part of the process, you know? And so just challenge yourself. You'll see what happens. You can be wrong and you're fine. It's you that beats you up. Maybe you'll have some, you know, people that are criticizing, but that was the best you could do with what you knew. And I think we should really encourage our journalists to be more inquisitive, to not walk away thinking, oh yeah, I already know that story. So whatever 2 details they tell me, I'll walk away. And when I tell somebody, I can't even tell them the whole story because I didn't ask all the questions. So, and then you can start with your family members. Like I want to do something at some point in Ethiopia that is for like young people, you guys too, but even younger, where you get into the practice. Here's something that could be implemented in schools. So you would have one little kid interviewing another little kid about their life. I'm sure some of, you know, the private schools do that, but it should be in all the public schools. So you're saying, where are you from? You know, where are your parents from? What languages do you speak? What do you want to be when you grow up? Where were you at this age? Like, we need to practice asking like journalists at a young age so that later it's not something that just is foreign to us. And that's something schools could do right now. Let's prioritize storytelling again. Let's prioritize art. I know for a long time people were silenced for even trying to tell their story. I like to think and believe that the current government is a lot more open to freedom of speech. I mean, I've seen discipline, you know, that isn't normally exercised during a conflict. So that means, and you don't have to touch politics or anything else, but let's prioritize storytelling and art again. We used to be good at that, so I hear, and you know, it's part of our culture. and storytelling, but sometimes politics can root out certain cultural practices. And I think now is the time to take that back, so we're not ever dealing with this kind of conflict again, where something is just being completely twisted and dividing us from our own countrymen. There's also something, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but there's also something that I would say someone I met online, so we're sort of acquaintances, that is from Addis, that has family in Tigray, that has come up with a study of how to talk to people once in a politically charged environment. He's done so much great work, and I'm really actually impressed. So hopefully that's something that we'll get a chance to share in the coming weeks, because we need that healing. We need to figure out the science of talking to each other, because this is a really difficult thing. And I know a lot of people, will always be triggered, but some, I think, will be open if you just talk to them a certain way. And I have to study that. It's a profession that I didn't study before. And so we all need to be kind of psychologists and diplomats in a way to see if we can, bend or fix the things that have been broken, because I do believe they can be fixed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hermela. For the next question, I'll give the chance to the lady in red. So please give your question. A reminder for gentlemen, I think the ladies are beating you. Please come up with your questions as well. Thanks.
I think I just saw one. Oh, go ahead. There's somebody with.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hilwa Mahmoud, and I'm from the United States of Africa Youth Association, led by youth. So I have two questions. The first question is, what do you think is expected from the media to promote Pan-Africanism to Africans all over the world? And my second question is, with the No More movement, how do we find the balance between avoiding Western influence and ignoring of human rights violation in African states? Thank you so much.
I'll answer the ones while there's I need some of that to be typed. I'll answer the ones that already came in from before. My view of Black representation in mass media, which usually is dominated by Western views, it's kind of a joke. I gotta be honest. The mass media has become a weapon of mass destruction. And some of the worst destruction they do is by having Black faces and African faces telling really propagandized false stories. So we had CNN's Nima El-Bagir. Sure, we had representation, and she got promoted actually after she told the deeply flawed stories that came out of that region. But they promote somebody like that. There's bills that are in the House that are targeting African diaspora. Who's on that face? Another Black person. So mass media is not where my faith is. My faith is in independent media and people's voice. Once the people understand, they will not be a part of the chorus that dehumanizes a people because they don't understand Ethiopia and they don't understand that CNN or New York Times can be wrong. That's the really difficult frustration. Once you understand about different issues, a lot of what we see in terms of division is because some people feel like CNN and New York Times are accurate, like real journalism all the time, and sometimes they do it. And then there's others who have come to the understanding they're propaganda spaces acting like journalists. So we all need to, if our story about another country or our country is coming all out of mainstream media, which does some decent work, but it's the carrot and stick thing. It's largely really off. And so independent media is the way to go. YouTube, by the way, is free to start. If you're a good talker, if you're curious, if you like interviewing people, start now. I didn't have the professional, experience that I had in the beginning. Some of the old videos, I'm like, oh my gosh, but I have to do it. I have to learn. One of my first live shots was not good. And I just wanted to melt afterwards because I didn't understand certain things, but I got better. So you get better by doing it. So if you're interested in doing what I'm doing on top of what you're doing for work, feel free to start. You don't have to share the video with a lot of people until you feel comfortable, but you should, because you have the right, and I'm sure you're capable if that's where your interest is. If I wasn't encouraged to pursue this path with no experience at all, thank God for my mom for seeing that at a time where journalism was not considered, a go-to career. She just said, it's fine, just, be the best at it, whatever you choose. And it gave both my brother and I, the ability to choose what we want. And we both love what we do, thank God. And next question is, what do you think is accepted in the media to promote Pan-Africanism to African youth? Accepted in the media. Let's see, how can we read media articles and analyze them properly? Ooh, this is a good one. I love this question too. I'll try to combine. Just talk to people from, okay, let me give you some formulas to look at. Okay, anytime somebody's called a dictator overnight, it's usually for a reason. So anytime you see whatever you've said about other countries and their dictators and genocide, all of those are unfortunately propaganda tools. I know it's really difficult to think that that is the case, and it doesn't mean people are not getting hurt. It's usually during conflict. So for sure, people are getting hurt, but they're not getting hurt just because of genocide usually. And it's a hard concept to wrap your head around, because you just think, how can a people or a system lie about something like this? Read the Gray Zone, Black Agenda report. Some of the local trusted media, I think, does a good job. I don't want to promote any one entity, but there's some solid ones that aren't just trying to make money with gossip, that try to really do the research. But don't, just be skeptical of anything that tells you an African country is some sort of it's in the middle of a war for no reason. People are trying to kill each other, ethnicity this, ethnicity that. Those are often lies that they tell because it divides the people. And so I would stay away from CNN and Reuters. The way they make up numbers, this just doesn't mean anything to them. They don't do any work. They take somebody's word for it, or they do very little work. They throw out 4,000, 200,000, it's crazy numbers that normally take months to verify. There's one piece of work actually that Reuters did recently. And at first I was like, no, I'm not promoting anything Reuters. They've done so much damage with everybody else. But actually the journalist had reached out to me. So I said, this is the one that she wrote. So I talked to her. They spent 3 months on it, really verifying it. That's about how long it takes to do a story remotely. And I was hesitant to share it, but I said, you know what? When a work is good, a work is good. I'm not promoting Reuters as a whole, but you do have to pick and choose. You do have to pick and choose with the UN officials too. I think the UN High Commissioner is actually trying to do the right thing, although sometimes she feeds into the politics. There's good people in all institutions that just want the support to be able to say the right thing. Our amazing person, Maureen Aching, who I think should have been protected more. I think that the recordings that leaked about the criticism she had about how humanitarian aid was being used should have been protected. That's what she was guaranteed when talking to a journalist. So unfortunately, I'm sorry to see that she was let go, but I do understand she's appealing. She wanted a reason to say the right thing, right? And we all need to support people like that. They're sacrificing a lot, sacrificing what most people won't do. And so if people know there's an environment that will protect them, they will come out with the truth. Same as for journalists. I'm an example of that. I didn't know that this would exactly happen quite like this. I just kind of went with the truth, but the protection is very important. The support is very important. If we're not willing to take those risks, then let's not criticize people that seem to be doing, you can criticize specific things, but people that are putting themselves out on the line to do what's the greater good. You guys aren't sick of me talking yet? I appreciate it. How do you think the No More movement finds the balance between Western influence and ignoring the human rights? Oh, this is such a good question too. A lot of good questions. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. Here's the problem with some of why I don't always, push something that someone says is a human right violation, especially in the middle of war. The problem is I don't know that person's story well enough. It could be somebody I'm related to or a friend of mine. If there is a reason that they're being arrested, first, the government really needs to do a better job, expressing it I know they do it. I see videos, but no one's watching the videos. People are generally lazy, busy, however you want to look at it. So if people are taking the time to do the work to get the details, then I will, and No More will support it. But often those allegations are actually meant to divide the people. And there are people within the country that are working with the West, that are being paid money to criticize in places that aren't really fair to criticize. So if you're doing the research, if you're willing to do the work, and contact the right institutions and make sure that you are putting, the security of the country first when you're asking these questions, No More will support that. But we don't want to feed into an effort that's actually made to demonize the government in order to weaken the unity of the people. That's always the goal, to weaken the unity of the people. And then that will further weaken the support that the government has. We're not government institution, but we want governments in Africa to be able to run their own countries without undue pressure. And there's people I do trust. If they say there's, some violations, we are more open to saying something. But often people are not doing the work when they're talking about human rights violations. They're making, big statements without having asked the right sources. And so if you do that, I think it will give more voice to people that are suffering under governments.
Thank you, Ms. Hermila. I think we have one last question from the lady over there. If I could ask the ushers to deliver the mic.
Thank you. This is Sam from Tuntag Youth Network Sustainable Development. My question is, as you are working on No More movement, what do you think about creating African media who works as medium of communication in African language, like Amharic, Swahili, or else? Or this your media do have such kinds of plan?
Can you hear us, Ms. Hermila? We're typing the question for you, but we can't hear you. Are you still with us? Can you hear us?
Yes. Someone just typed in the question.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, is it just what do you think about creating Africa media? I'm open to it in a way that I wasn't open to it before. I didn't really want to take on that burden. Although it also would be a blessing. We need to come together and figure it out. I'm not sure what it's going to look like. There's a lot to be done, which means I'll probably have to step away from the movement for a little bit. I don't know that I can do both with what it takes, but the more writers, if there's any writers, video creators, if you just apply through nomore.global, somebody will filter it. If it comes to me, I can't always get to it. So nomore.global, there's a place where you can apply to work with us. And so once we see there's enough writers, and I know there's a few media outlets, Burkina does some pretty good work. We've reached out to them. We just got to figure out, the right organizations and people that are like-minded, that really want to get to the truth and have the same stringency in how they get to the truth, So absolutely, Xavier, you're done. It's a big, big, big project. I'm not going to take it lightly. And so it requires a lot of upfront work, but the more talent we have, I know there's some, it's difficult to get equipment into the country. There's a lot of challenges that have to be dealt with, but I think the way to make it more efficient is connect with people that are already doing the work that you trust. And then, the rest is just sort of cracking into it and just praying that it becomes what you hope it is in terms of an anchor for journalism.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hermela. I think we have come to the conclusion of this session. Due to time constraints, we will not be taking any further questions. Thank you, dear participants, for all the questions you have raised, and thank you very much, Ms. Hermela, for your elaborate answers to all and each one of them. Before you go, I would like to thank you on behalf of our participants and the organizers for the service you have done for this country and the continent as well, and for the works to come. We thank you, and we thank you for the time you've given us today. We hope to see you on other occasions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm proud of you guys. Keep up the good work. This is awesome.
Much. We will now move to the second session. We will have with us a very great personality to speak on digitalization and social media to nurture African youth and foster job creation. This person is a goal-driven and strategic leader with an outstanding record of managing multiple teams. He is the founder of Swahili Nation, One Africa. He has created a YouTube channel called Swahili Nation that has now more than 208,000 subscribers. His platform is intended to defend the image and heritage of Africa and share knowledge to create a bridge for unity and peaceful Africa. Amongst many of his qualities, he's a visionary professional with a successful track record and leading diverse areas of operations while growing community of young Africans with one goal oriented to transform a united Africa. He's also an enthusiastic about developing new ideas to reach out to as many Africans as he can to bring the change Africa needs. In 2020, he was granted honorary citizenship from Seoul Metropolitan Government, South Korea, and in 2021 was named an African Insight Ambassador. Above all, he is devoted to working on various projects that cater to youth development and young empowerment. Our speaker for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Mika Chavala. Please join me in welcoming Mika to the stage.
Ghetto Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated. The least wealthy continent per capita. The land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars. People who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
Hey everybody. Thank you. I really appreciate. It's really good to be here. First of all, I want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to be here. And I want to thank the organization for inviting me to be here and to speak. I think I'm the youngest speaker in this event this year, 2022. So I really want to appreciate. And second, I want to appreciate all of you who came here today to witness this history, because this is where we make history. And this is where we change all the codes. So for the startup, I just want to, I'm sorry, I'll be moving a lot. I don't know if that's okay. For startup, I want to share a little bit about our policies. Our policies into 2022 of Swahili Nation in One Africa. I'm the founder of Swahili Nation in One Africa. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about that, and then I'll jump right to the topic. When we started this year, we told ourselves that this year is going to be the year of action. Right? We're not just going to be talking about things, but it's the time to put on actions. That was the first thing. So if we talk about love, peace, and unity, we want it to happen in action. We don't just want to talk about it, but we want to do it. And the second thing, we told ourselves that in order to see the change that Africa needs, we have to be brutally honest with ourselves. Brutally honest with ourselves, like with Africans, right? Telling each other the truth, even if it's difficult. And also with the world. Tell them brutally honest about Africa. And there's a price to pay, because the world that we are living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right, their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth, this is who you are? For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years, and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff, and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of you. There's that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day. Because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. Like, this system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. And I'm going to be very brutally honest with you guys today. And I know that is dangerous, but it's okay. We need to be truthful to ourselves in order to see change. We cannot see change if we are not truth with ourselves. So it's the time to speak the truth. The system was never created for me and you. You are out of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited. You're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. If we want to see change in Africa, I can bring that change and you can bring that change. So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Angola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Angola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls? He's a white man. And he named that place after the name of Queen Victoria. But let me, because I had to Google something here before I got here. They say that David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria. But that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. Since the beginning of time of Africa, who discovered Africa, the name of Africa, Victoria Falls, Victoria Lake, and so many different places, the name of the countries. I told you that the Congo kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola, and then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Like there's Congo. I wish I can show you guys the map. Like, but there's Congo here, and there's Angola here, and there's another part of Angola inside Congo. Like in order to go there, you have to go inside Congo to go Angola. It's inside somewhere there. That's how they divided it for their own interests. And not only that, they used another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. If you want to colonize people, and if you want to kill their culture, just teach them your language. Language is everything. And so our people started to speak different language, and because of that, our people were divided. They started to believe that, oh, I am better than you. I speak this language. You're not part of me. They were not done. They didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them, and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters. It's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. That's why yesterday I asked that question, because how sure you are, everything you know about Africa, you read from the books and internet, is true. How sure you are. They didn't stop there. They took the artifact and the books. And the good example is here in Ethiopia. I visited the castle in Gonda. And the tour guide was telling me how, like, there's so many historical books that were taken away from Ethiopia. Historical books that they were written by our ancestors. Those guys, they used to see the future. Today we're talking about Africa. Our forefathers, they started to talk about this 60 years ago. They so long time ago. These people, like, they were talking to God. These people were prophets. They were not perfect, but they were seeing what is going to happen next. They had those eyes. And they wrote everything on the books, but those books were taken away from us. to detach us from our history, from our roots, and from our identity. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We are struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages, and we're still struggling with that. We don't think we are one people. We don't think we are one family because of someone else who had its own interests to divide and to conquer Africa, and it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. We still believe it and we still allow it to happen today. And we're here where we are. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we're not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, they're countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora, Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. I have 3 more lies to share with you guys. I haven't even started talking about what I was supposed to talk today. Can I have that slide a little bit? These are another 3 lies that the world, from the very beginning of time, has formulated about Africa, and we believe. And the first lie is this one, that the world is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen Africans say that. Who said that? White man. He said that. That, oh, you guys, Africa, you are a developing country. Oh, us, we're a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing, mate? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. The second lie, there's first world country, second world country, third world country. Who is the third world country? It's Africa. And who said that? White man, again. Oh God, I'm too serious today. You guys are not even smiling. Come on, give me a smile a little bit. Who said that? White man. I love guys, white men, by the way. I have a lot of friends like that. I live with them for a long time, so this is not anything personal. It's the truth. And truth shall set us free. We're not ready to talk about truth. We're not going to change. The problem of today is that we are scared to talk about truth because you know that we're going to die. If you speak the truth, you'll die. We have people that already died because of truth. But I'll tell you the truth. It's not worth living for. And the lies. I would rather die because of truth. Because truth set people free. And yesterday I might be gone and people will never remember my name, but they'll remember what I said. Because always the message is more important than a messenger. That's why we have people that have always been talking about this. Now they're gone. Thomas Sankara is gone. Gaddafi was not a perfect leader, but he's gone. And you all know why he was killed. You all know. You can Google and see. The articles written by Time Magazine, by all this stuff. It's truth right there. Because of truth, because what they stood for. But today we're still fighting for that. Because, man, no one can cover the truth. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years. Because Africa is the only continent that has everything. Like, name it. Everything we have it in Africa is the richest continent in the world. Another lie, guys, I forget. Even the world map you see, it's lie. Like Africa, you see, it's small, right? But Africa, if you look at the mathematics, Africa, it should be bigger than Russia, than Europe, like it should be bigger than the way you see that, like Russia and Europe and Asia. Like Africa is bigger than that. But in the map, you see Africa is small. It's like this. It's also psychological lie. Guys, you can Google. Check it out. The size of Africa on the map. So it's like Africans, we need to create our own map now. The map that we'll use, we teach our people. Because our kids, they always look at the African map and like, oh, our continent is small. No, Africa is big. And we have everything. That's why every single continent, they're coming to Africa to exploit Africa. Just a single country in Africa, Djibouti. Do you know how many military bases are in Djibouti? 8 different military bases. Why are they there in Djibouti? What are they doing there? What is happening there? We might never know. We will never get to know it because you can never enter those military bases to see what is happening. That's a single country. In Africa, all the countries are coming to Africa to look for opportunities. And yet they're coming to tell you that we're here to develop you. Another lie. Please don't tell me that my time is gone because I haven't even started yet. You got 5 minutes?
I'm sorry, Mika.
It cannot be 5 minutes, guys. Wow.
That was really inspiring, but you have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes, guys. I haven't even started talking about the topic. All right. The last lie, they say world is supporting Africa. It's false. Okay, this one, third world countries, whatever, it's lie. We have only one world, and that is Earth we're living in. Maybe later on, if you go to Mars, that will have 2 worlds. But we are living in the same world. All of us, all human beings are the same. We are special in different ways, but we are the same. All right? What is supporting Africa is not truth. The truth is Africa is sustaining the world. The meaning of the word sustain is strengthen physically and mentally. That's the meaning of sustain. And that's true. Because today, we have a lot of Africans outside of Africa, brain drain. They work for international organizations. They develop other countries. They do that. And it's strategic. So that Africa may always crave for help and support, but we have a lot of bright mindset that will come here and change this continent, or even change this continent from the outside of Africa, and make this continent the best place for living for humanity. But it's not happening because they're working for somebody else. I'm not blaming them, because everybody has to find their life and all. I'm not here to blame that, but this is the truth. Africa sustains the world. We have to change the mindset, the way we see Africa. My topic today was talking about, let me see this again, just to be very specific. Digitalization and social media to nurture African youth and foster job creation. Can you play that video? So I'm not just talking. There are things that we are doing as Swahili Nation One Africa. And I want to inspire those people who want to do something about social media. Can you start this again? Please take a look at this video, a little quick.
Independent economic movements around the...
Can you increase the volume a little bit?
You want to support independent economic movements around the world but don't know how? Welcome to Triangle, an independent social economic network right in the palm of your hands. Check on the progress of the projects you are interested in. Watch live videos of the projects that you either donate to or are interested in. Comment on the project with your friends, or contribute to the project while it is live. Check the hottest business plan submission all around the globe. Get an instant update on new business ideas that are submitted through our unique submission system. Upload content about your own business progress. Start a live video to show the world or pictures of your progress. Get personal with the people that had contributed to your project, and also to the people to whom you have contributed to. Search the globe for all the active projects to see what you might be interested in. Start engaging with the future. Sign up for Triangle.
So as I said, guys, we're not just talking. This is one of the projects that one of our brother in our community, Swahili Nation One Africa, his name is Rich. He is actually an African that was born in Caribbean and is there, but he knows himself as an African. He came up with this amazing idea to create this social platform that is actually going to bring change to Africa. Because we cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. So until we own our own media, speak the truth, share our own truth. That's why we have Swahili Nation YouTube channel. We have this project that is working. It's costing a lot of money and nobody funds it. Like we take money from the pocket. Nobody funds it. Swahili Nation One Africa, nobody's funding even a single dollar. Nobody but us, people. Because at the end of the day, usually people, they start with this movement and then they, like some rich men just come and buy it and then start working for somebody else. But whatever the case, we want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. So we can create that. We can do that. And as youth, me and you, we have to use our social media positively, because this is the reason. The image of Africa on the media is negative. And the positive message we share on the media, guys, is not just about showing the good image of Africa, but we are saving people's life. We're in the business of saving people's life. Every single day, a lot of Africans are dying because of these lies we are talking about, because of exploitation we are talking about, because of the choices we are making. Everybody who is in this room and those who are watching, I want to challenge you guys to use your social media positively, to raise your voice, to speak the truth. And again, what is truth? There is still a small voice inside of you telling something. I want you to believe that. Before even you believe anybody else, I want you to believe that, because every time I believed that, I was right. Every time I followed that voice, I was right. And today I'm standing here in front of you to share that with you. My time is not enough. But at the beginning of this video, I show something change to change. And basically what we're saying change to change means you have to change the world, to change Africa. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today. We're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
A round of applause. A round of applause again. That was really good. Thank you so much, Mika.
Thank you. I don't have questions?
You do. I can just feel the energy in the room. Thank you so much, Mika. That was extremely insightful and very inspiring. I have gained a lot of information. I'm sure you have as well. Due to time constraints, we will only be taking one question, which we will frame within 5 minutes. So I will take the first hand raised over there. If ushers could deliver the mic over there, please. Please keep the question short. Thank you.
All right, thank you, MC. So, Mika, my question is, how do you think that we are going to change Africa if the African leaders themselves don't rule Africa, because Africa is being ruled by the Western representative to Africa? Because now we know every country in Africa has a representative, and the president should report to the representative of that certain country. How are we going to change Africa if we don't rule it ourselves? Asante sana.
Asante sana. That's a good question. I'll say this, that power is in the people. For a long time, we believed that power is in the leadership, and that's why we believe in Africa, right? When you look at president or leaders in Africa, it's like God. That's how much we respect and honor them. And when they make mistakes, we're disappointed. We don't want to go back to the countries. We hate the country because we don't like the leader. But it's wrong. You can hate the leader but still love your country. Power is in the people. Yes, leaders maybe they're not doing what they're supposed to do. You know, that's fine. They're not going to be there for a long time. But we, as people, what are we doing? Because there are people who are doing amazing work outside the street. There are people that have organizations. People that have schools. They build some schools. People that we're working with in Swahili Nation, One Africa, they have an amazing projects going on. There are one family, I'll be talking to them maybe next Monday. They're Ethiopians, but you know what they do? They came all the way here and saving, do something to change society. If it is food, if it is starting orphanage or schools to support kids, building some houses for those homeless people that we see around the street all the time. That's the change you're bringing. Because I'm telling you, the change is not just about the building, but it's about people. When people are happy, people are united, I'm telling you, it's even easier job for leaders to do. If people are coming together united, and bring the change that Africa needs, it's no longer belong to the leaders. You know, leaders, we send them there for them to work for us. But in Africa, when leaders do something good, we clap for them. Oh, you've done, well, thank you so much. No, they're supposed to thank us because people are the bosses. We're the one who choose them to be there. And it's the truth. But we're not ready to talk about that. When you become a leader, it's a responsibility to work for the people, not otherwise. And you have to be a servant leader. When you're a leader, it's not the time to wear a suit like the one I wear today. That's why I always wear a black t-shirt, guys. I have more than 15 different black t-shirts I always wear, and some people are criticizing me. Somebody commented yesterday, said, why you always wear gym clothes when you're in an event like this? You should wear official. So today I was like, okay, just for one day I'll wear a suit. But when you become a leader, in fact, those homeless you see on the street, that's how leaders are supposed to look like. Because they're not busy shopping for clothes. They're not busy sleeping, but leaders in Africa, they have belly, and they're like this. No, you're supposed to be thin because you don't sleep. You're taking care of 100 million people. How can you gain weight? And while people are dying. How can you get a time to go on a vacation to United States or Dubai and take a picture how can you have that time? No, stay in your country, work for your people. You'll lose sleep. That's why you see some leaders, when you go to the leadership, you have to come out worse than the time you went in. That's the truth. Leadership is not easy. But these days, in Africa, if you want to get rich, be a leader. What about people? So right now, the change, guys, I'm saying this. The blame game is done. Let's stop blaming our leaders. They're not doing their part. You know, God is going to judge them at the end of the day because a lot of lives of people died. A lot of people are dying, man. A lot of people dying every single day.
Do you know how many people die in Africa every single day? I don't even know because you cannot find that statistic. But so many people die every single day. Even though statistic you see is not true. So we cannot keep looking at them to make change. We have to make that change. We have to speak out. And if they look us up, man, our message will speak for itself. So guys, you just watch me. If you don't see me again, my message today, right now it's live on Swahili Nation One Africa. People will share about it. And people will hashtag about it. I was still speaking even inside the grave. You cannot bury us. Sankara, I'm sorry, to finish up, Sankara said this: whoever feeds you controls you. That's what Sankara said, and it's true. It's true. We have to feed ourselves. Even if you sleep without having dinner, it's okay. You're not going to die. For a man, you can spend 5 days without eating anything and you won't die. For ladies, 7 days. That means, ladies, you're stronger than men. That's just the truth. That's why I need a lady in my life. Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is, you're not going to die, but as long as you provide for yourself. Africa, we have to provide for ourselves, and there's nobody knows Africa than people. Because leaders, sometimes they just stay in the palace, in the White House. They don't even know the people. Sometimes, I'm not saying all of them, sometimes, but we know the people. We live with them, and we need to lift them up from the bottom up. And that's what we do in Swahili Nation One Africa. And the movement here, this is what you do, sir. Anyways, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mika. I would like to apologize for our next speaker for stealing a few minutes of their time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will the next session on identifying opportunities and putting useful ideas into practice. We will have an entrepreneur's perspective. To speak on this session, I am proud to invite the founder and CEO of Tabita Ambulance, which is the first private pre-hospital emergency medical service providing company in Ethiopia, which is established in 2008. Tabita provides 24-hour ambulance service in Addis Ababa, remote medical assistance to multinational companies operating in Ethiopia, and ground evacuation services throughout the country. His company has responded to more than 60,000 calls for the ambulance support and remains the only private company providing such services in Ethiopia. Furthermore, Tabita has engaged in creating awareness of first aid and health service safety through formal training and public service media broadcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, our speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Kibret Abebe to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kibret to the stage.
Thank you very much. It will be very difficult to speak after such a very motivational speech by Mika. Anyway, I will try my best. What I'm gonna do today is by the way, I would like just to say congratulations for the organizers. Very beautiful session. And I would like to say thank you very much for the topics that you select. I love the topic, identifying opportunity. So what I'm gonna do is I will briefly tell you about my journey. Then I've been facing a lot of problems, as you clearly understand, but I want to focus on the recent problem with COVID from the emergency medical service point of view. So that how did we change that very critical challenge to opportunity. So at the end of my presentation, I will briefly show you a 3-minute video. I'm very sorry that video is prepared in Amharic, but I will summarize it in English before it is being broadcasted. So changing challenges to opportunity is something that an entrepreneur who is in Africa should be very much accustomed with. My name is Kibret Abebe. I'm an anesthesia person. I was working in Black Lion Hospital, the big teaching and referral hospital in Addis Ababa, conducting anesthesia for 17 years. So I am an entrepreneur by default. So I always asking my fellow friends around me, surgeons and anesthetists, that how can we wait somebody to come to us rather than going to the scene of the accident and saving life. If you take road traffic injury, forget about other injuries. You know, those injuries happening in the construction site, home-based accidents. If you only focus on road traffic injury, Ethiopia is in the top in the global list of road traffic injury. There is 194 deaths per 10,000 licensed vehicles. You can compute this figure with Japan, for example. 0.5 deaths per 10,000 licensed vehicles. We are not expected to die because we have very few cars. In 2008, when I started my company, there was only less than 1 million cars in Ethiopia, 420 million population. So why we are dying with cars? Because of the safety measures that we are taking, because of the attitude that we have toward this scene, toward this accidents. So I am asking my fellow friends around me, what can we do about this? How can we mitigate this problem? And everybody was skeptical about my question. Like, you know, you are expected to conduct anesthesia and go home when you're done. I said that I can do something about this problem. So when I was just contemplating this, I tried to read about what an emergency medical service system looks like in the world. After World War II, when the soldiers go back home, they didn't found an emergency response system they were getting at the war front. So they organized the 911 ambulance service system. So I said this, if the government is not very much conscious about it, I will do it. By thinking this, I get a chance to evacuate a British citizen diplomat in 2007 from Addis Ababa to London. So one morning, I received a call from the operation theater, and they said that we know that you are articulate anesthetist, you can evacuate this patient from Addis Ababa to London by Ethiopian Airlines passengers aeroplane. I successfully did that and come back from UK after 5 days. By the way, my friends at that time was thinking that whenever somebody gets a chance to be in London, he will immediately go for asylum, as you clearly understand. But me, I don't. I came back from London and I resigned from Black Lion Hospital. I said that God has shown me this is something that's doable. I have seen how a patient in critical situation is being handled. So I resigned from Black Lion Hospital and I applied for Minister of Health to give me a license. So today I'm talking about the challenge that I'm facing. So when I'm trying to organize the challenge, this is the challenge that I faced at the very beginning of the project. So I will show you at the middle of the project and at the end of the project in relation to the COVID. So when the Minister of Health officials see my proposal, they say that, well, what do you want to do? You want to make it an NGO so that you don't make profit out of it? If it is so, we don't need any standard. We immediately issue the certificate, the license, and you will do it. I told them, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to invest on the topic. I want to make money out of it. I want to have a very sustainable solution. I'm a professional person. I have a degree in this and that. How dare that I become another beggar on the topics that I am well versed? I try to challenge them, my own people. By the way, Tabbitam is an Amharic word that says, where is your drop of contribution on the topics that you are well versed? This is, I'm asking every fellow Africans. Where is your drop of contribution on the topic you are well versed? I'm an anesthesia person. If anybody collapses, for example, here, I assure you, I will let him just to reach to the hospital. Because this is my job. So people were saying that, well, people, you know, we have 120 million people, the government is not supporting, you don't have money, you can't do it. And if you do it, for how many people that you can reach? I said, where is my drop? So the first challenge was the standard. If you make money out of it, if you want to be an entrepreneur, we don't have a standard. So we can't give you the license. I told them the standard for UK, the standard for Kenya, the standard for US didn't come from heaven. People write about it. So I will write the first standard for the country. So I write the first emergency medical service standard for this country. The second challenge was the money. You know, for 17 years, I was thinking to buy an ambulance. And I always put money, extra money, in my separate account to buy ambulance in the future. But when I start to see my money that is accumulated, let alone ambulances, I can't buy a tire of an ambulance. So I have to borrow money. I try to lobby with 2-3 banks, private banks, and they were not willing to listen to me more than 3 minutes. They said that, okay, you save life, who cares? Where is the money? So I know that accessing finance, as you clearly understand, young entrepreneurs, accessing finance is still a problem in this country. So at that time, I was having a house. I have a family. So I need to lobby with my family to sell that house and to buy ambulances. I did that. So this is the huge challenge that I faced at the very beginning of the project. Then in 2008, there was a competition with innovative health idea from DFID and USID. They were computing young entrepreneurs. At that time, I was young entrepreneurs on innovative health ideas. So I was one of the competitors. And I traveled to Nairobi for the last election. And it was at the end of the grant was $200,000. So I prepared myself properly, and I compete with my Kenyan counterparts, and like 20 of the health entrepreneurs win that award, and we get that $200,000. While I was preparing for that, a lady called Christine, she came to my booth and she asked me, Kibrat, why don't you apply for Acumen Fellowship Program? It is like an executive master's program in leadership. I was happy to apply. So when I returned back from Nairobi, I applied for Acumen Fellowship Program. Then the procedure is so tiresome that at the end of the day, my application is being accepted by the data collector. And the data collector sent me an email. She said that, Kibrat, you are applying from Ethiopia. I think we are looking for health entrepreneurs and other entrepreneurs as well from East Africa, not from Horn of Africa. Then I told them that it is you and it is your boss who actually encouraged me to apply. And after, taking much of my time, you are saying that I'm not eligible. So let me talk to Christine. And I write an email to her that, I have did this and that, and your office is not accepting me. She said that, no, I will sort out this. After a week, she came back and said that, well, they are right. We can't accept you. You are in the Horn of Africa. So from the very beginning, I always struggle. I always fight. I'm the fighter. So I write one-page argument that say that Ethiopia is in East Africa. Horn of Africa is under East Africa. You need to understand, I need to clearly understand what your agenda is. So in my argument, I put boldly the issue of colony. So this later one-pager, go to New York office, to Acumen office, and face the founder of Acumen. In the Acumen board, they are forced to decide to let Ethiopia to be the part of Acumen Fellowship Program. I need an applause. Let me tell you, this is a big deal. They said that, Kiberet, continue your application. It doesn't mean that we accept you. You need to go through the process. But whatever the case is, you let Ethiopia to be the part of Acumen, which is a very important milestone. So I continue to compute with that Acumen Fellowship Program, and I become one of the Acumen 2015 Fellow. It is 1 year fellowship program in leadership that I can say totally changed my mindset, the way I think. I'm encouraging to have this type of a very practical training for Horn of Africa as well. Very practical training that really change your mindset. So whenever you face a problem, you need to think critically to make it an opportunity. Let me come to my presentation with COVID. When COVID happened, we were just trying to work very closely with the government that try to show them, this COVID case may be a very serious case. It won't be like swine flu that came and go. So we are asking them, how can we prepare ourselves from this point of view? So the government will not consider the private sector suggestion, as you know. So for 6 months we were struggling, if it needs special protective clothes, how can we produce it? So the government was not opening his eyes concerning COVID. So whatever the case is, the first case happened. And when the first case happened, it was in the night, I received a call from the ministry. They said that COVID is coming and the first case is declared. So how can you help me? Help us. Whatever, I'm willing to help. So immediately we sent our ambulances in that night and start working with the government. In the morning, we try to discuss how can we make our ambulances so that professional and those to handle cases. So when we talk about it, the government said that it will be very difficult to pay for private sector for whatever case you are doing. So since our ambulances are transportation vehicles, not ambulances, so how can you help us to give us at least your advanced life support ambulances? So I can't say no, because I'm not an ordinary businessman. I'm a social entrepreneur. I'm the current president of Social Enterprise Ethiopia. Do you clearly understand? Social entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs who try to change problems into opportunity by making money to have a very sustainable solution. We said we impact and we profit. We don't want to depend on aid, but we want to solve social problem with business model. We need to be paid. But the government says that we can't pay for the private sector without bid. What we can do is do this one so that we will think about it next time. So at the time of COVID, our cases drastically drop because the public is not trusting the hospital. If you remember the time, nobody want to go to the hospital. So our call decreased drastically, and the ambulances were idle. Having idle ambulance, having somewhere else with the government, people potentially can die due to respiratory problem, should be solved. So I donate one of my advanced life support ambulance that costs 5 million to the government. This is a huge challenge for the government and for the public in general. So after a week, I received a call from the minister. And she asked me, how can we really work from private-public partnership point of view? Did you have anything in your mind? I always have entrepreneurial thinking in my mind. And they always take my idea and snatch it and do it themselves. I told her, I don't want to give you any document, but I will tell you what I'm going to do if you pay me. Then I told them this. Why not we change your transportation vehicles, ambulances, without anything inside, to at least to the basic life support ambulances, so that you will pay us and will deliver on time. After so many bureaucratic difficulties, we end up to sign to change 22 of the government ambulances to basic life support ambulances. For the last, thank you so much. For the last more than 10 years, I was traveling to Dubai to import ambulances. I know how the engineers are doing that. I'm always saying that, how dare as an entrepreneur, I travel to Dubai, I buy everything in foreign currency, and I create a job for somebody, while my people, my youth, are here, idle. I can bring everything. Everything is available here. So passing through this journey, we brought every raw materials and available things from here. We also recruit some people to teach us a training in Dubai. So we successfully changed 2 of the government hospital and 20 of the Ministry of Health ambulances to proper basic life support ambulances. Now we are thinking to change, like in Ethiopia, there are more than 5,000 ambulances. And we are planning to change these transportation vehicles to basic life support ambulance. This will create a lot of job in Ethiopia. When I'm doing this, I'm always believe in partnership. I partner with an international NGO called STEM Power, who trained youth in engineering. So I took that 10 of these newly graduate engineers to change, to let them just to learn how to change vehicles to ambulances. Now, if you get a bigger contract, we can really change the emergency medical service setup of this, my country. And the issue is, like, we have previously, as you heard about it, we have a training center. In previous days, we were giving training for first aid and health safety. But now we have a college, a paramedic college. The first graduate graduated before 2 years. We employ all of them. And now we have 60 students. And we are planning to continue to teach this in the future as well. So As an African entrepreneur, I'm very proud to share this podium, and I have a vision for my country, a vision for myself. I have 5 important things to do before I die. 1, to have a synchronized ground ambulance service system throughout the country. 2, to be a very excellent center for emergency training for East Africa. 3, a manufacturing company. Currently, we are importing 90% of all emergency equipment and consumables from China and Dubai. We have already started that, and we want to do it seriously, so that we want to have a big manufacturing company that focus on emergency supplies and equipment. 4th, the trauma center, a hospital that deals with trauma and trauma only. And the 5th, air ambulance service system. I assure you. We will do it. Then we will have 3 minutes. I have 5 minutes, so we will have a 3-minute video that is in Amharic actually, but the entire concept is how we change those ordinary transportation vehicles to ambulances, and we can do it. Thank you very much.
እንደሚታወቀው ጠብታ አምቡላንስ በግል ዘርፉ በዚህ አይነት የድንገተኛ ህክምና አገልግሎት የቅድመ ሆስፒታል ህክምና በመስጠት ፈርቀዳጅ ተቋም ነው። በዛም እንግዲህ እንደ ሚኒስትር መስሪያ ቤትም እውቅና የምንሰጠው ተቋም ነው።
አምቡላንስ የሚያደርጉ መሰረታዊ ነገሮች 2 ናቸው። በድንገተኛ ህክምና አገልግሎት የሰለጠነ ሙያተኛ፣ ሁለተኛው እነዚህ መሳሪያዎች ናቸው።
ይህ አምቡላንስ መጀመሪያ ይዘቱም እንደዚህ አልነበረም። በአሁኑ ሰዓት እንደምታዩው እዚህ ጋር ኦክሲጅኑ ሞደራይዝድ ተደርጎ እዚህ ጋር በሬጉሌተር ነው አውትፑቱ ያለው ጌጅ ተገጥሞለታል። እዚህ ጋር ጌጅ ያለው ሼልፉም ወተር ፕሩፍ ነው።
ለሁሉም አምቡላንሶች ሊጠቅመን የሚችለው ትልቅ ሰክሽን ማሽን ሁሉም አምቡላንሶች ውስጥ እንዲኖር ነው የተደረገው። ኤኢዲ ማለት የልብ ማስነሻ መሳሪያ ነው። እሱን ነው ለመጨመር የተሞከረው። ትራውማ ባግ የተለያዩ አይነት ለምሳሌ ስብራት ለደረሰበት ሰው የሚያገለግል ስፕሊንት አለ። ብዙ ጊዜ የሚጎዳው የአንገታችን ክፍል ስለሆነ በአደጋ ጊዜ ብዙ ጊዜ ለአደጋ አንገቱን በትክክል ለመያዝ የሚጠቅመን ሄድ ኔኮላሮች አሉ።
ልዩነቱ በጣም ሰፊ ነው። ምክንያቱም እነዚህ አምቡላንሶች እንዳልኩት ለአምቡላንስነት የተሰሩ መኪኖችን ቢሆኑ ውስጣቸው ግን ለአምቡላንስነት እቃዎች ምንም ነገር አልነበረውም ማለት ይቻላል። ስለዚህ እነዛን ሙሉ ለሙሉ አሁን ቤዚክ ምንለው አንድ ታካሚ ተኝቶ አስፈላጊውን ህክምና ያገኘ እንዲደርስ የሚያደርግ በቂ ሆኖ በጥሩ ሁኔታ ነው የተሰሩት። ስታንዳርዱን በጠበቀ ዓለም አቀፍ ስታንዳርዱን በጠበቀ ሁኔታ በጣም ከፍተኛ ለውጥ ነው ያላቸው።
ክላስ ውስጥ ያለን በቲዮሪ የተማርነው ነገር እዚህ አክቹአሊ እንዴት መስራት እንደምንችልና ሃንድሶን የሆነ አፕሮች ነው። ራሳችን እየቆረጥን የበሳን እየተገነን ስለሆነ እሱ ትልቅ ውጤት ሆኖልናል ማለት ነው።
እነዚህ ማቴሪያሎች በሙሉ ከውጭ ኢምፖርትድ የተደረጉ ናቸውና ግን ስትመለከቷቸው ኢዚሊ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ መሰራት የሚችሉ ናቸው። ማቴሪያሎች አለ፣ እንደገና ደግሞ ስኪል ያለውም ደግሞ ግለሰቦች አሉ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ። ስለዚህ ሞዲፋይ አድርገን በቀላሉ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ለመስራት እየሞከረን ያለ ነው።
ከቤዚክ ላይፍ ሰፖርት ጀምሮ እስከ አድቫንስድ ላይፍ ሰፖርት ያሉ አምቡላንሶችንም መስራት የሚያስችል አቅም ነው በዚህ ስልጠና ላይ መጎልበት የቻለው ማለት ነው።
ከውጭ የሚመጣ ኢምፖርት ተደርገው የሚመጡ እነዚህ እቃዎችን በራሳችን አቅም በሀገራችን ባለ የሰው ኃይል በመጠቀም በትክክለኛው በስታንዳርድ መሰረት ፊክስ ለማድረግ የሚያሳይ የቴክኖሎጂ ትራንስፈር ነው እኔ ብዬ የምወስደው።
በተለይ እንደ ጠብታ አምቡላንስ ያሉ በተለይ ሶሻል ኢንተርፕራይዝ ነው የምንላቸው እነዚህ ምክንያቱም ሞር ስራቸው የግል ተቋማት ቢሆኑም በማህበረሰብ ውስጥ ትልቅ ተጽዕኖ ለማምጣትና ለውጥ ለማምጣት የሚሰሩ ናቸው። እነዚህን ደግሞ የማበረታታትና የመደገፍ ስራ እንደ መንግስትም ትልቅ ትኩረት ተሰጥቶ መቀጠል አለበት ብዬ አምናለሁ።
በፊት የነበሩን አምቡላንሶች መኪኖች ናቸው። ውስጡ ለዛ የሚሆን አይነት ምቹ የሆኑ ስላልነበሩ ወደ መሰረታዊ ህይወት አዳኝ ተለውጠውልናል። ይህም ቤዚክ ላይፍ ሰፖርት ወደ ምንለው ነው። ይህ በመለወጡ አሁን ከገጠመን የኮሮና ወረርሽኝን ለመዋጋት ትልቅ አቅም ሆነውናል።
እያንዳንዱ ህመም ያለበት ድንገተኛ ህመም ያለበት ሰው እየታከመ ወደ ሆስፒታል የሚደርስበትን ነገር ለማመቻቸት በሰው ኃይል በእቃ አምቡላንስ ማለት ነው እና ደግሞ ስርዓት በመዘርጋት አለርት ዋና ተሳታፊ ሆኖ ለመቀጠል እየሰራ ነው። ለዚህም ከጠብታ አምቡላንስ አሁን የጀመሩት ኤምቲ ፕሮግራም አለ፣ ኢመርጀንሲ ሜዲካል ቴክኒሻን ፕሮግራም አለ። እዛ ላይ ስኮላርሺፕ ሰጥተውናል አብረን ስለምንሰራ።
አምቡላንስን የሚጠቀሙ ጤና ሚኒስቴርም ሆስፒታሎችም ሁሉም ከነዚህ ተቋማት ጋር በአጋርነት እንዲሰሩና ባለሙያዎቻቸውን እንዲያሰለጥኑበት እንደው መልእክት ማስተላለፍ ፈልጋለሁ።
የግል ዘርፎች አስተዋጽኦ ስንል በርካታ አይነቶች ናቸው። በተለይ ደግሞ ለብዙዎች ህይወት የስራ እድልን በመፍጠር በማህበረሰቡ ላይም ትልቅ ተጽዕኖ በማምጣት ሶሻል ኢንተርፕራይዞች ትልቅ ሚና አላቸው። በዚህ አሁን በሰራ ነው በዚህ አምቡላንስ ስራ ውስጥም ጠብታ አምቡላንስ እና ጤና ሚኒስቴር ዋናዎቹ ቢሆኑም ከጠብታ አምቡላንስ ጋርም ስቴም ፓወር እና ምርትና ማሻሻያ የሚባሉትም የሶሻል ኢንተርፕራይዞችም ከጠብታ አምቡላንስ ጋር ለዚህ አስተዋጽኦ አበርክተዋል። እንደ ጤና ሚኒስቴር እነዚህን ሶስቱንም ተቋማት እጅግ አድርጌ ማመስገን እወዳለሁ።
Thank you very much, Mr. Kibret. The presentation was really amazing, as was the video presentation as well. So thank you very much. Before I move on, I think I would like to say a few words about Mr. Kibret and how he has been supporting the youth for a very long time now. He dedicates his time to empower the youth and to push them to seek new directions in life and in personal development as well. So we would like to acknowledge you, and we would like you to know that your efforts have been recognized. We do recognize it, and we thank you. So please put your hands together for Mr. Kibret. The next program will be, I think, a networking session. So we will go out for a refreshment break. I think what I've heard from my colleagues is that yesterday you used these refreshment sessions to go out and make new connections and network with one another. I'm sure you have met yesterday already, but go on and then use this refreshment break to make new connections, get to know each other further. So what we suggest, 5 minutes, one new connection, then rotate. So let's go on and then have our refreshment break.
Fetching colore, oh no, mana di, sore unyu dara dara, tupi dara sabupi, samu colore, namanale, namanale, colore.
Akapiwa mitemo ine kumi kuti tishandise izuvano Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana Mozisi akapiwa mitemo ine kumi kuti tishandise izuvano Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana Ipapo pamunoronga zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora ndati pamucharongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora ndati pamucharongapo zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora Mose akapiwa mitemo ine mumi kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana.
Oh Bukavu.
Hello again, everyone. I hope you have had a refreshing break. I hope you've made new connections as well. We are now going to move to the second session. For this one, we will have an interesting segment, which is entitled "Closing the Political Power Sharing Gap Between Men and Women." On this topic, we will hear from a person, a great person I would call. He has 17 years of experience as an academician in water engineering and 26 years of practical field work in works such as consultancy in 14 African countries, Europe, as well as the Middle East. He has served as an engineer, chief engineer, team leader, and project management positions. What makes him unique is that his professorial titles comes from a real-world experience. This person has also previously authored a book in Amharic entitled Megbabat, which is currently being published again. Hopefully, we will all have the privilege to get our hands on it and read. This man is what I would call a scholar. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Professor Admasu Gabeyo. Please welcome Professor Admasu to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that I'm standing in front of my students and colleagues as well. So with that feeling, I'll directly get into the speech I'm supposed to make. The topic here is closing political power sharing gap between men and women. And in today's speech, I will focus on 4 major topics. One is I will give some talk on consensus democracy, which I call Magbabat democracy. That's the translation of consensus democracy. And then the second topic is gender equality in political decision making. And the third one is political power sharing. And the fourth one, if we do have time, I will get into social capital. Consensus democracy is based on the basic definition of democracy itself.
The modern state is built upon the principle that political power belongs to the people. This is very basic definition. I can't, sorry. I need your help. Okay, you came back. Thank you. So, a modern state is built on the principle that political power belongs to the people. I think I've heard this statement already spoken by Dr. Malaku yesterday. And this established principle guarantee to ensure the people, by the people, and for the people. This is also a famous speech made by President Abraham Lincoln. And throughout my speech, I will stick to this definition. The message is clear. This country belongs to all of us. It simply means that the government established in this country belongs to us. I will add one statement here. The root causes of political conflicts, wherever they are due to the violation of this principle. Means due to the violation of political power belongs to the people. Those who deny this, they want to stay in power by force. Those who are against this also again go to the bush or some other place and come back again to rule by force. This is the root cause of political conflict. Generally, democracy is categorized into two. One is majoritarian democracy, and the other is consensus democracy. This is defined this way for the first time by Professor Alan Lampard, a professor of San Diego University. In his book titled Democracy, 36 Democracies, this is a comparative study, then he divided democracy into two. In his book, there are 10 dimensions. For now, I just mentioned 4 of them. Election system. In the case of majoritarian democracy, it's first past the post. Means whoever leads takes all. In the case of consensus democracy, election system has to be proportional representation. Parties get seats just proportional to the votes they obtain. The second one is the party system. In the case of majoritarian democracy, it's a two-party system. I don't mean number of parties. There's power evolves between the two. In the case of consensus democracy, whoever obtains votes from the people can share power on the basis of the amount of votes he or she obtained. So power is shared on the basis of vote received. This is very serious. In the case of majoritarian, if a party gets 51%, in fact, 50% plus 1% vote, that party can take 100% of the executive power. How about the 49%? Nothing. But in the case of consensus democracy, 51% gets 51% of the power, and 49% is 49% of the power. So the other one is, in the case of executive power, the third dimension I mentioned here, the focus is power to be taken by a single party. In the case of consensus democracy, power has to be taken by multiple parties through large coalition. Nobody is pushed aside. As far as that party is able to get a single seat, he can get it. It's not a must that he has to take all. It's not a must that a party should get 50% vote. Normally, countries practicing consensus democracy, the most popular party may get about 30 to 40% of the votes. That's all. It's not by declaration also, but the practical result is this. Nobody gets more than 40%. The last one, in the case of majoritarian party, critics or opposition position can be taken by the other party who was not able to get the power. But in the case of consensus democracy, since all major parties are in government, there is no such a position called opposition party. Therefore, that role has to be taken by the civil society. We'll see what it does mean. In the case of majoritarian democracy, always two parties, two major parties fight each other. None of them thinks of the other party as a partner. Sense of enmity is just what is there in the air. But in the case of consensus democracy, whoever he is cannot take all the power, but they have to share. In sharing according to your merit, there is no loser. So the result is win-win. After the election, they have to work together. Now, it's just, let me debate a little bit. This is a study, comparative study of 136 countries. Out of these, 36 of the countries are from Africa. So in here, from 1 to 5, that is the political aspect of quality of democracy. From 6 to 10, that is non-political aspect, mainly the sustainable development package. So the quality of democracy is measured by 10 pillars, Out of it, 5 are the traditional political pillars on the top of that. Because if we have to think of performance, we're not stopping with the first 5. We have to go on and see what is the overall performance. And that is mainly measured by social, economical, environmental, gender aspects, knowledge, and so on. So in this case, if you see, this is a study that I have carried out. It is published every year, means this is 2021. 2020 was previous one. And again, I'm ready to 2022. So this is the type of thing that I would like you to do. Carry out studies of this nature and see where your country is lying, which aspect of the issues they are lagging behind, and which of their performance is acceptable or somewhat quite okay. So this type of thing, you can do it by yourself. I can help as far as you are a member of some organizations like civil society, university, and so on. I can do that. Here, the top consensus-inclined countries in the world are Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, New Zealand, Germany, and Netherlands. And with the Majoritian, out of the Majoritian, the leading countries are UK, Canada, Australia, France, and US. As you see, by all measurements, the top are consensus-inclined countries. These are African countries measured by the same criteria. The first African country out of the Africans is Mauritius, and the second is South Africa, as mentioned yesterday by Dr. Malaku. And you can see other countries as well. So in my study, 36 countries I have included are these. Okay, the basic concepts of underlying consensus democracy. 1, the centrality of consensus and compromise. 2, politicians are advocates of the common good. When they are together, when they govern together, the main focus is to come up with a common good. None of the political parties are expected to bring up an agenda as only a motive for themselves. They have to work hard to sell it for others such that it's something good for all of them, means for the country. The third one is the centrality of established procedures. There has to be, ahead of time, well-thought-based way of doing things. And fourth one is preserving the status quo. The status quo is always respected, unless you have a strong reason and evidence to improve it or to change it. It's not like one government of this time is doing something and another government another time just remove this and bring in another thing. It's not that way. The previous government's achievement will be kept as it is. It does not mean that it is not going to be improved. It is going to be improved. It has to be improved. But it's not going to be thrown away because government is changing. There is government change, but elements inside are still the same. Their composition in terms of numbers and so on may change. in terms of their plans, their dreams for their country, there is no change. There can be improvement, but it is not something that you throw it away. The last one is consensus systems are positively associated with policies, as Professor Aaron Lamford said. It is kinder, it is gentler, and that is what you can get from the image of such a democracy. Such higher representation of women, more equality, political participation, and social welfare. In other words, this is not Aaron Lamford's sentence, but I add one sentence here, and that is, no citizen should be left behind. So any government, the first check it has to make is, what is the lowest level? Is it acceptable? For example, I live in Sweden. Everybody has home. Everybody has free education. Everybody has, no matter the case is, free health service. Many free service because of being a citizen. The country is rich enough. In fact, any African country is rich enough to provide basic needs for its citizens. There is no poor, so-called poor country that cannot provide basic needs for its people. The country that is protected from enemies by sacrifice of everybody. Those citizens should have the service of basic needs. So that is well taken by consensus democracy. Another elements of consensus democracy are, consensus refers to general agreement in decision making. There is a general understanding on what should be done in a particular country by all members of, by all political parties. The second one is consensus democracy uses consensus decision-making model and to develop laws and policies. The goal is to be collaborative and inclusive by gathering a broad range of opinion. No single group have the right prescription for any country. But when all are brought together, they can come up with something that is much more better than the individual offer. So that is the type of democracy we're talking about. In consensus agreement, elected representatives do not belong to a particular party. It's another very important thing. They don't belong to the parties. They are a representative of a certain constituency. They have to work hard to fulfill the wishes and the needs of their constituency, not messenger of their party. In other words, their party has to ally its performance based on the wish of the people. That's all what it means. In consensus democracy, it's just win and win. Nobody loses. Everybody gets according to its performance. So nobody is loser. In consensus democracies, there are three pillars here. One is civil society, media, and political parties. So this triangular relationship makes them work what they can do best. Finally, the country will have the best service possible. With civil society, a scattered civil society, disintegrated society, is not advisable. They have to work together. They have to have a strong common vision. It does not mean that each individual civil society organizations have to change their motive, but generally they have to be there to protect the interests of the people. Against what? Against the politicians. If the politicians are doing their job, they have to work with them so that their work is further improved. If they are changing a course, and if they are doing something against the people, then they have to work hard, collaborating with the people, and not only collaborating, there are also other issues. Maybe I'll give you the slides at the end of the day, not me directly, but through the office, so you can take them as a checklist. So here are a number of points that a civil society has to do to ensure democracy. And again, another pillar here is media. So the media, especially the journalists, have also a big role. In here, for example, here I have what we call, sorry, let me cut all this. I'll give you the slide. With time management, I'm going away. Okay. Here I have one slide. This is a ballot paper. See it carefully. You have all men candidates in one column, and all women candidates in the other column. I'm sure you have never seen this in another place. What does it mean? If you are given this ballot paper, in one row you have all ladies representing their respective parties. In another row, you have all men representing their own parties. Any person going to a polling station will pick one ballot paper, and he elects one of the men, and another row, one of the women. This is the most shortcut way of coming up with equal number of men and women elected officials. Is that clear? Okay, you have to digest it. So, what comes next, for example, this is, so here you have male candidates and you have their female candidates. So what you do is, pick one of the men from the male group and pick one of the female from the female group. There is no competition between male and female. Why this is much more preferable than other options? The first is there is no level ground between men and women. There are a lot of barriers that women are confronted with compared to men. So if we are bringing them together to compete each other, then it simply means that you select 5 people, one pulling downwards, another one pulling upwards. If those 2 groups are equal, the position is not level. Then it's obvious that those who are pulling down will win those who are pulling upwards. So in other words, ladies have many sorry. When you see the slide later, you have all these barriers that ladies are facing compared to men. And because of that, this gap cannot be filled easily. So many countries are thinking about creating a 50-50 situation for the coming years. But how? Is it possible to do it like the currently used quotas and so on? The maximum result that is obtained by quota system is only 26%. If we do that, we cannot reach 50-50 even within the coming 50 years. A number of papers are suggesting that. But what I am saying is, if we use such a ballot paper, you can do it anytime and you can meet 50-50. Oh, sorry. Oh. The other one is probably very important is, okay, here is I have a formula. I don't expect all of you just to read this formula, but I can tell you what it is doing. Many parties are working together, but how do they share the power? Should they sit independent, for many hours and days and just argue about how to share? No. I have come up with a simple formula, which this formula uses only input of the number of votes each party gets. Then if that is so, you can easily assign every member of parties based on the votes they obtain. There is no argument at all. It's just like making a queue and there are objects laying on some desk, and based on the queue that is obtained by this formula, then you go pick the first choice you have, and the second one will go again, choose from the remaining, and so on. Finally, all positions are finished. As easy as that. Is it not a miracle? Okay. You have to work a lot. If you don't appreciate it as a miracle, or if I am creating a surprise, my mission here is you have something to read. And a book is coming, but it's in Amharic. And for English speaking groups, use my slide and just send me any question you would like to you would like a response from me. Let's keep in touch. And in short, I'm saying there is hope that all of us will like to be a politician, because here is a model that will help those people who are genuine enough, truthful enough, ambitious enough to help the people, not to be a burden on the people. So I hope we'll keep in touch. I will try my best to please you in whatever I can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Admasu. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Admasu one last time. If there are any questions for Professor Admasu, we will take one from the audience. Please raise your hands if you'd like to raise a question. If ushers could give the microphone to the gentleman over there, please.
Thank you. I had other work, so I was I had meetings, so I was out, but I came back. But can you please listen to me? I want you to listen, because I'm going to be very critical. So, so I need your response. You know, my worry about us in Africa is when we say democracy, we again copy from what we see from America, Europe, and so on. For example, I hear in Ethiopia there are 103 parties. Do we need all these parties? Yesterday I told you, you are me, I am you. We are one. We do not, why do we have to follow political parties, all the differences, exaggerate them, all right, and fight each other, compete? No. Can I just tell you, if we really value historically about how our governance systems operate, the failure and the success, I must tell you that in our culture, even when I was a young boy, Afrisata, ትዝ ይላችኋል አፍርሳታ? ሰው ፍርድ ቤት አይሄድም። ፒዩኒቲቭ ጀስቲስ የለም። እስር ቤት የምትገባበት ሪስቶሬቲቭ ጀስቲስ፣ ሪሃቢሊቴቲቭ ጀስቲስ ነበረ በትራዲሽን በቫሉ። You see, we had extraordinary culture. ያጠፋው ሰው ይመከራል፣ ደግሞ በኮሚኒቲው ነው ጃጅመንት የሚሰጠው። In this way, rehabilitate ነው የምታደርገው ሰውየውን፣ restore ነው የምታደርገው ባህሪውን፣ ያጠፋውን ጥፋት። You see, you go through that thing. We don't need the politics we have now, trust me. It's dangerous in Africa. It's very, very complicated. Is there any way where also we can Africanize it, we could decolonize it, and remove all these competitions, political parties, all this? We don't need it. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I'm angry to see in Africa all this competition. And look what they do everywhere.
Sir?
They fight,
If
and
I
it's
could
not
ask
nice.
you to keep the question short, thank you.
So I'm just saying to you, I want you to make a paradigm shift, a mindset shift from this, and then tell Ethiopia, come back to your culture, to your value, and from our tradition and culture, let's create restorative politics, rehabilitative politics.
Thank you. Professor, before you answer this question, if we could take one more question from the audience.
Maybe I have to convert it into English, even though I'm not good at English. So, one thing, I don't like also what the politicians in the majoritarian group are doing. And that is the most blunder thing we did. This goes for all African countries. They think that a system like presidential or all these things, or a system that depends on opposition and so on, that is a cause of our problem. We have to, politicians have to behave in the same way as those people whom they think are representing. So in the majoritarian system, politicians are acting in a different way than the people they represent. But the remedy for this is a consensus democracy. Nobody is excluded. So everybody there, when they meet in the parliament or when they perform their activities as executive members, they have to work together. So they cannot color if they are obligated to work together. This is the same as the Ethiopian tradition, any African countries, at least where I have visited and worked in. That is the best system. Why political parties are needed is just not to be loyal to the parties, for example. If I have to comment South Africa, for example. South Africa are the best system in Africa. And yet, there is one wrong thing. People cannot elect individual candidates. They elect party as a package. What I am suggesting here is election has to focus on the individuals.
Excuse me, Professor, if you could keep it short.
So that's the Ethiopian way, consensus is African way. As I started in my slide, I started a traditional style. So there is a lot. I will send you the slide.
Thank you very much, sir. We thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to working with you and looking at the slides. I'm sure many of you have questions, but I suggest you personally go to a professor and ask them later. We will now move to the next session. We are going to have an online guest who's going to join us from the Netherlands online to speak on the topic of Equal Trade Initiative. This person is the director of the Foundation of Africa in Motion, based in the Netherlands. AIM is aimed at increasing the impact of the African diaspora on sustainable economic development of their countries of origin. This person is also a fervent advocate of the economic independence of Africa. His movement, Share Equal Trade, is geared to mobilize and connect youth in Africa and Europe to reinvent a trade relationship that benefits both continents. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Max Coffey, who's going to be joining us online. Please give him a round of applause as he connects to this meeting. Thank you very much, Max, for joining us online today. I personally cannot wait to hear more about this initiative, the equal trade topic. Please take it away. I'll not take much of your time. Max, are you with us? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I first like to ask if I am good understandable, because I have some issue to understand what you are saying on the other side.
Max cannot hear us yet.
Can you hear me good? Just give a sign like this.
Can you hear us now, Max?
Yeah, can I go for?
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. I will not take any more time. Please take it away.
Yeah, I'm ready. If you can give me a sign that I can start, and I just go.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay. So thank you very much. I would have loved to be in Addis Ababa today, but I have few obligations. As you know, the Africa Day is also being celebrated in Europe. And next Saturday, I am invited to present this equal trade concept to a big conference in the Netherlands called Africa Day. First of all, I would like to thank I for the amazing work they have done to organize this summit. Like I said, I would really love to be there, but next time you can be sure of that, I will be next to you. Since yesterday, I'm listening to the different speakers, and what I've kept in mind, even in the summary this morning, was the issue of poverty in Africa. So maybe I will surprise you, but I want us to don't see the poverty as a problem. The poverty in Africa is the outcome of a system we should first identify and then fight. That's what we are doing from Africa in Motion. I am based in the Netherlands. I was born in Togo. My parents came from Guinea-Conakry, and I grew up in Congo. So I've been traveling a lot in Africa, and so analyzing the underlying reason of the poverty in Africa took us to the conclusion that poverty in Africa is related to the trade system that is imposed to Africa. Africa goes through 3 different steps. First, we get out of slavery. Fine. Secondly, we get out of colonization. But still, until today, we are not free when it comes to economic. So that's my fight. I have dedicated my life to this cause. We need to liberate Africa when it's come to economical issues. So I'm going to present you this concept today, shortly. Hope we will have discussion after this. Tell you what's the problem, how do we approach it, what can be the solution, and third, what we are doing at the right moment from Europe. We consider ourselves as African warriors based in Europe. We want to fight the system from inside Europe. And then in collaboration with African youth, I think we can change this system. Like I said, poverty in Africa is a paradox. There is no only one reason, logical reason for poverty in Africa. Nobody should convince you that Africa is poor. We are the richest continent on earth. There is no one country in the world that can compete with countries as Ethiopia, as Guinea, as Cameroon, or Congo. So we have everything in Africa, but underlying economic system that has been imposed to Africa since colonialism, it's still alive. And that's what we need to change. So the poverty in Africa, that's my request to Africa youth, to understand that it's a paradox. We shouldn't accept even the idea that Africa is poor. Nobody should say it from the African side. We are not poor, and we are going to change this system. As you can see, Africa is very rich. We have all kinds of minerals. We have all kinds of raw materials that are crucial for developed, so-called industrialized country. Without our raw materials, let's say coffee from Ethiopia, these people in Europe will stay in bed. They cannot wake up to go to work. So Africa cannot be named as poor. So please understand this and give it to the youth in Africa. Poverty is a paradox. The United Nations is ranking like Africa, we have the top 5 on the poorest country in the world. This is all joke because it's not true at all. If you take a country like Democratic Republic of Congo, which is the richest country on the world, and then they put it here like one of the poorest countries. So it's about the paradox, and this idea should be fight. We cannot fight it just by talking. We need to take action. And as I understood from the organization of this summit, this second day is for inspiration. But I want to go further than inspiration. We need to take action. Otherwise, in 2-3 centuries later, Africa will still remain the way it is now. Let's see a bit what are the consequences of poverty in Africa. We all know the massive unemployment, the brain drain of illegal migration. In the United Kingdom only, you can count about 25,000 medical doctors from Nigeria operating there. So Africa is not only losing raw materials, but we are also losing our human resources in the benefit of industrialized countries. And then the issue of illegal migration. Another consequence of poverty in Africa is political instabilities and conflicts. I will come back on it because there is a solution for this, and not true political, but what the other speaker was talking about, the consensus democracy. I think it is a very good approach, but I will detail it a bit later. Gender inequality is also a consequence of poverty in Africa. Child labor, human rights violation, deforestation, and climate change. These are all consequences of the fact that Africa is poor at this moment. What we are doing here in Europe is to make people aware that poverty in Africa is not only affecting Africa, but it affects Europe as well. They are all crying now about the migration crisis, the social cohesion. There is pressure on the social system and healthcare systems. The climate change, what's happened in Africa also affects Europe and the United States and further. Political populism in Europe. This week in the Netherlands, there are debates on the parliament, and a lot of politicians in the Dutch parliament are complaining about migration coming from Africa. They are predicting that millions of Africans are coming to Europe, and they should stop it. Security issues. But more than that, because of the situation, there are a lot of economic potential that are not being used. So Europe is also suffering from this, but someone needs to make them aware about it. And that is what we are doing. This equal trade certification, we want to start by raising one issue. One value chain is the one of the cocoa beans coming from Ghana and Nigeria especially. And the reason why we started the campaign with this value chain is because the Netherlands, where we are now, is the country who get 95% of cocoa beans coming from Ghana. It all arrives at the port of Amsterdam. This is to give you an idea about the distribution, the production of cocoa beans in the world. Africa is responsible for 77% of this production. And more than that, we have the best quality of cocoa beans. There are cocoa beans from Peru, from Bolivia, but when you compare the quality, it has nothing to do with the quality we have in Africa. We have the best quality. The same for the coffee from Ethiopia. No coffee from Peru or from South America can compete with the coffee coming from Ethiopia. And it can be applied to all other raw materials from Africa. Guinea is the producer of the best iron of the world. 99% pure iron we have. So this cacao bean value chain, we use it because we are now in the Netherlands, but the idea is to make people aware about all other raw materials coming from Africa. To give you an idea about the discrepancy in the distribution of wealth and the revenue, these are the predictions from the World Bank concerning the chocolate industry. At this moment, it's about 130 billion euro or dollar every year at the world level. When they make chocolate, they sell it, it brings 130 billions. Did you know that the government of Ghana, by selling the raw material, remain with $100 million, 100 millions. And the Netherlands only, who make semi-finished product from it, they make 20 billion euro every year. And this is since 60 years, it's already going on. So how can you compare a government staying with 100 million and the country where there is no one cacao tree, they are making 20 billions every year? The difference we should fight against. And that's all the idea beyond this equal trade concept, the certification. So in 2028, this cocoa beans, this is only one raw material from Africa. Europe, America, China will benefit for an amount of 418 or 19 billion euro. We cannot accept this longer. We should stand up and fight against this system. This is the reason of poverty in Africa. So let me go on. Let me show you the income of African cocoa farmers from Ghana. We have made a research with the University of Wageningen. This is what an African farmers get at the end of the day. 48 cents, 69 cents euro, even not €1, $1 or less a day. That's what they are getting, while the industry is making 130 billion every year. So this is not equal, and we cannot accept this longer. So there is nothing fair in what they call at this moment fair trade. You all know it. We have coffee from Ethiopia. They call it fair trade because they pay a little bit more to the farmer. I was in Norway 2 months ago. I had a coffee in a cafe from Ethiopia. I had to pay 10 euro for it, which is almost 600 beer, Ethiopian beer. I don't know how much a cup of coffee costs in Addis Ababa, but I believe it's not 600 beer. So this is a difference. And they call it fair trade because the farmers in Ethiopia are getting a bit more money. But the benefit at the end of the value chain is too much. So there was a last report from the Fair Trade Foundation themselves and Mondelez International, and they conclude that the solution that they are bringing is not even addressing the scope of this problem. So Europe themselves, they know fair trade is not working, but the solution will not come from them because they are benefiting from this system. So we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use when we create them. We have accepted this imposed trade system. If we continue like this, we can look for different solutions for youth employment in Africa. We can look for solutions for gender inequality. We can look for solutions for political instability. But until we don't get our money back, Africa will remain with all these problems. And that's the reason why we are starting this campaign. So we need to move forward. We have this corporate social responsibility story, but all they are targeting is to have higher yields and get more raw materials. Fair trade is the same. They're talking about having higher farm gates for prices for farmers, fine, but that doesn't change the problem. Our solution is the equal trade certification in which African farmers or African states become shareholder of manufacturer, processing companies and retailers. So we have the raw material. You have the industry to process it, fine. When you process the raw material, you have the final product, you put it on the market, that money should be divided between Europe, America, or China with Africa. That's what we call equal trade. So the 20 billions made in the Netherlands from cocoa beans from Ghana should be redistributed with Africa. At least 10 billion should go back to Africa. The same for the coffee from Ethiopia. A cup of coffee will cost like 10 euro. Ethiopia should get at least 4 or 5 euro back from that cup of coffee. This is what we call equal trade. It will be difficult to implement, but we should start fighting for this. This is the principle. So companies will be certified for awarding farmers of state a percentage of the profit made of their resources because it's our resources. There is no one cocoa tree in Europe, and there will never be a cocoa tree in Europe. It's impossible. There will never be a coffee tree in the Netherlands or in Norway. So it's our product, so we need to ask for recompensation. And there are 3 levels where we can ask this money back. First, the trading and processing into intermediate product, like I give you the example of the Netherlands. Manufacturing into end products, and even at retail level, like this cup of coffee I bought in a restaurant, a part of that money should go back to Africa. And then we base the calculation on the company earnings every year, over the year. So this is the principle. And what we also need to do together is to rethink like the trade of African raw materials and natural resources. So first thing we should try to reach is to abolish this supplier-buyer relationship, because this is the system imposed to Africa, telling us this is the price of your product. Our one product, the price of those products has been defined outside of Africa. And until we have this relationship, it's a strategy. We think in Africa, if we raise the price, we will get more money. That is impossible. You cannot raise the price of coffee from Ethiopia for this price of coffee they are selling in Europe. You will get in problem. And if African governments start talking like this, they are able to destabilize you. That's why we need to conduct, that's why I'm addressing to the African youth. We need to be millions of people talking about this. And not only in Africa, but also in Europe. This is why I am in this country. This is why we are trying to mobilize European youth themselves to ask for this change. The second change we could do, mostly when you talk about this situation, you say we have raw materials, but we don't process. Normal first answer you get from people, they say, yeah, but you should process this product in Africa, which is almost impossible because we don't have the money for it. And the World Bank had already agreement with African countries to do not invest in industrialization. That's why we are obliged to look for foreign investment. So we don't need to go through an intensive linear industrialization. We can switch directly to bio-based industry in Africa with the money we are going to get back from this equal trade certification. The bio-based industry, I can give you one example for you to understand. We can process waste from banana trees. We can process waste from maize into bioplastic. The knowledge is already available. And bioplastic is more expensive today than diamonds. So these are the way we can create millions of jobs in Africa by switching into a circular industry. And it's possible in Africa to go directly to that. We have done the same thing when it was about mobile phones. Africa is the first continent where people made a switch to fixed phones to mobile phones. So when it comes to industrialization, we shouldn't make the same mistake. We shouldn't copy what is in Europe because they are trying to change it at this moment. It's very polluting. So we can go to a cleaner industry directly and produce product that will be more expensive, far more expensive than coffee and cocoa. In this equal trade negotiation, African government should ask for something like 40%. Multinationals that are processing our raw material, we ask them 40% of the money back. So they keep 40% and 20% is for their own cost because they have the industry. This could be a start of the negotiation. We shouldn't enter this negotiation without having our own conditions. So this is something we could do. And the most important, and that is what reached to the consensus democracy, the most important in Africa is to share and redistribute the money among all the population without regard to the ethnic origin, without regard to your religion, without regard to your gender. Every African citizen deserves this because the raw material are for the people. And if we apply this system, it could solve a lot of problems. The reason why we are saying that it's possible to eradicate poverty from Africa is when we will apply this equal trade certification to all raw materials from Africa. And every African country has enough raw material. So we should strive, when we talk about African Union, this should be something we all stand up together to ask for it. So applying this equal trade to all raw material from Africa could help eradicate poverty from Africa. And not once, but forever. Because one more time, Africans don't deserve poverty. We shouldn't accept it anymore. So this is where we come to the consensus democracy. I really liked the approach, but I was thinking we need to have a pillar around this concept of consensus democracy. The main pillar should be like equal redistribution of the revenue among all citizens. This is the way we are going to fight against ethnical and religious conflict, political instability, unemployment, extreme poverty, brain drain, and human rights violation. You cannot go today to Australia or Sweden and ask a young Swede or a young Australian to take weapons to enter a rebellion. They will laugh on you because they don't have any reason to do that. But poverty gives the opportunity to our young people to enter this kind of movement. When we talk about terrorism in Africa, you can relate it for 90% to poverty. It's not because of religion. So this is the last part of my presentation. What we are doing, so this is the concept, but what we are doing, we have started campaigning about this equal trade concept, certification. So we have started the campaign 2 months ago in the Netherlands, but we are targeting all countries in the European Union and all 54 countries in Africa. It is where we are talking about connecting youth from Africa and Europe to demand a change. We need a new trade relationship between Africa and the rest of the world. And not only Europe, not only the United States of America, but also China. We should renegotiate all agreement we have with them by asking for this equal trade. So we have started the campaign in the Netherlands, and these are our target groups. This is the banner we use when we go somewhere. We need to bring it in the soft way in Europe. So we say trade justice to reduce inequality. It's like SDG 10. Oh, then they listen. So, but if we told them we want a revolution in the trade system, they will say, no, we don't want that. But this is the way we are bringing it. So you can see here the division of, these are the revenue in the cacao value chain. Africa gets just this small part of it. These are our target groups for the campaign. We are targeting in Europe all the European Union countries, so university students and high school students, civil societies organization, NGOs talking about helping Africa, knowledge institutions, experts and academics, parliament members, because the politics should be involved in it. And to do that strategically, we are going to youth leagues of each political party in this country. We are talking to them, we are making them aware about the system, which is now. And of course, companies, and most important are the media. So what we are planning to do, and that's why I'm happy to be here today, I hope the African youth will get this concept and join us. We are targeting to conduct this campaign in all Africa, North, West, Central, East, South. Today we are talking to Addis Ababa. And in my vision, Addis Ababa will be the capital of the United States of Africa. It's a sign that we have today the African Union based in Addis Ababa, but that is not the future. the future will be when Addis Ababa will be officially the capital of the United States of Africa. So, but that is another story for another conference. We can talk about it. So these are our target groups. The idea is to create awareness in this year, 2022, in Europe. We are now based in the Netherlands. We have teams in Italy. We have teams in Germany. And we recently start in Norway. So we are targeting all Europe. And through this conference, through this summit, I'm addressing to the African youth to join the movement. It's very important for us to do this together. So I hope you can see this QR code, and with your phone, maybe you can scan it and you can see the campaign, the landing page on the website. I hope it's possible. Otherwise, you can also join the movement. We have a registration form on the website. You can follow us on Instagram. It would be very good to have followers from Africa, but we are coming anyhow, anyway, to Africa. We need to mobilize the youth in Africa to stand up for this. And that's to end up my presentation. This is my message to the African youth, the activists who are fighting at this moment for change in Africa. It's really time to understand that we need to make a switch to the equal trade certification. If we don't solve this problem of unequal trade system between Africa and the rest of the world, it will be very difficult to reach our goals. So please, I'm asking you, try to understand this and switch your struggle, your effort should be focused on something that will deliver result. At this moment, the most youth organization in Africa are talking about good governance, about democracy. But if I become president tomorrow of Ethiopia, I won't change the poverty in Ethiopia because the underlying system is still there. So democracy is very good, but to be honest, I don't see democracy as a solution for this moment for African problems. The solution at this moment is to try to get our money back. And with this money, we could invest in new industrialization. We could invest in creating millions of jobs. We could invest in stopping political instability. And most important is to think about that every African from his birth is honored and have shares in all raw materials coming from the country and being put on the world market. So that was my message to you. I hope it has been clear. If you have questions, please, let's communicate. And I really appreciate I've been here today to talk about this equal trade movement we are starting. And I hope you will join the movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Max, for that insightful presentation. So sustainable trade and investment is a key issue these days, and that is indeed the solution for our continent. Working on industrial crops such as cocoa indeed is very interesting because that also feeds into climate change as it's reforestation kind of crop. So I think we are all passionate towards working on the trade deficit the continent faces. So thank you very much for this. And since everybody is looking a bit hungry, we will take a few questions only. So we have the first question from the ladies' side. Ushers, if I could have your assistance, please. Hold on, please. We will give the first chance to Professor Mamo, and then we will move to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has he left or is he there?
No, he's still there.
No, I want to ask him an important question.
Go on, please.
Our TEF is now now growing in America, in Europe, in the Netherlands, in South Africa, Bloemfontein. Can I just say to you, the intellectual property of our TEF is stolen by the Dutch. He is from the Netherlands. I like you to do this. We will be very happy to also support you. They need to pay huge reparation for all the theft they have done to us. I'm really angry with them, what they have done. They should not do that now. The other one is on coffee. Starbucks. Always, if you go all over the world and you go to Starbucks, what you see is their brand is Ethiopian coffee. They have become billionaires. Ethiopia has nothing. We must also ask Starbucks to pay huge billions to Ethiopia. All right? Now, let me just finish. Very, very important. I must say this to you. There's a book written by a Spanish professor. His name is Gerald Kaplan. He wrote it in 2007. The book is called Africa is Betrayed. Let me just tell you what he said. In 2012, the last year of recorded data, poor countries received a total of 1.3 trillion US dollars, including aid, investment, and income from abroad. But the same year, some 3.3 trillion flowed out of them. In other words, developing countries sent 2 trillion more to the rest of the world than they received. Since 1980, these net outflows add up, he says, to a staggering total of 16.13 trillion. That's how much money has been bled out of the global south, including Africa, in the past decade. Add in the massive corruption enabled by Western interests, plus the violent coups and conflicts that Western interests facilitated, there is only one conclusion. Rich countries aren't developing poor countries. Poor countries are developing rich ones. This is Gerald Kaplan, a white man who wrote the book, Africa is Betrayed. I wish I get a chance to tell you, sincerely speaking, I'm angry, genuinely unhappy with the way over 6 times more resources flow out of Africa. My own very good friend, the president of from South Africa, he's very, very nice to me, and also to Ethiopia. He says he's always Ethiopian. Yeah? He wrote on illicit financial flows. And another Irish professor also wrote on it. He says 70 billion every year goes out of Africa. Africa is a donator. Africa is not being donated. 6 times more resources flow out of Africa every year. All this stealing is happening. Our own leaders are involved. Our politicians are corrupt. There is no doubt about that. We need to be, I like you not to love money, but I don't like Africa to be stolen. Huge amount of resources we have. We are the richest continent in this planet. We can give to the rest of the world, but they should not take it from us and say we are giving you when they are taking it from us. We are stolen all the time. And our Ethiopia also, we have everything. Trust me, the sky is the limit. All of you could be millionaires if I get a chance to run this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question.
Just a second. It's related to the patent. So, U.S. grows TEF extensively. So what was the deal with the U.S.? Because since you were talking about the Netherlands, excuse my lack of knowledge, so I don't know what the deal with the U.S. But in Idaho, it's grown extensively. I can order it from my apartment, like the brown TEF and the ivory and the flour and all that. So it's really so that what is the deal? I don't know. I don't have any idea about the deal with the U.S. since it's grown extensively in Idaho, and they sell it extensively. So just if you can
All the Netherlands did, they start growing teff. Then he said, the people that are, the company that is doing it, they say they want the intellectual property. So they applied and they got it. But the fact is that teff came not from them. It came from us. But they did not say Ethiopia should have the right. In fact, a German criticized them and he took them to court. He did not win. For some reason, they were able to manipulate these intellectual property controllers, and the German lost. The German want to support us, to support Ethiopia, and he lost too. On our side, I don't see anything from our side. Our government, or even all of us, should be very active and really do things like that. Maybe this brother, I don't know, he's in the Netherlands. And then I have another brother, Malaku, he's also in the Netherlands. But I think we should do something. We cannot allow this, no. Why? The US also is also, TEF is growing in the US, of course. What exactly? No.
Excuse me, I must interrupt.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We have to move to other questions, and Max is waiting to answer
yes.
the questions.
I'll discuss with her later.
Please.
Thank you. Yeah.
If Max is still here with us, I think before he gets to answer this question, we will take one more question from the lady over there, and then we will conclude. Please deliver the mic to that lady over there.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a very nice presentation, Dr. Max. So I have two questions for you. The case of equal trade certification is beyond the question of economic freedom for Africa. It is more of the question of African citizens' rights. There is an organization in Ethiopia which is initiated some years ago, and it's working to keep the Ethiopian citizens' right. It's already mentioned by Professor. We have intellectual properties like teff, coffee, and other natural resources, but we are not the beneficiaries as the owners. So my question is, how can Africans make the authentication of these natural resources? And the second question, can you join the the organization is called oneness. It's working to secure just to answer the Ethiopian citizens' right regarding these natural resources. So I'm asking Mr. Kofi if he is interested to join this organization, and if we can develop it into Africa level, like just to keep Africans' citizens' rights. This is not only about economic freedom. It is beyond economic freedom. It's about our citizen. It's about our right to secure or to possess our natural resources. So how can to authenticate these natural other raw materials, as mentioned by Mr. Kofi, and please join the oneness movement or organization, and let's develop it to Africa level. This is my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will now move to the responses by Max. If you have heard the questions, well, please go on and respond to these questions.
I have a problem with the sound. I can't understand well the question. So maybe you could write it in the chat. I can answer it better then. Just summarize your question in the chat, please, because I can't get it good. I can't understand it, yes.
Okay, we will send the questions through the chat box. Please wait.
Yeah. Yes, it is also a very interesting question. Like I show you in the target groups, we have African academics, and we should have a kind of research system and follow up how to track our raw materials. So by doing that, we can exactly know this is a coffee from Ethiopia, and at our side, from the European sides or in the United States, we can do the same and make a research and see where these products are ending. So it's about setting up an all tracking system, and that is where the government could also assist us, because we have Ministry of Economy, we have experts working there, and then we collaborate also with the students from Europe or universities, and to have this value chain really tracked. So it's already happening when it comes to fair trade system. They are able to track product, where it's from and where is it ending. So this is the way we should do it. I think it's the answer of your question. If you have any doubt, you can re-ask the question.
Thank you very much, Max, for your response. I think if anybody has further questions, you can reach out to Max. Before we bid farewell to Max, I would like to compliment him for his efforts because it's a very interesting work that you are doing, and it is all for the continent. So I think you deserve a thank you from us. So I would like to ask everybody to put your hands together for the work that Max is doing.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Max, for having joined us this afternoon, and hopefully we will see you soon. And I invite everybody to follow him on Instagram and join his campaign. Thank you, and have a good day, Max. So before we move to our lunch break, I would like to give you a highlight about the afternoon and what you can expect. So for the afternoon sessions, we will have a panel discussion on unemployment and migration. We will also speak about climate impacts on agriculture and food supply. This will be followed by biodiversity, conservation for climate resilience response. We will have very interesting panelists and speakers on these topics. So I would like to invite all of you to be on time. The lunch will be finished at 14:30 or 2:30 p.m. So please make sure you come back to the meeting room on time. And also, I would like to inform dear participants that your certificates will be given out to you this afternoon. So please make sure to come back for the afternoon sessions. And please be informed that today will conclude the conference. The Pan-African Youth Summit will be concluded this afternoon. And tomorrow will be followed by a city tour for VIPs and selected personnel only. So please be reminded of that. And thank you very much for your perfect participation this morning, your attention, and please go and have some lunch. Thank you.
You be on my mind, shawty. Let me follow my honey, kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone.
Exclusive from DJ.
Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't talk alone. Oh no, no. Emiliano, no. Emiliano, no. You're Emiliano, no. My real life.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
Like I know I see beat for real life, for real life. In my condo, loving up your body in fast and slow mo. If I hit you, it's my combo. Can you never ever let me go? Dancing kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, that's the way my cellular. I don't go low. I don't drink any time like this. I don't drink anything like this. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. Girl, if you're done with me, oh baby, go just set me free. Cause I don't do grace like this. For your love, I dey lose my senses. Fly high like this. I don't drink anything I see. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. Girl, if you're done with me, oh baby, go just set me free. Cause I don't do grace like this. For your love, I dey lose my senses. Fat boy like me, fat boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no call me water. Make you no call me. Put down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad, if I do you bad, no, don't call me water. Put down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad, if I do you bad, no, don't call me water.
Oh, this is Superstar DJ Calvin.
When I call, you no pick. When I text, you go read and delete. I know be good, don't know. I know if sabi everything you dey think. You dey call me your boyfriend. Oh, I still dey pay for the sex every night. You don't need to say too much. I already know you don't love me much. Fine boy like me, fine boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no call me water. Make you no call me. Put down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad, if I do you bad, don't call me water. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad.
Man, looking good in the air. Bad man, to the bar. On the right spot. Bad man, stay kind now. Bad man, looking good in the air. Bad man, to the bar. The right spot. Bad man, stay
DJ Calvin on the mix.
You tell me we got one to spend the rest of my life with you. This ain't no shit. We for a day, then we fly back home. And we get up, we get fight. And we're not coming up home. She confess. Nobody like me. She confess. I never digress. She wanna play with me. She wanna get bad with me. Man, looking good in the air. Okay. Bad man, good at all. Pop the right one. Bad man, sweet I know. Bad man, looking good in the air. Bad man, good at all. Pop the right one. Bad man, sweet I know. What do you guys about with baby? Never digress. You want to stay with me, she wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man good at all. Bad man top of the right one. Bad man sweet I know.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
Oh my God, this DJ Calvin on the mix.
My best friend, I give you my last guy, you spend everything I do, I under 50, when you love me, under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, understand. All of my fans are busy for them. I don't mind, I pick it content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, got your reason. Where they give you tip to make you leave me. Thunder, fire, got your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, friend. Give you my last card, friend. I show you my best friend, friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, friend. Show you my best friend, friend. I give you my last card, friend. Everything I
do. The last time that I checked. Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
My girl, the last time that I checked. See, nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. It's so cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want it, cause I'm going play. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know they hate on no brother. Me, I just want live for some kind places. I don't want no wahala. It's so good and sad. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Me no say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Do you get me? Nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river.
Even when I travel overseas, yeah. Well, I don't mean to brag, my vibe is okay. Say they love me globally. You want me horizontally. Nobody like me is freaking fantastic. This nigga in the middle of a crisis. If fall in love, you don't know what the price is. I want it over the end. It's a dirty December. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad, so bad. She look like whatever, but she give me wahala. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad, so bad.
Why you dey give me mixed signals? Know like you got that ring on your finger. Even if you don't want to end it, but you know I got the energy to enjoy you. The kind of woman every man desire.
Oh Lord!
And she go, she dey quench my fire. Oh yeah, auntie, but me, what you like, but me, into your thing. You know me nobody. Oh yeah, wait and see. You know me nobody. Oh yeah, wait and see. Yeah, auntie, but me, what you like, but me, into your thing. You know me nobody. Oh yeah, wait and see. You know me nobody. Oh yeah, wait and see. Yeah.
She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad, so bad. You look like whatever, but she give me wahala. She leave me on, so bad, so bad, now she gone, so bad, so bad. You look like whatever, but she give me wahala.
Let me rock your body to the song, let's make love to my song. I give you my heart, oh, with extra love, It be true love, I be see when I look in your eyes, You know you want me, but you can do shakara.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling, dance all queen. Let me give you loving like an African king. You know what I mean? Fresh and clean. Body sweeter than a J down tangerine. You know I like that, I like that. If they touch you, I gon' fight back. Feeling like I'm on a right track. And nobody fit carry your matter the way you carry your matter, baby. I've been around the world 360, but I keep falling in love like me tipsy. I'ma send you flowers on the weekly. Might be gone till November. I'll be right back quickly for you.
You know you want me, but you didn't do shakara.
I feel blessed, I got zero stress.
Hallelujah, me I know I do that. But she really me that I do. I'm a rip, you're spinning me crocodile. They are ready now. They are go slow. I be now. When I die, now you go green. Let go. Somebody come me the doctor. I think that I am in love, and I'm begging now. She know they are, go slow, I be now. When I don't die, now you go breathe, let go. She shutting me up, she giving me styles, different head styles, she be my papa. She doing her eyes, she making a sound, she casting a spell,
I feel like I have been gassed, I'm intoxicated, like I am a drug. Was a good boy, but she turned me bad. Got me doing things that I never planned it. The other day she be up on me, bully. Then we had sex, we been so unholy. We been having wild times for sure. It's not safe, but I want it. Anytime when you do me that, any dance, you can make me mad. I'm a kid, I don't understand. But you know, say, you do what I do, they call a fan. No.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
Somebody call me the This guy don't give me my heart. Go.
And I'm begging her, she know they are, we go slow, happy now. When I thought that, now you go green, let go. She shutting me up, she giving me styles, different styles. She giving me Bobby styles, different styles. She giving me Bobby. She doing her art, she making me styles, different styles. She giving me Bobby. She doing her art, she making me styles, different styles. She giving me Bobby.
Oh Lord!
Oh Lord! Sexy snaps me out, beating like a rap chat. Cause in my quality bed, quality rest is rest I shot for you. Me ready shoot my shots and you. Moving for your private story. Let me see you in your full glory. Anything I want, you show me. She did finish work, she did go in. No man can ever clone me. I'm the realest, she knows me. Fulfill all that you told me. I'ma finish work, baby, go in. Yeah, you been on my mind lately. We won't forget, boom boom now. Yeah, you been on my mind lately. Forget, boom boom now. You want to see you soon. You should be here by noon. Come catch my cruise. We want to see you move. All I need is you. Baby, stay in my room. Yeah, good girl. Send these tricks to me. 24 hours delete. Automatically. Can't leave. What have you do for your love? You know me gonna make your boom boom what I loved. And when you see me, you be starstruck, baby. Starstruck, yeah. Looking for your private story. Let me see you in your full glory. Anything I want, you show me. She did finish work, she did go in. 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 Okay.
I can no more pretend. Just got on my defense. They do things for the end. Swear you go like me. Can I be your man? Bad friend with no relent. Doing all the things you like. My temperature rising. You be my queen, I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. You be my sugar, I don't need no juice. Baby, loving you is a must, yeah. What have I done, girl, I have no clue. From a distance, girl, I'm feeling good. Steady on the grind, I've been making moves. Cause I want to satisfy you, yeah. Cause you my medicine, girl. Cause you my remedy, oh. When you wake up for money, I go there by your side. Oh baby, oh my baby, oh my baby. Girl, we can never go wrong. Me no go use your body blow. No go use your do test wrong. But me I no go do town. You know with your heart, you know. Nobody else can take your throne. Whenever you need, call my phone. I'll be your Superman. Be my queen, I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. Be my sugar, I don't need no juice. Baby, loving you is a need no juice. Baby, loving you is a need no juice. Baby, loving you is a need no juice.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
Oh Lord,
It's always more fine. I do that bad. You know better than. I do that bad. They go happy. Oh, I breathe like
oh Lord.
It's just from DJ Calvin. Don't touch that guy.
body, how we bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Hey, bounce your body, how we bounce you out. I'm on no scream, no to shout. Hey, no loud them, no loud them. She wants a gangster in a bed tonight. She wants me, I know. And man, a full ground me a day tonight. She a calling my phone. Oh, she say when it's so unruly. Tell me the main reason you want me. The man with a ED. Curious girl, she got questions for Siri. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy, you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread the out two legs slightly. Oh, mama spread them so widely. Caribbean guy won't die for me. She have to die for me, yeah, yeah. Bounce your body, how we bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body, how we bounce you out. I'm on no scream, no to shout. Yeah, no loud them, no loud them. Ninja boy, me not fear nothing. Me, I'm like money and they smell like mint. Skin I come for you every day flaunting. Yoruba kimono they knock anything. Burning the midnight with a Rizla. And I pack me rifle just to ease a Gina. Better quickly stop the teaser. Give what belongs to Caesar, to Caesar. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy you drive me. Girl, put it on the nice. You know I will have in this guy, that's right. You know I will have in this guy, that's right.
I think you do me. You want me not to another, we're not there. Only me, like only me, yeah. I don't know if I don't think you do. But in there I know what I want from me. I don't know if I don't think you do. But in there I know what I want from me. Like me. You do my part of me. You got to sweat on me. And you be my enemy. Not the easy. You're not a fool. Why you call me so? Why you call me so baby? Not the easy. 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 I don't know if it's bad, but I don't think it's me. I know what's up, I want to come.
For this party, see their fine. For this party, see their fine face and their fine shape. If you meet somebody, Maya, until they carry out like fire. Anything where they want require. I'm gonna buy me no go tire. Cause what they carry for body, no be shana. If you meet somebody, wire, answer. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
Supposed to on the beat, that nigga na me body, that nigga do the beat, right now make you the beat. All the killing for my head, now they feel the heat. Right now, they want to wind down for me. Right now, they want to bust down for me. Right now, they want to go on the low, go on the low, go on the low. They want to go on the low. The baby tell me say that she wants me. She no come for the money, she come for the body. Oh la la. The killer tell me say that she need me. She no come for the money, yeah. Mama she come for the body, yeah. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low. They want to give me on the low. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the I no fit wait for you, make I see my baby. But she dey bust my head, oh no no. She dey make me dey craze. Every day when I wake up every morning, I want to see your face. Baby, what's your name? Call all your friends, make them come chop. Oh, I get the money I go spend on you. Every motor I go buy for you. Every goodie I go give to you. For your mother I go cash bomb, baby. Baby, no dey fuck up, yeah. Baby, come with your bomb shot, yeah. Maybe they fall. They want to give me on the low, give me on the low, give me on the low, low. They want to give me on the low, they want to give me on the low.
I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah, yeah. I find you, I gave you all you needing. I know what you like. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body.
Say, I made it mess up my mind. And I made it make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be like. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go stroking your body, baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Girl, you want it to me. I just wanna let you know.
DJ Calvin on the mix.
You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. I prayed for this moment. I would be by your side. And I don't wanna forget those lonely nights. Ooh, so tell me that you gon' ride with me. Oh Lord, tell me that you never lie to me. I just wanna make you proud of me. Want you loving every side of me. I love the rhythm of your heartbeat. The way you pushing up on me. I can tell that you want me. Let me show you how it's gon' be. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you can hold my body. Only you can hold my body. You don't need no other body. Hey baby, everybody's the same. No one loves you like that. No one wants you the same way. Up till the morning, I want the love of your love. I just wanna get you to say. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle light. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill, them no fit kill, them no fit kill my wise man said, follow the stars. Yeah, you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. But you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. When my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go to see my rhythm flow like a river. If you get sour, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my lead. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle light. You know I'm just that type. No, there's nothing kill my vibe. There's nothing kill my vibe. You know fit kill, you know fit kill, you know fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray till you regain your faith.
All you do is try, all you do is try. Okay. You don't even know the kind of things. But you try to tell me all these things. Give me some time and peace. I'ma need space some days. And I'm just trying to do my thing. And I'm just trying to get my way. You need someone to deceive. And you're trying to think that I'm the one for you. What don't you see? You're not everything. And I know you're not the one for me. Crazy things are happening. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody's grace, you fit up somebody's grace. Crazy things are happening. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody's grace, you fit up somebody's grace. Try. I just want to turn my back tonight. So I make it seem. I just want to turn my back tonight. Oh, you know me well. And you try to tell. Ooh, you try to make me run insane. But you know I'm not the same. I just think I can do that. Crazy things are happening. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody grace, crazy things are happening. If you need somebody grace, crazy things are happening. If you need somebody.
My mind there for you. My heart beats for you.
It's Mika E on the beat.
Oi, this one na Sara. The beat is tana. It go make you manya. Ines is in manya. Oh yeah, make you ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah. Everybody ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah. This one na Sara. The beat is tana. It go make you manya. Ines is in manya. This is for people with chalacha, oi. People with kalaka, oi. Yeah, nandi walanya, oi. Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Kenya, Rwanda and Tanzania. Don't go Cameroon, Niger, Ghana, Southern Sudan. Oh yeah, make you ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah. Everybody ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah. One Sara le. wanna die, yo. If you dance some easy, make you no fight, oh. Hey, you go forget your sorrow. Makachuku, you go buy and play for your moto. Oh, hey, hey, this one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha. Hey, people with kalaka. Hey, Nandi walanya. Hey, Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Zambia, Uganda, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Burundi, also Benin Republic. Hey, oh yeah, make you ricotta, ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta, ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Sara Sara le, mama Africa, Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, my name is Professor Sara Sara le, fly from mama Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Ukona Sara Sara le, ndi bonine Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah.
J'ai fait partir le coupé, oh. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou, oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata, oh. On dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou, oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata, oh. Dimanche matin et coco, on frappe à ma porte, oh. À ma grande surprise, oh, c'est la go en tout, je vois, oh. Assemblage, j'ai dit, oh, y'a longtemps, c'est plus revu, oh. Elle veut me mentir, oh, elle dit, chérie, j'avais voyagé, oh. Je suis de retour, oh. Je t'appartiens, oh. Prends-moi cadeau, oh. Fais ce que tu veux, oh. Mais on dit, premier gaou n'est pas gaou, oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata, oh. Je dis, chérie, coco, qu'est-ce que tu veux manger, oh. Ça même hésité, oh. Elle me dit poulet braisé, oh. Putain, on te dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou, oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata, oh. Je dis chérie coco, c'est poulet tu veux manger, oh. Poulet est trop petit, oh. Ça peut pas te rassasier, oh. C'est caïman braisé, oh. Je vais te donner, oh. Les genoux d'éléphant, oh. Tu vas manger, oh. Nangere, nangere.
premier gaou n'est pas gaou. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyatao. On dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyatao.
ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh Africa, Parigula Baraja Visa de Sorola, Mbakawala Yewala Malilela, la Guinée, le Gabon, Sénégal, le Bénin, Yaoundé, oh quel beau pays. Africa, oh
Africa, 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 Africa,
Africa,
Africa, Africa, Africa.
C'est sans façon, bosser beaucoup, manger beaucoup. Oh Africa, c'est ça sans faux, manger beaucoup, danser beaucoup. Oh Africa, Amérique ou la barrage à visa de Sorola, Mbakewala Yewala Bendela Leve, Johannesburg, Zimbabwe, Botswana, le Ghana, Éthiopie, oh quel beau pays. Africa,
Africa, Africa, Africa, Africa,
Africa,
Africa, Africa.
Africa,
one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. This one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha, hey. People with kalaka, hey. Nandi walanya, hey. Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Kenya, Rwanda and Tanzania, Togo, Cameroon, Niger, Ghana, Southern Sudan. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Sara Sara le, mama Africa Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oi, this one not die, yo. If you dance some easy, make you no fight, oh. Oi, you go forget your sorrow. Makachuku, you go buy and play for your moto. Oh, hey, hey. This one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha, hey. People with kalaka, hey. Nandi walanya, hey. Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Zambia, Uganda, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Burundi, also Benin Republic, hey. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Sara Sara le, mama Africa Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, my name is for Sara Sara le. Fly from mama Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Ukona Sara Sara le, ndi bonine Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah.
It's Mika E on the beat.
Oi, this one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. This one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha, hey. People with kalaka, hey. Nandi walanya, hey. Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Kenya, Rwanda and Tanzania, Togo, Cameroon, Niger, Ghana, Southern Sudan. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah. dance am easy, make you no fight, oh. Hey, you go forget your sorrow. Makachuku, you go buy and play for your moto. Oh, hey, hey, this one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. You go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha. Hey, people with kalaka. Hey, yeah, nandi walanya. Hey, nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Zambia, Uganda, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Burundi, also Benin Republic. Hey, oh yeah, make you ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Sara Sara le, mama Africa, Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, my name is for Sara Sara le, fly from mama Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Ukona Sara Sara le, ndi bonine Sara Sara le, make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah.
Savais chanter un peu haut. J'ai fait ma cassette haut, on peut voir la télé haut. Matin, midi, soir, c'est moi qui chante à la radio. Quand tu as vu ça, tu le cas où à penser haut. Attends, je vais partir le couper haut. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata haut. On dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou. Deuxième gaou qui est nyatao. Dimanche matin et coco, on frappe à ma porte. À ma grande surprise, oh, c'est la go en tout, je vois. Oh. Assemblage, j'ai dit, oh, y'a longtemps, c'est plus revu. Oh. Elle veut me mentir, oh, elle dit, chérie, j'avais voyagé. Oh. Je suis de retour, oh. Je t'appartiens. Oh. Prends-moi cadeau, oh. Fais ce que tu veux. Oh. Mais on dit, premier gaou n'est pas gaou. J'ai dit chérie Coco, qu'est-ce que tu veux manger oh? Ça même hésité oh. Elle me dit poulet braisé oh. Putain on te dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. J'ai dit chérie Coco, c'est poulet tu veux manger oh. Poulet est trop petit oh. Ça fait pas de rassasier oh. C'est caïma braisé oh. Je vais te donner oh. Les genoux d'éléphant, oh, tu vas manger, oh, nangere, nangere, wa, nangere, nangere, wa. Elle est fâchée, elle dit, elle s'en va à la maison, oh. Si elle va à la maison, population va me tuer, oh. Je lui ai demandé pardon, et elle a accepté, oh. À un moment donné, elle a tout gâté, oh. Elle est quittée dans le poulet, elle s'en va dans le logo. C'est pas compliqué, oh. C'est plantation de bananes, oh. Tu vas griller, oh. Au lieu de fourchette, oh. Ça fait pas bien piquer, oh. C'est avec plateau, oh. Tu vas manger, oh. Nangere, nangere, wa. Nangere, nangere, wa. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou, oh. nyata o. On dit premier kaou n'est pas kaou. C'est deuxième kaou qui est nyata o.
Ici ou d'ailleurs, nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique. Même si le ciel tombait, luttons pour la paix. Kon jamu Africa, mom lay ñaan. Mané jamu Africa, moy suñu natangue. Yomine kabitim rew man mi lo man lay ñaan ak lo ko man da am ak lo ko man ci mel bul faté Africa ici ou ailleurs la
Good afternoon, everyone. Those of you who are still standing by the door, I would like for everyone and also the ushers to invite everyone to come back to the hall. I'm going to call out a plate number so that the car owner can go and make a way. Plate number 7700 Addis Ababa. Please go and check for your car. Okay, I think it's very good to start our day. I've been part of this summit starting from yesterday. For those of you who haven't seen me, I was the MC for the afternoon session yesterday. My name is Etenesh. You can call me Etu for non-Ethiopians to make it easy. I will be leading the rest of today's amazing session, which is also the closing of the summit. And I'm very excited to hear about the programs because the speakers are really people that have been motivating us starting from yesterday. And there are also few new faces, which I know through social media, which I've been really keen to learn from them as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. Welcome to the Pan-African Youth Summit 2022, once again. Let's kick off our afternoon session with a very interesting panel discussion, which is entitled Unemployment and Migration, What Not to Do. We have heard a lot of to-dos, right? We know a lot of to-do lists, but this panel discussion is going to tell us more about what not to do. I would like to invite Bahavish, who is going to be the moderator for this panel, and he will also going to introduce the rest of the panelists. Bahavish, family known as the People CEO, who builds people, teams, ensures organizational success. He mentored more than 250 African graduates and more than 1,000 Indian graduates. Many of them are successful leaders. Homegrown African professional, his leader is his motto. Currently, he's the business head, managing director, board member of Ethiopian Steel PLC. Safal Group, which is found in 8 different countries in Africa. An MBA with 24 years of corporate senior leadership experience in HR, human resource, and as an academic director of MBA Institute, GFIMSA, Jamnagar. Key highlights, he has global certifications, global conference speakers, which includes Washington, D.C., Johannesburg, Nairobi, and Dar es Salaam, Mumbai as well. He's also a board director, subject matter expert on HR and training. Corporate awards, he has been a judge, assessor, a leadership coach, top-notch facilitator, and a trainer. He's such a resourceful person. I heard that he came to our continent, Africa, with his beloved wife, Lovely, and also his son as well. She works on education as well as he works on, really, as I read for you guys, he really believes in encouraging and supporting the youth. Please give him a round of applause, energetic face to Mr. Bahavish.
Ettu, isn't she beautiful? Thank you. Before I start, I just want to tell you a story. Curacao, 1888. Curacao, 1888. And it is a Dutch island somewhere near Venezuela. And they built a bridge. They built a bridge and they thought, let's do something that we can tax the rich and discount the poor. So what they did, they figured out, 1888, Curacao. So they figured out, how do we separate the rich from the poor? So they found, that time we didn't have iPhone or Technophone. So Technophone is poor, iPhone is rich, something like that. But no, that time we didn't have phones. So what did they do? Those who wear shoes are rich, and those who do not wear shoes are not so rich, or they'll get rich later, isn't it? So they decided that let's tax those people who wear shoes and who walk on the bridge. And those who don't wear shoes, we don't tax them. So they decided. But you know, humans are irrational. Why I am telling you this is today's solutions are tomorrow's problem. What? Today's solutions could be tomorrow's problems if we cure symptoms and not root causes. My brother Jonas taught me this. He is my Ethiopian brother from another mother since 2015. Okay, and he taught me we got to go deep inside. Go to the root cause and then work on it. So what happened? The rich wanted to avoid taxes. So they removed their shoes and crossed the bridge. And the poor didn't want to be poor or didn't want to be seen as poor. So what did they do? They wore the shoes or they borrowed the shoes and crossed the bridge. So what happened is the painful story that is happening to Africa. The rich escaped the tax and poor paid the tax. Isn't it? Poverty is a state of mind. And my first lesson for the day is do not doubt yourself. We want a confident Africa. If you think poor, you are. Are we together? Are we together? Cool. Now, let us show Africa can do better than others. If Ethiopia can win, Kenya can win marathon, why can't we sprint a marathon today? Sprint a marathon. All right? So, can we log on to, quickly on your phone, can we log on to the tool so we give you voice to interact with us? Is everybody on HyperSay? Everybody on HyperSay? Who is not on HyperSay? Can we put that up here? Who's not here? Quickly, we don't have time. We already started late. Is everybody on the HyperSay? We give you 1 minute. Go to Google. I'm sure you are on internet. If you're not on internet, log on to internet. Otherwise, go to Google and come to HyperSay. So we give you voice. So we give you voice. Jonas, you are there? It's very easy because I would love to have your views. Say.co. Say.co. All right? And once you go inside, once you log in, Say, my friends can help. There are volunteers who can come to you, ask for them if you get stuck. Say.co. And Johannes, what is the score? How many people have logged in? And once you go, they'll ask you a passcode. The passcode is, yeah, we're already here. The passcode is Thiber, Thiber. Are we good? Africa can sprint a marathon. Latif, my friend, all the way from Tanzania or Nigeria, passionate about youth. Okay, David over here, our co-panelist. Let's get up. Let's come in. Professor Mamo, let's come in. While the others log in, please come in, please. So our learned scholars, young and not so young, and very young. Yes. So while they log in, cool. Are we good? Please take your neighbor's help if you don't get it. So I have a very pleasurable task, but we have a slight challenge right now. Professor Mamo, who's celebrating Adwa victory since 53 years. Since 1969. A very distinguished, learned person, and had done a lot of academic excellence. He's been chair, professor, guiding scholars. He's a JNU alumni as well, and very passionate about Africa. So may I request, because he has a flight, we will start with him and then we'll continue. While he is talking, you may please post your questions, queries, and we'll continue doing what we have to do going forward. So we have a good 5 minutes of yours, sir, please. Yes. Yeah, do we have his PowerPoint ready? Yeah. Yeah, Mike. Don't forget to display the profile. Yeah, it will. All the profile. When
Yeah, okay, now it's better. All I'm going to say to you is to give you some practical examples of how I have been involved in creating entrepreneurs, youth as venture creators, to create venture entrepreneurship, what they need to practice, to apply, to do entrepreneurial skills within a venture or a firm. How they focus on innovation and creativity by transforming their idea into an economically beneficial venture, profitable venture. That's what I want to suggest to you quickly. What these youth entrepreneurs, to create ventures, they need to apply both innovation, creative thinking. They need to know how to balance risks against opportunities. They need to identify opportunities by selecting and creating new ventures. Something like that. How do they do that? So what are the kind of creativity they require to innovate ventures? Learning how to innovate. Identifying and selecting projects that are innovative. Finding resources to do the innovative venture. All right? To be innovative means to be useful and to make it new. Good innovative role models can help to realize well-defined goals. good team processing, diverse skills, communication, open to new ideas, and feeling very committed to doing hard work. A venture that has a culture that supports creativity and communicates a shared vision of organization with a hybrid return of both economic and other gains. So in this digital time now, there is going to be lots of jobs that are going to be created. So I would like to suggest to you jobs you should not get engaged in now, because they're going to be done digitally. So when they get done digitally, unless you control the digital technology, you may not be able to run them. So because of that, travel agents, taxi drivers, store cashier, fast food cooks, administrative, legal jobs, lawyers, human resource roles, tradespeople, all this may be now, because of this digital time, we may not get that. But there are also jobs you should focus on. There are many interesting jobs that you could do, and some of the technologies you need to know are very, very important. And the digital skills you need to know: artificial intelligence, coding, cloud computing, blockchain, design, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, anything like that. So we need to also, now I just want to mention to you what I did. I have been running in South Africa, of all places in the world. I have taught all over the world, America, Europe, everywhere, India, China, everywhere. But the place I really did something new and original is South Africa. What I did is I developed a course called Technology for Venture Creation for a postgraduate program. And I said to all the students, I give them 6 assignments. One of the assignments is, if you don't do your own venture startup as a group, in other words, as a group, meaning solidarity with it, at least you must be 3 people, maximum 5, each of them, and you discuss together, and you do it, deliver this, and you present it, and you do it, then I will not pass you. In other words, they will not pass the examination. It's not like that. So what, and then I say, you'll get also, because I'm in the Africa Entrepreneurship Award, I was a mentor there, and we get funds, and I managed to give them funds. But at the same time, I say, getting money from me is not enough. You must also raise your own funds. To be committed, you must do it yourself too. You know what some of them did? They sell their cars, and they raise funds. Isn't that nice? Now, some of them have become very rich. And now, whenever the new year or everything comes, they all come and visit me and say, you made us rich. They say this to me. Isn't that nice? So, advanced course on creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship. I created a master's postgraduate course to make students job creators, not job seekers. They are doing it. The evaluation is based on the creation of ventures, startup ventures, part of the course. The African Union Youth for Change also. We also created what we call the African Talent Hub, and it's also doing extremely well. African Entrepreneurship Award we get, and African 2007 Youth Forum for Empowerment. You, the youth, we want to make you creators. So innovatively, to make students job creators must be included in the education system. How to create innovative graduates that can create jobs must be done. Both education and innovation now have to be reconceptualized and reorganized to address the job loss and unemployment of the youth. That must all be change makers and game changers. How to do them? We need education for innovation and innovation for education, more than at any other time. And that's basically my message. Thank you. Amasa Ginallo. Shukran. Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you. Because of paucity of time, and you have already heard him yesterday, so he has a flight to catch. So we may say Amasa Ganalo, and can we give her a big applause, please, everybody? Thank you, sir. Video. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Pleasure. So we'll go back to we will go back to setting of context. I just want to show a couple of videos, and then my learned experts, I'm very eager to introduce them later on, and then hear from them, and then hear from you what you want to hear from them, and then the rally would begin. All right? So can we play the video?
One thing that keeps me puzzled despite having studied finance and economics at the world's best universities. The following question remains unanswered. Why is it that 5,000 units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves? It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way, since alternative resources are scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems.
Yeah,
and
thank
all
you.
that backed by a huge PR
Thank
campaign.
you. She's Valence, right? Heather? Yeah, so Valence, what is she trying to tell us? That we are systematically being abused. And why is it that everybody has a cell phone? Why is it that 90% of the screens, the cell phone screens, metal, is produced in Africa? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see.
She, of course. Professor Mamo is such a humble human being, such a resource. I'm very proud he's Ethiopian, largely African, largely the worldwide, of course, citizen. Mr. Fuad would like to acknowledge because Professor Mamo has been here with us starting from yesterday, respecting every one of us. Thank you so much, Professor Mamo. You are such a resource. Have a healthy, long life. You are such a resource. We love you so much. We thank you so much. Thank you so much for being such a resourceful person. Thank you so much for being you. Thank you. You are an amazing human being, such a humble human being. Thank you so much for being you. We wish you long life, healthy, to share more, to live more. Thank you so much for being with us. And have a safe flight, Professor Mamo Muche. Please give him a round of applause. And with African energy. በጣም እናመሰግናለን። እድሜ ይስጥልን፣ ጤና ይስጥልን ፕሮፌሰር። እሺ በጣም እናመሰግናለን ፕሮፌሰር። በደንብ መተው ሀገራችንን እንዲያስተምሩ ቅድም ስሞገታቸው ነበር እና እናንተ ትፈልጋላችሁ እንዲመጡ? He's amazing, yeah? Thank you so much for being you. እድሜ ይስጥልን፣ እናመሰግናለን። Thank you. Have a safe flight. Now I will leave the floor to Bihavish. Sorry for that.
These things are very essential, and our culture, the Ethiopian culture, the African culture, has to be leveraged and passed on to the next generation. So what was the previous video about? Anybody wants to resonate something with the previous video, the clip? Anybody? One word? Yes?
I think we have been, Africa in general is being abused, and more than even, leave the white culture and European, they are abused by itself too, and that worse even.
Thank you. It's about how the Europeans, how the West have been played on us and then did their interest over the black nation, especially Africa. We have a lot of minerals that we have, and then they're all already taken by them, and they're living safely, and then we are suffering in here. So that is what she's trying to tell. Thank you.
So what not to do? What not to do? First, what not to do is don't be inconfident. The second is don't allow yourself to be abused. How? We'll check it out. Let's watch another video, 30 seconds.
I
just want to start with a little bit of a word of warning, and that is my job here tonight is to be a little bit of a Dr. Bring Me Down. So bear with me for a few minutes and know that after this, things will get lighter and brighter. So let's start. I know that many of you have heard the traveler's adage, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. Well, I'm going to say I don't think that's either as benign nor as simple as it sounds, particularly for those of us in industries who are portraying people in poor countries, in developing countries, and portraying the poor. And those of us in those industries are reporters, researchers, and people working for NGOs. I suspect there are a lot of us in those industries in the audience. And we're going overseas and bringing back pictures like this of the utterly distressed, or the displaced, or the hungry, or the child laborers, or the exotic. Now,
Cut. Now that's not what Africa is. Can we see some pictures of Africa, please? Is that Africa only? Are we selling misery, sitting in a 7-star restaurant, having a 5-course meal and discussing about African hunger? What the hell is going on? And we're not going to take this lying down. This is Africa, isn't it? Did you go to Friendship Square? How many of you are not from Ethiopia? How many of you are travelers? Did you go to the Friendship Square? Tomorrow? Tomorrow is a city visit. Look at Addis, and when I send a picture without writing Addis to my friends globally, they say, oh, is it San Francisco? Is it this? And I tell them it's Addis Ababa, it's Dar es Salaam, it's Kigali, it is Nairobi, it's Nakuru, and it's Debrecen. And they are, wow! So we are here, this youth over here will not take, anything as an under-marketing for ourselves, isn't it? All right? So let's do a simple exercise on your hypersay. Can we do, and then I have a very pleasurable task to getting my people to start the panel discussion. On to your tool. Yes. Are you willing to get out of your comfort zones? Okay, you can vote there, please. How many of you are on the tool? Now, any change has to beat homeostasis. Any change has to beat status quo. So if you are saying that 91% of the people are saying yes, isn't it? 91% of the people are saying yes, you are ready to change. I don't believe you, Africa. Are you? Are you ready to change? Are you? Okay, let's see. We want to have a group picture with you. Everybody coming here, coming out of your comfort zone, coming here, and we go back in 1 minute. Can we do that? Can we do that in 1 minute? Sprint a marathon. 5 seconds. 6, 7, 8, we'll be here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, come on, come on, come on, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, also the one on the sofa set, please, also the one on the sofa set, please, come on, Africa can do it, the first row can lie down like footballers, okay, everybody, those who are shy, last time, those who are shy, okay, a group picture. Then Latif is going to take the floor now, very soon. All right? Are we good? Everybody? Okay, fine. Are we taking the pictures? Now, last picture. Now in 5 seconds, back to your place. Thank you very much. We can prove it. We can do it. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have faith in Africa, and that's what brings me to Africa. Johannes, we missed you, brother. Okay. All right, fine. Okay, the 5 pride points of Africa. The next one. The next slide? Okay. All right. So I want to, can we get Latif? Or can we get Latif profile? Yes. So now, my friend from Nigeria, I spoke to him 4 days back. And when I spoke to Latif is full of passion. Latif just told me one thing, that I am passionate about youth development. I am passionate about good governance. Correct? And I don't want to take much time between me and Latif. He's held tremendous important and critical positions at institutes at African continental level. He is the continental head for the African Youth Development Council. He's a model ECOWAS summit. He's done general secretary for different organizations for more than a span of 18 years. And I thought he's already 25. He's only 25, but he's been, maybe you started at the age of 6. Yeah? A very nice person to talk to. And more than that, forget his past. But in the next 7 or 8 minutes, he's going to give us some pragmatic, what he's called, pragmatic panacea to this menace. Have I used your words correct, sir? Okay, so may I have Latif, and we'll listen to him, and then we'll go to my other friend, and then we'll have rally questions, answers. We'll keep doing that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank my brother, Mr. Bafesh, for that introduction. However, I just have to say this, I'm not 25 years old. Like he said, and I'm pretty above that age. Sincerely, I'm happy to be part of this, the premier edition of the Pan-African Youth Summit in Ethiopia. And I think here, we are making a statement for the African youths. We are making a statement for the political stalwarts, those in governance, those who take charge of polities in development of Africa. We are making a statement here. I'm also aware that as we are here now, people are watching us live. Far more than those of us in this hall are watching us live from across the continent and beyond. So it's a critical thing for us to make a bold statement here. The topic I'm posed to discuss, we are looking at a pragmatic approach towards addressing the scourge of unemployment and irregular migration in Africa. But firstly, I want to ask, do I know, probably a rhetorical question, that we all believe that unemployment has become a scourge. It's a problem. It's a major challenge to us in Africa. I want to believe everyone here agrees with me. Do we all agree? Is there any dissenting voice? Okay, so if that is it, let me just take this point. For those of us who are seated here, probably for those who are out of school, who have graduated, and have been trying to get one or two things doing for themselves. I was at a summit in Abuja, and I asked the question, a summit of about 300 people gathered, and I asked, of them, about 120 have been graduated from the higher institution. And of that 120, about 90 of them are still looking for jobs. And this is a typical example of what we're experiencing across the continent today. May I also recall to tell you all that Africa is the youngest continent in the world. Do you all believe? Africa is the youngest continent because we have the largest number of youth across board. And as such, the high rate of unemployment that's affecting the world today is telling more on Africa because we have the largest number of the active age, which is the youth. from research that has been done, in 2017, about 164 million Africans are affected with this scourge of unemployment. While Mr. Max Kofi was talking the other time, he said something. He said that Africa is not poor. Do we all agree? That Africa is not poor. Do you agree? I want a response to be sure that I'm talking and that I'm communicating rather. Okay? If we all agree that Africa is not poor, the question we should ask is that then why are Africans poor? If Africa is not poor, why are Africans poor? A similitude of that is like having a multi-billion mansion of a house that is multi-billion. It has a lot of things in it. Mansion of house. And in that house, you have a poverty-ridden people living there. People starved with hunger living in that house. So you ask the question, what is the essence of living in a multi-billion dollar mansion house when you are starved living in it? That's the meaning of what we experience in Africa. Africa has lots of potentials, lots of opportunities, lots of positivities. But yet today, we rate Africa as housing the largest number of unemployed youths globally. We are here to change the narrative. Can we say that? Can you say that with me? We are here to change the narrative. Let's say it together. Oh, somebody's not talking. We are here to change the narrative. Let's say it together.
We are here to change the narrative.
Can someone say it again? We are here to change the narrative.
We are here to change the narrative.
Yeah, the narrative of tagging Africa as a continent as an underdeveloped continent. While I was granting an interview to a media unit here yesterday, I said that with the African Union Agenda 2063, by next year we'll be in 2023, right? So in 40 years after next year, we should have achieved the AU Agenda 2063. That's the Africa we want agenda. And by that time, we should have recategorized Africa as a developed continent. Is it possible? Is it not possible? Okay. So if that is possible, then to drive such initiative lies in the hands of you and me seated here today, and those watching from home, wherever they are. So that's starting with what Mr. Max Kofi said the other time. That's the director of Africa in Motion. And I will take this other point again. On migration. Migration. I know we all know what migration means, moving from one geographical spot to the other. That's migration. Then migration becomes, some target illegal, some target irregular. But I think irregular migration is more appropriate. It becomes irregular when people move from one geographical spot to the other. But in most cases, we tend to say, why do people embark on irregular migration from one place to the other? The first thing that comes to mind, I'm sure if I should ask 1, 2, 3, okay, we have about some categories of seats here. If I should ask, 1 or 2 things will come up from there. Can somebody just chorus it from anywhere you are? I will hear you audibly here. Why do people embark on irregular migration? Can anybody mention that? Just say it, I'll pick it. For what reason? For money. She said for money, to look for money. Oh, okay. Can I hear from someone else? Any reason for that? Irregular migration? Someone is talking? You said? For better opportunities. Thank you very much. Let me just say this. But there's one particular thing people used to say. They say people embark on irregular migration to look for greener. Can you conclude it?
Pasture.
For greener what? Yeah, that has been almost something I hear almost every time, to look for greener pastures. So if you're looking for money, like she said, you're going to look for greener pastures. If you're looking for better opportunities, you're going to look for greener pastures. If you're looking for better job, you're going to look for greener pastures. But the question we should ask ourselves is that if you are migrating from one point to the other to look for greener pastures, what it means is this. Please listen attentively. For those, I'm sure we can do the comparative analysis of that word itself, greener. It means you are leaving a green pasture, is that not so? To look for a greener pasture. And of course, there will be the greenest pasture somewhere. Do you agree? Do you agree with me? So if you agree that looking for greener pasture means you are living a green pasture. Now, there lies the solution to our problem. Why not stay where you are, form a formidable team, work with people that have the structures there, and make what you call a green pasture, a greener pasture there for people to live. Do you get the point? So why do we go for greener pastures outside our zones? Mr. Buffett was saying something the other time. He said, we just did a kind of short survey here to see those that want to leave their comfort zone. And about 90% of us seated here are saying, yeah, we're ready to leave our comfort zone. And that's just something of our mind. But when it comes to practical, it might not be in realistic. You want to remain there. Because even while we were coming out, some were still dragging their feet to move and say, oh, I'm comfortable here. Do I need to just move out and do what? So, looking for greener pastures has been a major drive of people that are moving around on this irregular migration. When I say irregular migration, I mean those that migrate irregularly. They go through the illegal means to get to another country or to get to another region or to get to another spot. And in the course of this, it has caused Africa a lot of things. As at 2019, we got the fact that of people that are migrating from one region to the other, we had about 13% of them who died in the course of migrating. 13%. While migrating. And others who migrate to the other spots may never return back to their initial spot again. And this is telling on the economical growth of that region, especially Africa as a continent. Dr. Mas was saying something the other time, that in Europe, they are trying to stop Africans migrating to Europe, trying to put up some legislative measures. Why are they doing that? Because they have lots of Africans moving out of Africa, looking for what you call greener pastures there, when we have the green pasture here that we need to develop, moving out to such extent, and at the end of the day, we develop over there and we make Africa underdeveloped further. And that shouldn't be. On this note, I want to say this. I will give us some solutions, some panels here to this scourge. I will give us the solutions now. Very, very brief. But before I say that, I want to say that development starts from where? If we agree that we need to develop Africa, then how do we start developing Africa? It shows that we start from what was said yesterday about our mindset. Developing Africa starts from you and I and me. No one will come and develop Africa for us. We have to develop Africa ourselves. So the solutions to this lies in our hands. I'll give a very good example of this on the problem of unemployment. From the profile, my profile that was flipped online, I also work with a governmental organization in Lagos State, Nigeria. I am the Chief Press Secretary to the Executive Chairman of Ifakoijai local government in Lagos State, Nigeria. And I will tell you this. This young man assumed office sometimes last year, July, and we were doing an assessment. I'm talking about a local government. We're doing an assessment sometimes in March, and we had the result that within few months in office, he has organized lots of empowerment programs in partnership with series of organizations, the GIZ, the German Corporation, the Microsoft, and others like that. And successfully, he has empowered 1,300 youths within that local community within just few months. Empowerment in terms of creating jobs for them, teaching them some entrepreneurial skills, and giving them tools to start some things on their own. Now, in Nigeria, I'm giving you an example of this because I'm from Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have 774 local governments across the country. 774 local governments in Nigeria. So, if what he has done within a year could, yes? 2 minutes. Yes? Okay. If what he has done within a year could empower and create jobs for 2,000 youths within a year, you can multiply that by the 774 local governments we have in Nigeria, and you have the figures. That is more than 1 million youths that must have been given a job. What to do within a year. So if all local counties and local governments across the continent of Africa are doing the same thing, creating jobs for the youth, engaging the youth, empowering the youth, teaching them the entrepreneurial skills, I'm sure you all agree with me that we will collectively drastically reduce the unemployment rates that we're experiencing today. Let me just give us these tips, very, very brief because of the time I have. I have about 5 solutions I want to give for this unemployment problem we're experiencing. But before I do that, I'll just give you some 7 personal tips to escape this unemployment scourge. Personal. I said personal because if everyone is trying to survive on his or her own to ensure that you get something doing by yourself, then collectively we'll reduce that unemployment scourge that we have. Before I go to the general one, I'll take the first 7. If the time permits me, I'll take the others. If not, I'll take it probably when I'm answering the questions. The first one is that create your own job for yourself. That's the first solution. Create your job for yourself. Stop waiting for government. Stop waiting for people to give you a job. Create your job for yourself. Because Africa has everything. It has all the potentials. It has all the positivities. It has everything for you to make yourself what you want to be. A lady who is one of my mentees in Nigeria graduated 2 years ago. And I told her, don't wait for a government job. You know what she did? She applied for a grant and she was given ₦1 million. She was given ₦1 million. to start something on her own. That's to Nigerian currency. And as of today, 2 years after she left the university, she has employed 7 people working under her. She's not waiting for government to give her a job. She started job by herself. So we also need to learn that, how to start something by ourselves. The second one is to build general employability skills. You must build a general employability skills. Skills that when people see in you, they know that you are employable. So either you are being employed or not, you can use it for something better. And the third one, we are in a digital world, so you have to build a digital skill for yourself. You know, digitally, you can be at home now, even without using your university certificate or anything. You can work from home, you can do so many things virtually, and you earn cool money. And that takes you off the unemployed scaling across the continent.
Mr. Latif, let's keep the last 4 as a suspense at the end when we come back.
Okay.
So which are the 3 skills we had?
Thank you very much.
The first one, be self-employed. The second one?
The second one is to build general skills.
Yes, and the third one, digital, isn't it? So let's do one thing. We pause here and we get the best of David, and then in the final extended time, we finish the other ones. So
Yeah.
can we get, but can we have a round of applause for him? Interim round of applause. We'll get the best of him. Unfortunately, we had a longer lunch, so that deals into it. Let me have another task of introducing Mr. David. Let me tell you one thing. He walked 16 kilometers to go to school. Okay? And he did that for 2 years. He's from Jara, Bale. And he speaks 7 languages. You know what? 7 languages. And I can speak 2,000 language. How? I can smile in all of those. I can smile in all of those languages, in 2,000 languages. And the worst thing is I smile at girls on the road and they smile back. So 2,000 languages, 7 languages he can speak and listen. Okay? 2 double graduates, 2 double masters, a PhD scholar candidate, and has 5 diplomas. Or 7. 5 or 7 diplomas. 7, okay? And he's working on youth, migration, employability. So let's have the best of him. His profile is up there. As usual, we have time crunch, but I want you to give us solutions first and definitions later. Let me have David over here, my brother David. We'll come back. Pushing me from there.
Thank you. አመሰግናለሁ. I said merci, galatoma, obrigado, shukran for all of you. It was short notice for me. I think someone, I'm a panelist who was out of Ethiopia. So at the end of the day, they assigned me to be a panelist here. Even if it was short notice, I will try to cover some basic issues that mainly related with unemployment and migration. But probably we know, most of you know that there are so many definitions, theories about migration and unemployment. But let's talk in work about the recommendation, about the ways forward. I think I will focus on the recommendation and the ways forward about migration. So before that, like most of you knows me, I think I have a very special saying, my saying. So my saying probably focus like on empowering youth. That saying will be like, when we see the map of Africa, it looks like a question mark. That's why Africa has equations of unemployment, migration, insecurity, and civil war. But we, the young generation of Africa, are the answer for those problems. We are the answer. We are the one who can break or make Africa. Let's make Africa great again. Let's talk in work. So even I can add the things of His Excellency Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of Africa Union, as well as the first president of Ghana. He said that we face neither east nor west. We face forward. We are facing forward. We are facing our problems. We are facing our generation. We are empowering our generation. So this is the exact time to empower our youth to bring a solution for our next generation. So I will proceed my short presentation. It will be like discussion between us. Let's ask a question. Why you are here? Or why are you here? Why? The reason behind your presence. Please, I need your answer. Why you are here? Why you are here? At the back.
To see a better human race.
Wow.
Good one.
Wow. Please.
Can we clap for him?
Other. At the back.
To gain greater awareness.
Perfect.
Laura? Okay. Over here. This side. This side, the right side. I'm over here. Left side. His left. Over here. Could you see me?
Yes, we can see you, please.
All right, so...
Get up, stand up and talk. Yes.
Shall I stand up?
Stand up, yes. Please, quick.
Yeah, you are short, that's why, bro.
Well, I'm here because I stand for the movement of Pan-Africanism. I want to see my continent united and developed. So this is a great opportunity to see, especially the youth, being engaged in such a movement. And I was hoping to get a lot of knowledge from prominent people like you guys. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So when we see both migration and unemployment, both of them are the real problem of Africa. Not only Africa, the real problem of our world. We have been suffering a lot from unemployment and migration. So they are like interlinked. So unemployment has its own impact on migration. Migration as well as has its own impact on unemployment for the host country or for the host states or the host community. So even if there are so many types of migration or causes of migration, like political migration, people may migrate because of to escape from civil war or some political persecution. Not only this, there are also social migration and environmental migration when people escape or when people migrate in order to escape from hazards or environmental hazards. However, we are like focusing on economic migration. So our main discussion will be, how is economic migration? How is the impact of economic migration affects different states, particularly Africa? This will be our main discussion here. So when we see the status of youth, firstly, I think it will be rational to see the status of youth. Where are the youths and how can we like see the status of youth in relation to migration? So when we see the data from World Bank, more than 70% of the world population are youth, more than 70% in the world. But when we see the status, the data of Africa, more than 60% of the youth. This is the 2021 data. 60% of the population are youth. So that means millions of youth, millions of students graduated from their university, and they will join the job market every time, every year. So even when we see the Ethiopian job markets, so every time I think we have more than 41, 42 universities. So in addition to those, we can add the TVET, the private college. So when we accumulate the whole, more than 200 universities, both private and public, are here in Ethiopia. So even if thousands of graduates has been graduated from their university, however, there is like vacant space for their job, but they couldn't access their jobs. There is no access, as well as there is no any opportunities for the youth. So even when we see our educational system, the youth may specialize in one department, in engineering, in economics, or in accounting. There is no any multi-dimensional and multi-purpose educational system here in Africa. So students may join the university without any pre-information. The government may give them an opportunity to join Addis Ababa University to join Department of Linguistics to study French, but how can they manage those issues? So there is no any specialization when they join any
Mr.
universities.
David, 1 second. Planning purposes. How many minutes we have now? Because we started late, so we have how many minutes now? 10? Sorry?
I have 10. She's generous.
Yeah, 50. No, that's my plan. Just tell me how many minutes we have, so accordingly we budget. Because I want to hear 4 points from him. 10. And how many? All in all 10. So David, 2 minutes for you, then 3 minutes for me, and then 5 minutes to question and answer, and then
after that, when they couldn't access opportunities, the youth or any youth may migrate to other states for better life. Even if they migrate, they will never follow legal steps, the legal procedures to migrate other countries. So because of this, they may have hardship or persecution in the Mediterranean Sea. As I think you have seen many different videos, futures. Many African has been died in the Mediterranean Sea, in the Saharan deserts. This is all about the type of like migration, how migration and unemployment are interlinked. So let's see the ways of forward. So the first step will be policy level. What we should do at policy level. So here we have to revise our education system. So in our education system, we have to incorporate functional or fundamental skills like critical thinking, entrepreneurship skills, active citizenship skill, active community skills, digital literacy skills. So those must be incorporated in our education system and in our education policies. Not only this, creating employment market that allows young graduates. So when someone graduated from one university and wants to look for jobs, they will ask him like his experience. So we have to create a platform that accommodates young graduates without experiences. Not only this, but for the youth, even I can tell you my experience. Even if I'm 26, I have 8 years experience. Because when I was a university student, I used to work voluntarily in different civil societies. So you have to also engage yourself in voluntarism and in volunteer activities. Not only this, creating better space for use by creating interlinkage with industries. As you know that our education system is not fitting with the industries. So we have to create a linkage between markets, between universities, between industries. So it will be good for our to decrease our unemployment. Not only this, I think in my belief, opening entrepreneurship schools that specifically empower the youth, that specifically works in order to support the youth to create job, also essential in my belief. It should be incorporated with our policy. Only one? 1 minute. Okay, last one. Not only this, as we know that communities, faith-based organizations are also here in Africa has their own influence. So we have to create linkage. We have to involve community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, civil societies in order to create better opportunities for the youth and for the whole unemployed population here. So we have to work on this. Finally, as you know that according Agenda 2063 is implementing right now, particularly African Continental Free Trade Area is implementing. This is a good opportunity for us. So we have to use this platform in order. It's not necessary to migrate outside. I think we can work in Nigeria, Kenya, other states, because this African Continental Free Trade Area, this agreement, is a good opportunity, a good platform for us. Thank you so much. Amasagnalo.
What excited me is all the three previous speakers told, let the students become job creators. Entrepreneurship, self-employment, startups, and start your own business, which we should do. Academia and industry bridging the gap is very, very important. We bridge the gap between, we should produce graduates where and according to the need of the industry today and tomorrow. That even my other learned speaker said that. I want to tell one point before we come to you is, we suffer from a curse of commodity. The curse of commodity of Africa is not a good news, it's a bad news. And it's because of us, because of you and me. We have a lot of commodities, and I'm going to provoke you. We have a lot of commodities, but we also have demographic dividends. We are 1.3 billion people, but why do we buy a ketchup from America or Dubai? Why do we buy a toothpick coming out of non-African countries? Why? Because if you as consumers support only African produce, first local within Ethiopia, buy Ethiopian produce, then regional within Africa. Because if consumers stop it, then the manufacturing will happen. So what is happening is what lady told us, Hayat, that we are abused. But we also, so what not to do? If there is one oath we take today, what not to do? If there are alternatives available within my neighborhood or within my country, why would I buy outside? Socks, why do we need from outside? Toothpick. May I now, while we want to listen, I'm given 6 minutes. So, audience, you can type your question, not this one. What are your expectations? There's one more. So, the other one. Yeah, this one, yes. So you may write this, while you may write the answer over here, which we'll research later on. Is anybody having a profound question to any of our two expert speakers? I understand we could not give them time because we started late. I'm sorry about it. So any question quickly. Be brief, very quick, a Twitter-sized question.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have two questions. One is how the supply chain is set up, and Africa is a sender of raw materials and we don't produce ourselves, and how are we going to change that? The second is, because we became mass consumers before we were mass producers, we became very dependent on the goods that are imported. And what can we actively do to change up, because we have a lot of years we need to catch up for?
Okay, the first question is the supply chain issue, right? Okay, any of you want to take it? Latif or? Yeah, to reword his question. Okay, so I like your question, second one even, which is more related. We became the mass consumer before we became the last producer, isn't it? See, Mike, yeah.
Thank you for the question. If I get the question right, talking about why Africans are last consumers before becoming a last producer or something like that, if I get it right. But I think the basic thing here is that, like what Mr. Bave just said now, we need to change some mindsets that we've had about we as Africans of our time. So there's no region on earth today, globally, that gives consumership a priority above the production level of the country and succeeds. So the first thing we do first is to ensure that we change so many policies, so many initiatives that's affecting or mitigating the production level of Africa in terms of the countries we have. Then we can now talk about the consumership stuff. So I think the basic thing here is that what he's trying to say, I think that's where you picked your point from, that we should have the mindset of doing some things on our own, then just consuming, if I'm getting it right. Now, I just give an example of something while I was talking the other time, that for everyone that leaves the four walls of the university, once you graduate from university, the first thing first you think about should not be what will government offer me, but you should think about what you are going to offer your immediate community in terms of what you're going to do. And if you do that, you'll be contributing a lot to the production level of that country, and of course, it will reduce some level of unemployment, and it will also hasten or enhance the economic growth of such region you belong to. So I wouldn't know if that answers your questions. So thank you.
Okay, next, thank you, Latif. Next question, please. Yes, there was somebody here. All right, quick, be quick. Yeah. We'll listen to your question and we'll listen to the next question also. We'll take two more. All right?
Okay, thank you very much.
The next question, be ready. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add something on top of what Mr. Latif said. You said something about after graduating in university, then you shouldn't think of what the government will offer you. So mine is opinion. The problem to African is that we go to university to look for certificate, not knowledge. Because if you are trying to think after finishing the university on what to do, you can never do it, because you will think of getting a job, one. Number two, you will think of what to eat. This thing cannot make you think productively. But in order to think productively, you should think when you are still in school. What are you going to do after finishing? What is your goal after finishing? Because many people, they made it when they are still in school. You know what you are going to do after finishing. You can never think after graduating. We should think when we are still in school. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
We should do what David did. Start early with having volunteering experiences and try to find where the passion is. And you may all Google Ikigai and see how Ikigai operates. Yes, the lady over there, please.
Hello, my name is Santam Kabana, and I'm an entrepreneur. I work for myself. So I think the biggest issue that we have in Africa is, like he said, we go to school, we get certificates, and then we expect to get jobs. And even when you decide that you want to be an entrepreneur, because I've been doing it for like 10 years, our biggest issue is access to funds. So who do we talk to? How do we get people more invested in the things that we want to do? Because everyone is going towards tech, but we all can't be in the tech world. You know, we have entertainment, which can really work well for us, like South Korea. But I don't know who we can discuss with to get the other parts of the other industries, you know, getting a bit of funding. Because...
okay, I got your point.
Yeah.
See, we have bright ideas, we have intentions, but we need funds as well. Anybody wants to take this?
I think let's finish the question first. I think okay, it will be fine.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I want to thank the discussants and the moderator. I've looked at your presentation, but I think there's a little gap in what you should be expecting the young people here. There are different situations in different localities. We come from different countries. There are countries that you graduate and you do not have incentives. Somebody just mentioned it. In Nigeria, for example, it is more of politicians. For the past 20-something years, politicians have made it so difficult for people to believe they can survive without politics. So everybody looks at the life of a politician, the flamboyant life of a politician. They want to live that level of life, and you do not have any other way of living that life except rather to follow them and struggle and fight. Then you find there's a big gap created between the level here and the low level there. And there's no incentive. There's no provision by government to say, okay, if you finish from school, you can access this fund. You can access this one to do, and where they are available, it is made in such a way that only very few that are so privileged and linked to certain people in government and power that can access such funds. So in countries where there are such situations, what do you encourage the young people to do? Number two, there are some examples, this entrepreneurship. Once when I look at the social media and look at people like Mika Zuckerberg, you ask, how did Mika Zuckerberg become who was? Who gave him money to do what he was doing? John Cohn, the man who developed WhatsApp, was under a tree in America where he was staying with his mother begging when he developed that app, and eventually it was sold 19.5 billion. There are other people, Mike Gwali, for example, of Nigeria, the later Mike Gwali for Microsoft. These are people with creative mentality, creative spirit. I did not wait for anybody to create that spirit. So we needed to create that gap where you are not able to fund this and you're able to find yourself with this creativity. You should be able to utilize it and become what you want to become.
Thank you for your rights. So we will not take any other questions because I'm getting a warning from that side. Sorry, you will get a good speakership after this. So the funding question, panelists, you would like to take? No, there are no questions. This is the last question. Yes. Because we're late. And then there is pending last remarks from both of you. All right? So you want to take the funding question or you want to take... All right, fine.
I think here in Africa, like, I don't want to say we are poor, but funding question is every time funding question is like big question for us. But I will tell you an example. Here in Ethiopia, there was a television program called Dashin Kafita. Dashin means like the largest mountain here in Ethiopia, and Kafita means elevation. So Dashin Kafita, it's a television program that works, that brings entrepreneurs as well as businessmen together in order to create a linkage and in order to bring funds for those users. So let's work in like bringing bring or use, you are entrepreneurs, so bring your ideas and let us link with businessmen, and you will sell your ideas and you will work with those people. So let's create in Tanzania like Kilimanjaro Kafeta. It will be a television program that will bring entrepreneurs from Tanzania and that link with different business person. It will be like, it will be a good strategy for me. We have to create a platform that allows to the interaction of both businessmen and entrepreneurs. It will be perfect idea in my perspective.
So we can have some more programs, but for your funding, please understand, capital is also waiting for good ideas. And today the global capital can flow in. Don't give up. Your ideas would find funds, because funds needs good idea more than the ideas need fund. It is just work in progress. Don't give up. I promised you to conclude your rest of the 4 points in a Twitter-sized talk. Okay, thank you.
Let me just bullet the points. The fourth one is almost answering the question that someone just asked now, and that's about take internship opportunities. Take internship opportunities. We just talked about funds that living the 4 walls of the university, you get out of such standard of learning, you don't have jobs, you don't have anything, and or you have ideas and you have funds for it. So like Mr. Bave just said now, you have lots of initiatives outside, lots of organizations outside there looking for ideas. All they need from you is to just apply, get a grant, and you start something for yourself. And before you know it, you become someone that also employs other people under you. So that's the fourth point. The fifth one is to build a network of positive people. Build a network of positive people around you. That also enhances your level of employment, because from there you network, you get some ideas and things like that. The sixth one is to keep advancing your scope of education. No matter what your educational level is, you just have to keep advancing, because the more you learn, the more you strengthen yourself with such potentialities. And the seventh one is a general one, and that's to keep updating your CV. So keep updating your CV in terms of things you need to do, the experience you need to gather, and things like that. If you do that, it makes you, or it gives you a level above so many other persons across, amongst your peers. So I'll stop on that. The other ones I wanted to mention about the general solutions, my brother, Mr. Dawit has mentioned those things, so I'll just have to pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear panelists. At the end, I want to tell you better pay attention to your future, because that's where you are going to spend a lot of your time. What he says is upload good CV, network, reskill, cross-skill, be an entrepreneur, learn to fail. It's okay to fail, try, experiment. So the future belongs to Africa, nobody. I am also not that patient about 40 years. Give another 10 years, Africa is rocking. You have all the demographic dividends, you have population, you have resources. What we need is better governance, better policy, and resilient and tenacious youth. They can beat this and they can overcome the challenges that they are. I'm not very happy because we did not manage time well, because we started late. There are people who fly down and they don't get the audience, which is bad. So I had a tough task to do to cut you guys. And also I had a lot more to share. But I am sure the research you gave us as a feed forward, we will share it. And if there is a platform as a post-event, we may want to add our answers to that. But okay. Listen, can we all stand up, please? Can we all stand up? Can we all raise your hands, please, everybody? Everybody, raise your hands, please, everybody. Okay, everybody. And in the name of Africa, pat our backs, please. In the name of Africa, pat our backs, everybody. Cool. Well done. I want to thank every organizer for this event. I want to thank every traveler and everybody and my team who helped me set this up and my panelist who flew down and in the last moment he prepared all this. And forgive me for cutting you guys in between. We need to do that. Thank you very much and bye-bye.
Amazing. Mr. Bahavish was just about to take my job. He did it really well, right? Please give him a round of applause. Amazing job. Thank you so, so much. Wow. Such a talent, right? I'm a youth myself, and I know so many of you guys are like, there are students, people from different area. What they have been talking was so fruitful. I really, really encourage every one of you to access them, to give them more opportunity. And Bahavish was earlier telling me that I know he has a lot of experience, as was mentioning. He's ready to teach, and to have Latif and our very own Dawit was amazing. Please give them a round of warm, warm, warm applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. What we're going to do now is I would love to invite all speakers from yesterday and today to come up to the stage. Chauma, Dr. Jerry, please. And also all non-Ethiopians who came from out of Ethiopia, please come to the stage as well. Mika, Chavala, somewhere around there, over there. Chauma, over there. Zaka. Ato Kabratim Zaka. Attach Hunudling. IDEC team would love to acknowledge, oh, yes, yes, attach, please. Dr. Jerry, over there, please. Dr. Melaku, thank you. All speakers from yesterday, non-Ethiopians, please come forward. IDEC team would love to acknowledge the effort that you put to come across different parts of the world. And we highly acknowledge and we are very happy that you guys are amongst us and blessing us by your presence. Please give them a round of applause, a very warm one. Thank you so, so much for being with us. Thank you so much for giving us all your attention, your knowledge, and also your focus. IDEC team would love to give you something to remember us with. Very quickly. Thank you so much, Jonas, Fuad. Thank you. Let's clap for them, yeah? Good. Thank you so much, Mika, Chauma, Dr. Jerry, our very own Ato Kubrat from Tabbita, Latif, Bahavish, Professor, Dr. Melaku. These are amazing human beings, amazing, beautiful souls. A resource for the nation as well as the continent. Thank you so, so much for being with us, for blessing us with your knowledge, wisdom, for being the youth supporter. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Please keep doing this. You have inspired a lot of souls who have been in this hall, as well as who have been following us through different mainstream and live streaming. They are making them beautiful with Ethiopian handmade scarves. Colorful ones, and they look beautiful already. Excellent. Namasagnalen, Asante Sana. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Johannes, Sionovit, Jerusalem, and my team from Ethiopian Steel, Mbesa Korkoro, please stand up, please. I want to, please stand up. Can we thank them for setting up the technological tools? And the boys, where are the boys? Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. After the photograph, as they are taking the photograph, I would love to say, enjoy a networking session which is following up. Come back for a very interesting session with a female, a beautiful one from our very own South African. A great one. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your brief networking session. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. We have already eaten up a lot of minutes. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes so that we can finish early. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Sara Sara, the beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. This one na Sara Sara, the beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha, oi. People with kalaka, oi. Yeah, nandi walanya, nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Kenya, Rwanda and Tanzania. Togo, Cameroon, Niger, Ghana, Southern Sudan. Oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah. Ricotta, mama Africa, ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Sara Sara le, mama Africa, Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oi, this one not die, yo. If you dance, I'm easy, make you no fight, oh. Oi. You go forget your sorrow. Makachuku, you go buy and play for your moto. Oh, hey, hey. This one na Sara Sara. The beat is tarantana. It go make you manya manya. Ines is in manya manya. This is for people with chalacha, hey. People with kalaka, hey. Yeah, nandi walanya, hey. Nandi kalanya. It go make you feel better. This can take away palaba. This can take away wahala. It go make you feel Niger. Oh yeah, let's go to Zambia, Uganda, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Burundi, also Benin Republic. Hey, oh yeah, make you ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody ricotta ricotta, mama Africa ricotta, hey. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah. One Sara Sara le, oh Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah. Sara Sara le, mama Africa, Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Imane me go for Sara Sara le. Fly from mama Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ukona Sara Sara le, ndi bonine Sara Sara le. Make you dance, yeah, 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 yeah.
Changer de côté, oh. Maribana, elle a changé de côté, oh. Dieu merci pour moi, je savais chanter un peu, oh. J'ai fait ma cassette, oh. On peut voir la télé, oh. Matin, midi, soir, c'est moi, je chante à la radio. Moi je vais partir le couper oh. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. On dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. Dimanche matin et coco on frappe à ma porte oh. À ma grande surprise oh, c'est la go en tout je vois oh. Assemblage j'ai dit oh, y'a longtemps on s'est plus revu oh. Elle veut me mentir oh, elle dit chérie j'avais voyagé oh. Je suis de retour oh, je t'appartiens oh. Prends-moi cadeau oh, fais ce que tu veux oh. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. J'ai dit chérie coco qu'est-ce que tu veux manger oh. Ça même hésité oh. Elle me dit poulet braisé oh. Putain on te dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. J'ai dit chérie coco c'est poulet tu veux manger oh. Poulet est trop petit oh. Ça peut pas te rassasier oh. C'est caïman braisé oh. Je vais te donner oh. Les genoux d'éléphant oh. Tu vas manger oh. Nangere nangere wa. Nangere nangere wa. Elle est fâchée, elle dit elle s'en va à la maison oh. Si elle va à la maison, population va me tuer oh. Je lui ai demandé pardon et elle a accepté oh. À un moment donné, elle a tout gâté oh. Elle est quittée dans le poulet, elle s'en va dans le logo. Et ici c'est à logo, c'est pas compliqué oh. C'est plantation de bananes oh. Tu vas crier oh. Au lieu de fourchette oh, ça peut pas bien piquer oh. C'est avec plateau oh. Tu vas manger oh. Nangere nangere wa. Nangere nangere wa. Mais on dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh. On dit premier gaou n'est pas gaou oh. C'est deuxième gaou qui est nyata oh.
D'ici ou d'ailleurs, nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique. Même si le ciel tombait, luttons pour la paix. Kon jamu Africa, mon lay ñaan. Man de jamu Africa, mooy suñu naataange. Yomi nekk bitim réew man mi loo maa ngi lay ñaan ak loo ko mën da am ak loo ko mën ci mel bul fàtte Africa. Ici ou ailleurs, la paix crie du bonheur. Même si le ciel pleurait, luttons pour nos frères. Kon jamu Africa, moom lay ñaan. Man de jamu Africa mooy suñu naataange. Onon bibe Africa umade bigoden lady man ngachen khasidagal yo Allah sugen eni musibaji yo Allah adu jam to Rwanda yo Allah adu jam to Burundi yo Allah adu jam to Casamance lawul bijona Den bangi bagade Africa la way Bunyap deme ko bidas khala yangi walwan yeah Africa Africa, suñu continent Africa, suñu continent Teño jema bolo felige Olof Njaay moom lépp na daal nena lu ay di jambat ñi ngi naan États-Unis ñi ngi naan Europe 92 fois pas l'unité africaine. Africa, suñu continent be teña yabalo derige olof ñay moom lépp na daal nena nu ay jambat ñi ngi naan États-Unis ñi ngi naan Europe 92 ak l'unité africaine bay kañu jokko raka kañu jokko Kwame Nkrumah waxoon na ko Sékou Touré waxoon na ko Cheikh Anta Diop Africa lay jooy Modibo Keïta waxoon na ko Jomo Kenyatta waxoon na ko Léopold Senghor waxoon na ko Abi Bourguiba Africa lay jooy Houphouët Boigny waxoon na ko kuy xalam na sa jaay yu kuy xalam na sa jaay kuy xalam na sa jaay yu demal ba ca kaw Jalantali Africa lay jooy Lumumba Patrice waxoon na ko Kabanda Seer waxoon na ko Julius Nyerere waxoon na ko Kwame Nkrumah Africa lay jooy Nkrumah kuy xalam na sa jaay yu kuy xalam na sa jaay kuy xalam na sa jaay yu demal ba ca kaw waaw kuy xalam na sa jaay yu kuy xalam na sa jaay yu kuy xalam na sa jaay yu dama ne woon su ma demee xëy si yoonu islam bàyyi booy xamoo si lu ma ne maa ngi wax di taxawal suba ba ngoon yaay booy xamoo si lu ma ne yërmande yërmande kon yërmande yërmande xel gàddu saa bot di war korokër léeg-léeg ma am léeg-léeg du ma am kon baay booy mbaa xam nga si ay loxo yoo ma tegoo baay booy xamoo si lu ma ne kon yërmande yërmande kon yërmande yërmande wajuri toppatoo leen seeni doom dëkk si taxawaaloo xam nga du yoon wajuri toppatoo leen seeni doom umpula ne doom nawle la wajuri toppatoo leen seeni doom dëkk di taxawaaloo xam nga du yoon wajuri toppatoo leen seeni doom umpula ne doom nawle la Sophia, on verra ça, maman. Sophia, mom legi da may biñ. Sophia, mom legi da may xel. Sophia, mom legi da may biñ. Sophia, mom legi da may xel. On verra ça. Mandeganane mabugorlana, huh? Rek. Mandeganane deidem gore. Mandeganane mabugorlana, mandeganane mabugorlana. Mandelo man andumati, mandanandonya. Sophia, on verra ça, maman. Domo idolo, sumandana.
May satandu yodo ya mom may satandu yodo ya mom may satandu yodo ya mom line ni woy birima fumu yendu mayendu fayendo nane Sambalobe, Yamon, Buri Sambalobe, Yamon, Buri Sambalobe, Yamon, Lie, Nuoi Birima, Fumuyendu Mayendu Fuyendo Nane, Oi Birima. Lloro, sama waji jam nane. Oy, Vima, mayando nane.
Boy, they call me Burner. Platinums. Now you they make me sit down, they sing this song. Gala, gala. You can't they make me feel like I do you wrong. Jaga, jaga. If you want time, I go give you more. Jara, jara. Today, you go give me love. Sawa, sawa. That's if you walk on my pants, now my dude. One paka, one anita. Esa, when a boy chatakila say. One paka, one anita. Esa, that's if you walk on my pants, now my dude. One paka, one anita. Esa, when the boy chatakila say. One paka, one anita.
Adekaburu kwa Mandela, rudi kwa bibi Kinondoni, ambalulu kunjadela, mwanangu Gigi simuoni, aje ainama. Mama, I know car, baby shut them. I know ma, hey hey hey. Onyesha ulivyofunzwa. I know ma, go down baby. I know car, give it to them baby. I know ma, hey hey. Ruksa kutunza, so sura so shepu, mini kimona tabani. Hivi sinura sepetu, ama nimwite jina gani? Baby girl your body killer. Mwendo kama katapila. Miguu ya pombe tequila. She the best.
جنبرين يمي فتاتنون امدل من ساعتي وستين لمن ناقر ما لا فرنين برتو كاروك لمي ملكتو هوني تنقرتو لزماني وطاقني قرما الخوالا تاريكم بملكة قنسو من إلهي ما يفرعو بنبربت قلوبة كبربت يعونو سم ملكت تاين يالبرو درقم معلم جلم متى تواي فتا بكا مالتنو نكا سيلوت دمو نتواي نكا درقم معلم جلم متى تواي فتا بكا مالتنو نكا سيلوت دمو نتواي نكا ሆኖ ወይ በረከት ወይም ምዳ ዓለም ሁሉንም አትቀበልም ማክበር አንድ እንግዳ መነሳትን አያውቅ ያልወደቀ ነገር ህይወት ብላ ጥንካሬን የምታስተምረው ነው ከታከዱብዳ ታዲያ ይቸዋዛ ነጎድ ምን ሊጠቅመን ነው መብላቱ ለማይረካልን ሆድ ምን ሊጠቅመን መነሳቱ ለመውጣት ሌላ ፎቅ ምን ሊጠቅመን ነው ብርታቱ ለመኖር የምንሞት ቃሉ ተስፋ ነው የእምነትን ደጋፊ በጋዱ ሩጫ ምኞት ስትሆን ያሸናፊ በሞቱ ግን የለም ብቻ ያለው ምኞት ብቻ የትም ብንሄድና ምንጠቅ ሰዎች ግልምጫ በለው አታ ጀበሩ አይፈራም Gambia አይፈራም Gambia አይፈራም Gambia አይፈራም
Hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here almost at the end of this summit. Almost at the end. Just two very interesting topics that we would love to hear as a youth and pretty much as a nation as well. I would love to start my session with a very quick mini energizer. I would love for everyone to stand up, please. And then we'll go to a very interesting presentation from South Africa, all the way from South Africa. Excellent. We have been sitting, we have been drinking, we have been eating, yeah? And a lot of information at the same time. So I want you guys to stretch a little bit and then be present. Think of a fruit that you really like. It could be an apple, it could be a banana, it could be an orange. Think of the color, think of the shape, think of the smell, the taste. I'm sure you got yours. Now, imagine that fruit is hanging right up here. Whatever fruit that you guys are thinking of. And then let's stretch and try to get it. Stretch. With your two hands. For a favorite fruit, just a single hand? No, not fair. All right, a little bit up, up. Grab it, Badam. We have a basket down there, put it in your basket. Excellent. Now to your right, another one. To your left. Then does it? No. All right, to your basket. Excellent. Now to your left, your favorite fruit. Badam stretch. Is that how you get it? Badam You grabbed it? Excellent. Let's put it in your basket, sorry. Thank you so much. We seated. Excellent. I would like to invite the next speaker who came from all the way South Africa, from South Africa, Johannesburg, to give us her wisdom, her knowledge, her experience that she has been doing. She has been in the industry for a while now. It really warms my heart always whenever I see a woman, an intellectual, an experienced adult, an entrepreneur. So I would love to give you a few ideas on who our next speaker is, Miss Sibiani. She's passionate about farming, technology, and agribusiness trainings. She is an environmental specialist and agricultural consultant who dedicated her life to developing agricultural business projects and transforming the way of farming. Committed to making farming affordable and doable in cities, she founded Sibayani Metro Farming, through which she is empowering entrepreneurs, manufacturing hydroponic systems, smart farming, training, and agribusiness consulting services in South Africa, Johannesburg. She scientifically has a background and network has its roots all over the world, representing women in business in the African continent, Asia, Europe, and more. Sibiani has contributed to women and youth empowerment and skills development through small business incubation and mentorship programs in South Africa. She's affiliated with international networking platforms like Global Youth Leadership. Trust me, I can go on and on about her. Thank you so much, Sibiani, for being with us. I'm going to give her a few minutes to reflect on the topic, and then we're going to come back to her question. Thank you so much for coming and blessing us by your presence. The stage is all yours.
Greetings. While I'm waiting for my presentation to come up, Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda from Sibayeni. Metro Farming is my company. I was born in an area called Sibayeni, so that is why I call my business Sibayeni. And the Metro Farming comes from, I do my farming in a metro or in the city, so that's how you're gonna get to see that. And I founded the company with my partner, Andiswa. Someday you'll get to meet her. Okay, I'm gonna be focusing on the impact of climate change, especially in agriculture, and how that translates to food insecurity. In South Africa, we've had our own share of challenges that comes with climate change. And I believe that happens, or that has happened with many other African countries within the continent. Like for instance, for every farmer, it is important to know when it's going to rain, when it is a dry season and so on, because most of the things that we plant actually relate to that. I must know what to plant and how long will I get to my harvest time. So if the rainfall patterns are changing like it is happening, it often affects the farmers. The rising sea levels affect us all. The change in temperatures, like for instance, the winters are now too cold, the summer is too hot, it causes our plants to wilt, and that affects our harvest. We've had our fair share of pest and insect infestation, especially during spring, those that we were seeing for the very first time. And looking at the picture on the side, I'm sure some of you heard on the news the challenges that we had in our country 2 months ago that came with flooding, that actually didn't only wash away roads, houses, and bridges and farms, but it also took away about 500 lives that were affected, and all that is due to the impact of climate change. And to the farmers, these are the things that often happen when the climate is shifting or changing. We have a low yield. When you look at the picture, it actually shows that we all can have a seed, plant it, invest everything that is required for the plant to grow until harvest time. But when that happens, then the harvest is different. And you know, when that happens, it means the one who has a smaller maize comb will yield or will get a lower benefit in terms of the profit. So that's how it affects us. It leads to poverty in many of our cities and communities, and also leading to food insecurity. It affects us a lot, and as farmers, we end up creating our own adaptation, which has its own challenges. I'll explain as I continue. Like for instance, many of the farmers will go to an extent of going to look for seeds that will be drought resistant, just to make sure that they continue to produce. But those kind of seeds or GMOs, they have their own impact as well on how they affect the consumers or the person who will be able to eat that. They actually crop rotate much faster or much quicker, which often affects the soil as well and create other challenges. In the pocket of a farmer, you can imagine when under normal circumstances, you will have a particular quantity that you need of fertilizers. But due to climate change, so the soil has been eroded and the water is limited, you are forced to go find more fertilizers so that you are able to produce. And lastly, the painful part is that most of the farmers, because they are affected by the pests and the insects, they end up going out and looking for pesticides. And those chemicals, even though they are meant to kill the insect, they are meant to kill that pest, they are meant to kill that specific worm. The unfortunate part is that a week, 2 weeks later, we are going to harvest those products. And as a person, the chemical that was meant to kill the pest, I am now consuming it. And so I am now consuming it. And as a result, it actually causes cancerous diseases on human beings after consuming the products that were sprayed with the toxic chemicals. And also that all these challenges that I've been talking about has made entry to commercial farming more expensive, because now, in order to get into farming, you will require millions. In my country, we call it rands. That's the currency we're using. I don't know what you're using in your country, but those are the challenges that we're facing, that you need to pop up a lot of money so that you have tractors, you have bigger land, you have irrigation systems, you change all these things so that you are able to produce. As a result, when you think of a young person who is 24 or 31, most of us, we do not have the multi-millions to be able to start farming. So it becomes a limiting factor, because now young people cannot get into farming due to all the things that they're supposed to put in. More labor gets required, and it also requires then now that we move to a climate smart environment, which is what I specialize on, and I'll explain more. Mitigation factors that are required in order to make sure that the impact of climate change is minimized in our spaces. We try our best to plant as many and as much trees as possible. I was told yesterday that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia has a project of planting about 5 billion trees, and so far, they have planted about 5 billion trees, and their plan is to plant 1 billion trees each and every year. Those are the things that we require. And the reason for that, it's because when we do farming, us as farmers, when we get a space or land where we need to farm, we often come and we bulldoze everything, right? So we kill every part of the biodiversity that exists in that space so that we are able to plant just one product. By the way, I'm an environmentalist by profession, so in my other world, I also attend to environmental issues. Also, mitigation factors that we ensure we do farming as organically as possible, and that is very much possible. At Sibayeni Metro Farming, we do a lot of videos on social media, so you can check Sibayeni Metro Farming on YouTube, so that you get to learn what is it that you can be able to use that is organic in order to spray your products as you have planted without using chemicals. And that actually means whatever product that comes after will be healthy for whoever is going to consume it. Also, we use improved irrigation systems that are more affordable. You'll get to learn another time about that. And coming to the climate smart farming, we've done our best over the years to manufacture the hydroponic systems. So these are the kind of systems that enable us to be able to grow our food from the ground going up. So we do a vertical farming. And while we are doing that, a number of benefits we are able to draw from that. One is that we're able to maximize our space. So when I look at this room, it is about 250 square meters. And in this, I can be able to produce crops that are equivalent to someone who has 5 hectares. So I'm able to put 5 hectares in a space of this room that's about 200 square meters. We're able to reduce the amount of water that we use for irrigation. If you look at the systems, they work in a recycling way that is able to move the water or pump the water up. It flows until the bottom. So we recycle the water, we also recycle the nutrients. Not only that we are saving 90% irrigation water, but we also are able to save the fertilizers or the nutrients that we are using, which, by the way, it is organic. There's no chemical in it, so that we eat healthy food. And then it is cost effective. Think about it. When you have to buy land, you have to have tractors, you employ people. Often all those things we do months before you can harvest. So it means if you do not have that much money, you can never start in commercial farming. So we reduce those costs because we take out all the other things that you do not need in farming and make sure that we keep only what you need for your plant to grow. And then we reduce the operations as well. When I'm talking about operations, it's all the up and downs that includes logistics and all that moves your food from where you're producing it and also the implements that you require. It is minimal risk. You can think about it when you plant it in the soil. There's so many things that are happening in the soil. It could be polluted. It could be having insects that are crawling around or any other thing. There could be floods and all those kind of things. So when you are producing in such kind of systems, you actually have kept everything in one space. You are able to check it on daily basis, and it is much easier for you to see if there's a problem, and you fix that one problem before it affects your whole field. And also we reduce the gas emissions. How we reduce gas emissions, we make sure that we use reusable energy or natural energy. We do not use any chemicals. We plant in the city where our consumers are. So I produce right here and I deliver my food right here. There are no trucks that are transporting my food for whatever number of miles. So I would have saved the environment while I'm saving my pocket as well. Hence, I'm saying agriculture technology is an enabler for us as women and young people in farming. This is the kind of technology that we produce and we are selling in our country, and when we have produced, it looks like that, the things that we have planted. And when you look at this, this is the point where we actually come and say to our leaders, farming has taken a different direction. It has changed. Land is no longer our basic for farming, but technology is. So please make sure that you get us the right things. Also, when you look at my grandmother on the other side, apologies if that happens to be your relative. I took this picture on internet. This is how farming used to be before. It required a lot of energy and so on. And most of us as young people, we are often accused of being lazy, not being committed. We put down a lot of promises that we never keep, and while we want to achieve entrepreneurship. So this is a challenge actually to all the young people that go out there and make sure that you do your part. I said this is a plug and play. It is a very simple system, but it doesn't mean that it happens on its own. If you ever get to it, you need to work it for it to be successful. And then also the difficulty that we often have with young people in Africa is that we never collaborate. Once you get information, you want to keep it to yourself, you don't share with anyone, and that has actually set us back. Most of the speakers have indicated here that when we work together, we actually are able to achieve more than when you are working alone. So it is important. Networking, it's very much important as well, so that we are able to achieve as much transformation in agriculture as possible. If I had more time, I was going to explain more opportunities that are happening in this as well. Different kinds of investments that I do. And when you're looking at these things, by the way, everything that I'm talking about, I didn't Google the agriculture technology that I'm talking about. It is things that I do. That is why when I'm presenting, I put my own picture, so that you can be able to see that it was me working on it. So some of the things, they're not as expensive as you think technology is. It's things that you can work around it depending on what you have within your space and make sure that you produce as much as possible. Let's continue training each other. I also run trainings within the country that are physical and also online trainings. I always encourage people that as much as we do what we call stockfell, I don't know what you call it in your country. A stockfell is where a group of people come together and they put in monies so that they are able to use it for their benefits in future, or they cash it out in future. Those are the things that we can be able to come together, put in money, put in resources, and then we become a bigger farming group within our area. Also that we get to create forums. Forums, it is like where we are sitting right now, where we are able to communicate what is happening in your country, what is happening in my country, the challenges we share, and then we find solutions together. And collaboration, I've already spoken about it. There's so much that can be done, by the way, in farming, including agro-processing, that I'm not going to talk about right now. However, I need to indicate this. I think some of the speakers have said it before. We need, more than the investment or funding, we need to learn to buy from each other. Our challenge in Africa has always been, whenever I try to do whatever kind of business, you never get out of your way to come and buy from me. Instead, you do whatever possible to bring me down. So it is important. Secondly, please recommend me. Just like when you go out there, you are able to recommend BMW as the best car, whatever. You're able to talk about whatever German products that you can think of and appliances. Do the same with farming as well. Recommend me, recommend your sister, recommend your neighbor, so that we are able to do well in business. To our leaders, our politicians, our government, you've been asking how you can support us. Now let me tell you, this is how you can support us. Make the environment for doing business easy for us. Help us to be able to get certified. Help us and make the registration for business much easier and affordable for the young person. Make the policies not a limitation for me to be able to start business, but make sure that the policies actually empowers me so that I'm able to do more business. Resources. Please bring as much resources as possible for us. The incubation centers where I can be kept for a period while I'm building myself, I'm building my product, so that I am able to come out and give the best product required by the country. Make sure that the research that you fund within the country, it is the right research that will support entrepreneurship. Earlier on, I wanted to raise my hand on education, that question, but anyway, I'll talk about it another time. That why do you make me spend 17 years at school studying something that I will not need when I complete university? And then when I complete university, you tell me to go start something new, and that is entrepreneurship. But all these years, you never taught me that. The education system, please fix it for us. Capacity building. Create trainings for us that will capacitate us in order to succeed in business. Brand us. You know, I go around always carrying my flag and trying to make sure that the country is known, called South Africa, and I need the same about my country to be able to brand my business. Funding. Create the grants and the subsidies that will make it possible for me to produce whatever that I'm doing in my business much cheaper, so that I'm able to compete with India, I'm able to compete with China. If you don't subsidize me, therefore it means China will always be more cheaper and people will run to them and leave my products. Buy from us. It's very much important. I think I said this earlier, that we buy amongst each other, but also for the government. They need to buy from us. Before you say, I don't qualify to supply your presidential event with 1, 2, 3. Make sure that you qualify me. Help me to be at the position where I am qualified and I'm able to compete with Skylight Hotel so that I supply the products. Create markets for our products. We produce so many things, but it ends up in our street. It never go beyond the street or get exported because we don't have the markets. Hence, I'm making examples of fruit, fresh produce markets, agri-hubs, and so on, where after I have produced, I can take my products there. I don't have to incur the logistics and all the troubles in order to get my products exported. It will be the responsibility of the government to take my products further when I have produced it. So it means I don't incur much in my operations. And I love you so much. Please keep in touch. We are available on social media please make sure that you log on, you follow us, you comment, you share whatever information. By the way, I spoke about affiliation. I'm also a deputy president or vice president of the Global Youth Leadership Network. So yes, lastly, before I sit, if you can eat it, you can produce it. Anything that you think you need when you wake up in the morning to eat, you are able to produce that. Thank you. Oh, okay. The word. Amasekanal. Siyabonga. Thank you.
I asked her earlier while we were networking, are you married? Because she looks very beautiful. Guess what? She said she has 3 children already. I know. I was very surprised myself. It always really warms my heart whenever I see a woman beyond the household, because it's really shaking the status quo, because people think just because you give birth, you have to be in the house. You cannot be, just the status quo actually. So whenever I see a woman like herself, there are so many students from very young ones. This is an inspiration, right? If you are inspired, can I hear some noise, please? Are you inspired? The ladies. Yeah. Amazing. It was a very inspiring one because, as they say earlier, the one who feeds you controls you. What if we can manage to feed ourselves? That's the question she wants to really raise. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting one. And also she called for action and also for the policymakers as well. Thank you so, so much, Sivayani. You are doing an amazing job, an amazing, amazing job. I can literally hear for her presentation all day long. Yeah? She was amazing. Thank you so much. I would love to give an opportunity for a single question because we have a final presenter. A single question, yes. Over there. If I can have an usher, thank you so much. Please stand up so that he can see you easily. Thank you so much.
My name is Gakidan. I'm here with my MEN team from Labawi Academy. And I have 2 questions. The first one is, what have you done regarding the low food security and supply by the cause of extreme weathers in the agriculture? And also, what are your plans regarding this? And the second one is, how can we change the perspective of the people about the products produced in our country are not always with a low quality? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the second question, please?
How do you think we can change the perspective of the people about the products produced in our country are not always with a low quality, so then they can buy from us.
Thank you. Okay, on the first one, the extreme temperatures, I did indicate that we can start by working on the environment outside, planting as many trees, reducing pollution, not only pollution in the soil where you are planting, but also going downstream. You remember I indicated that if we spray the chemicals on the food, it actually becomes a pollution to me when I eat it. But also in addition to that, if it rains, it gets washed down to the river. So it creates more problems, and that's how the extreme temperatures are coming, because that's the impact that we have on the environment. Hence, we need to make sure that our production is limited to a particular space. As much as I'm able to get in a warehouse and produce a chair, a car, a shoe, we do the same with the farming. You get in a space that you are able to control, and you do your production there. So you don't affect anything outside there, but also you don't get affected by the environment outside. So your temperature can be kept in a standard in a standard way throughout the year. That doesn't only protect your plants, but it enables you to produce 365, because any season you're able to produce. The second one, changing the perspective. Let's market ourselves as much as possible. Let's excel in our businesses. You know, we all want good products. We all want something that we will enjoy the value of our money. If you produce something, ask yourself, would you buy from yourself? Whatever it is that you produced, will you buy from yourself? If you cannot buy from yourself, then don't ask another person to buy from you. Produce the best that even yourself can be able to buy. Then it's easy to convince another person or to change another person's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Please give Ms. Viviani a round of applause and to send her back to her seat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep doing the amazing job. Thank you so much. Our final presenter for the day is going to be Samson Shemelis, PhD. Before going to Samson, I would like to say one final thing, because the IDEC team would love to have your idea and feedbacks on how the event was. Please go to the idec.org, their website, and they will give you a Google form starting from tomorrow, so that you can give them an idea on how the event was, things to improve, or maybe things that you guys liked that can continue. So they will post the Google form starting from tomorrow, but make sure you are going to idec.org. As you can see, it's very easy. You can just right there. By going to idec.org, it will lead you towards this Google form. Excellent. All right. Next one is Samson Shemelis, PhD, as I said. He is currently working as a researcher on biodiversity and climate change management. He has had extensive research and teaching experience and served at Mekelle University for more than 9 years and Sekota Dryland Agriculture Research Center for more than 5 years before joining Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute before 2 years. He has more than 15 publications in international as well as national journals related to his field of study. He was also advising postgraduate students. He had extensive vacation work experiences in various projects in different private consultation firms, as well as developed and won different international research grants. He holds his PhD and MSc from Addis Ababa University and BSc from the previous Alamaya, currently Haramaya University. Thank you so much for joining us, Samson. I'm going to leave the floor to you. Please take it away. Please give him a round of applause for our very own Samson.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think almost all of you are tired since you are just waiting a lot of time. So I will just try to make it short, and I'll just highlight only on issues that I want to just as a home take message for you. As I presented, my name is Samson. I'm from EBI, Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute. I didn't give you any lecture recently about biodiversity. Generally, what you eat, what you close, what is your table, what the house made, all everything are resources from this of biodiversity. So I think you know everything. Even from this logo, you can see that in Africa, rich in different species, animals, and other resources. So we are just aware of these resources. And these resources are not uniformly distributed on Earth, but we are, I think, as an Africans, we are very rich in this resource. The world if you take, for example, I don't think so these have a highlighter, but if you think the bigger circle to be the world biodiversity, only limited is known. So a lot of our world's resource is not known. So millions of species have not yet been also described in our knowledge of diversity. Is remarkably incomplete. So we don't have to lose this resource. Even to be an innovative, we have to think all this resource. So, for example, in Africa, even in our country, the traditional medicine is known. We didn't go as such in detail. And conservation environment is highly important for this social development and social economic life. And you users have a big role. You are the backbone of the nation. You can change the future of the society with their well-being and courageous behavior. There are a lot of causes for this loss, but generally habitat destruction is the major cause, and for that, we human beings are the main destructive. So we have to take care of our resources whenever we are using this resource. For example, you can see this diversity, even within the species and among species. They are very beautiful, and these uses have a big role in this protecting and restoring this nature. You can change the future by your courageous behavior. As I told you, you have to have some awareness, and the next generation should be take care of our conservation efforts to sustainably live in a harmony mood. We have to develop big conservation plans and projects as a use. You have to reduce use of pesticides and fertilizers in your gardens. You have to be volunteer. You have to request the public to manage their lands in a biodiversity-friendly way. We don't have to use, as such, everything modern just for the sake of maximizing production. And we have to think of the 3R policies. We have to reduce, reuse, and recycle. We have to use environmentally friendly household cleaning products. You have to buy local, organic food and drink. We have to also reduce your energy demand and energy use. Those all are important just to keep our awareness. So we have to also minimize the impact of invasive alien species to conserve our biodiversity. We have to revitalize it and our sacred sites, because we have an impact of climate change. These impacts of climate change are already clear, and it continues to increase in its magnitude. So as much as possible, we have to take care of these climate issues, because biodiversity is threatened by both climate change, but the proper management of biodiversity also reduces these impacts. I didn't go in detail about this importance and climate change issues, but these natural hazards are one of the impacts of this climate change are due to our loss of our biodiversity. And this a problem of poverty will also be reduced by diversity improvement. So I didn't go all this in detail. What was done and what was as a resource in Ethiopia? Let me say a few points only on this. For example, in Ethiopia, there are more than 60,027 flowering plants, and about this, almost 10%, more than 600 are endemic, which means they are only found in Ethiopia. And this was already described and published in different flora volumes. This is one resource we have. And as you know, we have diverse ecosystem. This is also a big resource. And for example, to describe some of our systems are in mountains. The ones that highlighted with the red color are that have high mountains. These mountains have very big impact in maintaining climate as well as rainfall in our country. You can see the different resources in our highlands. This is typical features. We have evergreen, dry evergreen and moist evergreen Afro-mountain forest. We have bushlands, desert and semi-desert scrublands. We have this acacia wooded grassland with different diversity. These are broad-leaved deciduous plants and animals found in different parts. This is also our resources. These are the wetlands in different parts of our country. So we have to know this landscape and ecosystem diversity. There is high rate of species diversity and endemism. And about 20% of the species are also conserved and used for medicine, and some are still in the wild. For example, you can see here endemic medicinal plants. If you know it, what you call it in Amharic, kabaricho. This is thymus, what you call it in Amharic, tosing. There are also some sources of income. And there are also gatherers of medicinal plants. For example, you can see this Oxytrum abyssinica in western Ethiopia. They are producing, and our culture also diversity. We have more than 80 ethnic groups in Ethiopia, and medicinal plants they used have also variable in different parts of the country. There are different usage. There are long history of conservation. We are rich in ancient cultural diversity. Even we have saved different grass species. For example, this is more than 800 species in the Lalibela's area. So even though we have all these resources, there are threats to our diversity. One is population pressure. There are also invasive alien species, and the natural or the climate change impacts have also its own impact. Just to overcome this, the country have also some mechanisms. One is ex situ and in situ conservation. Ex situ means conserving on their site in gene banks or cold room storage, and in situ is only on their natural space. We have cold room establishment of medicinal plant field gene banks and botanic gardens. Let me show you some of our efforts. This is our main center, and at this we have more than 87 and 665 accessions of total holding of the country's resource, and 400 and more than almost 500 samples of accessions are medicinal plants that are saved here. We have also some construction in different parts of the country. This is medicinal plant cover in Wando Gannat. We have in Goba. This is our medicinal plant conservation sites. These are the different medicinal plants. For example, that is in Zage area. We have also medicinal plant project in Alga Kabale. We have in Kure, South Omo, in Ari zone. This is also from that. These are medicinal plant. This is around Shashamani. This is a botanic garden we have established. We have different plots of medicinal plant we are saving. This is our institute in Shashamani. This is a coffee forest in Jimma. So even in situ conservation, we have on-site management, farmer-based cultivation, and training needs and awareness. We will do that. You can see this in Bali Mountains. These are in Zagi Forest area, different medicinal plant. These are also products from Zagi area. This is a general point. Home gardens in Ari people, they will conserve these medicinal plants. So we have to think, even to be an entrepreneur or to just save for the next generation, we have to think of this resource and conservation in any aspect. Unless and otherwise, if we lose once our resources, we can't get it back. So we have to see the beauty. Even you can see such a plant. It is Drosera madagascarensis. It is an insectivorous. It will trap insects. If you have such type of plant, it will decrease the effect of malaria because it will trap and ingest these mosquito plants. So we have to think about this nature. We have also Ambassa forest in Benishangul Gumuz, which is in the upper part of the Ethiopian Great Renaissance Dam. In that area also, we are saving some of the resource that we may lose due to the conserving or due to the dam construction, because the area will be covered by water. There are different resources around area, so we will serve that in the upper part area. We have also community seed banks, and it will be most of participatory, and women's and youths are also participating and selecting in different species. This is just to protect cross-pollination and just to get pure seed. So we are doing this. So let me just come to my conclusion. You youths are very crucial in conserving all these natural resources we have. And the relevance and inclusion of youth in environmental governance it was increasing, and it should be increased, and your awareness should be high to the maximum level. And we all need to join our hands to conserve biodiversity, to keep our Mother Earth alive. And we don't have to forget these 3 R rules. We have to reduce, recycle, and reuse. And let me tell you 2 proverbs. One, Potter says, if the human race were to survive at the expense of many plant and animal species, it wouldn't be a victory. As well as Mahatma Gandhi said, our earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but it is not enough for the man's greed. So we don't have to be greed. We have to just conserve and use. Finally, I would just want to say, let us all nurture the nature for our best of future in all your thinkings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samson. He's very young, as you guys can see, and I've already told you all the things that he has been doing and still contributing as a scholar. And also as a nation, it's really inspiring, moving to see all those PhDs, but still very young. Please give him a round of applause for blessing us with his presence, and also for the very brief presentation he just gave us. I would love to give an opportunity for one person to ask him a question regarding the topic he just presented. Or maybe anyone who would love to enhance on what he just said. All right, I can see it's very, very clear. Thank you so much, Dr. Samson. Thank you so much. Please go back to your seat. How is the summit going for you guys? Do you guys like it? Was it fruitful? Yeah? You guys have been very like smiling. I can see everyone from here smiling and still up and active, participating, taking a lot of pictures for your social medias and for your loved ones as well. That was really good. You guys have been utilizing this platform really, really well. I would love to once again congratulate you guys for staying 2 days in a row. Thank you so much for being with us and also making the best out of this event. I would love to ask students who came from Labawi Academy to stand up, please. All of you, stand up, please. I want everyone to see this very young, as you can see, very professionally dressed kids. I heard the one who's standing, I didn't catch her name. I apologize for that, but the one with the red, she's only 16. But they are traveling in Turkey, in so many different places. Labawi is just an academy which is found in Ethiopia. I had a privilege to pay a visit to that academy. And they already we have been saying the education system has to be changed. Not just as we're saying, why are we in school for 17, 13 years? And at the end of the day, nothing applicable at the end of the day. We have to start from the scratch. But Labawi Academy made sure they have to start already. They innovate, they sail, they lead. So give them a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Keep shining. You guys can take your seats. When I saw them earlier, Labawi means Labawe Astawale. Males nodded. So I encourage everyone to go and pay a visit. I had a privilege to go and pay a visit at their school a while ago. And there are schools which are up and coming, which are nurturing young generation like this ones, youth like this ones, future leaders. So thank you so much for coming and joining us, and we expect a lot from you guys as well. So pretty much this was our event. Our partners who we have been mentioning all day long, the IDEC team. I want you guys to stand up, and also I want to say thank you so much. Please stand up. The IDEC team, everyone in the IDEC team, board members. Jonas. These are the people at the back, working day in and night. Thank you so much, IDEC team, and all the partners. Thank you so much. They made sure that this event has to become a reality, and all the partners, it wouldn't have been a reality without your support from every corner, literally every corner. Thank you so much for moving the youth towards this direction. I would like to once again remind you on the Google form that I just mentioned earlier, and also for those of you who will be having an Excel sheet, those of you who will see your names up on the Excel sheet right here, please remain in your seats even after the program is completed, because the coordinators would love to see you once again. For those of you who have been asking about your certificates, our ushers will hand you your certificates outside the gate. The only thing, so I want you guys to take this time very quickly to find your names. And we'll have a closing speech from Fuad, as he is, I think, probably on his way right now. I'm hoping for Fuad to be on his way. So what we're gonna do is, those of you guys, let's go up, scroll up, and those of you who your name starts with alphabets, actually starts from A, you can look out for your names, and then we'll go to B. Okay. As you know, tomorrow is going to be a city tour, and the buses will be ready for you guys for those of you who has found your names up here. And early in the morning, at 7 is going to be a departure. It's not the time that you guys are going to be here. Early morning at 7, we will be departing. And this program is partnered by the Foreign Minister as well as the Office of the Prime Minister. So we would love to say thank you so much, the Prime Minister's Office as well as the Foreign Minister. Please give them a round of applause. Okay, you can keep looking for your names, A's, and then we'll go to B's. When you come to pay a visit or for the city tour, make sure that you are wearing comfortably African clothes, comfortable shoes, because it's a tour actually, yeah? So make sure that you are putting on a very relaxed. All right. We started yesterday with a great energy, smile, different faces up on this stage. I have been your MC yesterday afternoon, and I also had the privilege to be your MC for this afternoon. I'm very delighted to meet one and every one of you. I learned a lot, truly. So I encourage everyone to keep networking, and also keep networking as well, not just in this event. I'm so happy that we met. I am so happy to look forward to the kind of Africa that youth is going to build, and I'm so happy that you guys are part of it. Thank you so, so much for being such an active participant, and also have been doing everything that we have been asking you guys. Thank you so, so much. Once again, a round of applause. And just before I finish, all right, a round of applause for me and for my team, for the MCs. Yes. Excellent. The last thing we're going to do is Fuad, the Director General of IDEC, and also Jonas have been doing a great job. It would only be fair to make them close the session. Thank you so much for having me and my team. All right, have a great evening. We're going to have a tiny remark from Fuad and Jonas, and then we're going to finish our summit. Thank you so, so much, everyone.
And then so please allow me to talk in Amharic, just to give some information about our tomorrow program. After that, my dear father and my senior advisor, Mr. Jonas Woldesamat, will be here to give the closing remark. ተፈቀደልኛል? እዚህ ጋር ስማችሁ ሊስት ያለ ሰዎች ሁሉም ከወጡ በኋላ እዚህ ትቀሩልናላችሁ። ነገ ከውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትርና ከጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ጽህፈት ቤት ጋር ሆነን ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ ያዘጋጀው የቪዚቲንግ እና የራት ፕሮግራም አለ። ያንን አስመልክቶ ስላለባበሳችሁ ስንት ሰዓት እንደምንገናኝ ዲስከስ ለማድረግ ነው። ላይክ 5 ሚኒትስ ብቻ ነው ከእናንተ የምንፈልገው ማለት ነው። ሌላው ለሁላችሁም ማሳወቅ መወደው ጥሪያችንን አክብራችሁ እዚህ ስለተገኛችሁ አመሰግናለሁ። በሁለተኛው የት እንደሚሆን በቅርቡ እናሳውቃችኋለን። ኮሚቴው ተያይቶበት ነገ ማታ ራት ግብዣው ላይ እንግዲህ የመጀመሪያው የፓን አፍሪካን ዩዝ ሰሚት ይዘጋል ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ ስማችሁን ቅድም ስክሪን ላይ ያያችሁ ሰዎች የተመረጣችሁበት ወይም ደግሞ ሌሎች ሰዎች ለምንድን ያልተጋበዝነው ካላችሁን እጅግ ይቅርታ እንጠይቃለን። የተሰጠን ኮታ 145 ሰው ብቻ ነው። ሾርት ኖቲስ ስለሆነ ነው። እንግዲህ በጣም ኢምፕረስድ ሆኖ ነው ራት ግብዣ ለእናንተ የተዘጋጀላችሁ። እንግዲህ ሌሎቻችሁ በሚዲያ የምትከታተሉት ይሆናል። ሁሉም ሚዲያዎች ይሸፍኑታል። ከኛ ጋር በአካል መሄድ ያልቻላችሁ እንግዲህ የሁሉንም የሎካልም ኢንተርናሽናል ሚዲያዎችን መከታተል ትችላላችሁ። አሁን በቀጥታ ወደ ውዱ አባቴና ውዱ አማካሪን ዮናስ ወልደሰማያትን እዚህ ትጋብዙልኛላችሁ። አንድ ጊዜ ግን ሁላችሁም ብድግ ብላችሁ ይሄንን ፕሮግራም እዚህ እንዲደርስ ቀን ከሌሊት ለሰሩት ከኔ ቲሞች ጋር ለሰሩት አንድ ጊዜ ምስጋና አቅርቡልኝ። ከዛ በመቀጠል ሶስቱንም ቀን ሲያስተባብሩልን የነበሩት ቮለንቲሮቻችንን እጅግ አድርጋችሁ አመስግኑልኝ። ከዛ በመቀጠል አንድ ጊዜ እንደቆማችሁ ሁላችሁንም ላስነሳችሁ እወዳለሁ። ክብር ለሚገባው ክብር መስጠት ይኖርብናል አይደል? ስለዚህ ሁላችሁንም አንድ ጊዜ ለውዱ አባቴ እንድታመሰግኑልኝ ጠይቃችኋለሁ ማለት ነው። ይሄ ፕሮግራም እንዲሳካ ደከመኝ ሰለቸኝ ሳይል ከኔ ጋር ከመጀመሪያው ከሐሳቤው ጀምሮ እዚህ ያደረሰው ከፈጣሪ ቀጥሎ ዮናስ ነው ማለት ነው። የኔ ብቻ አባት ሳይሆን የሁላችሁም አባት እንደሆነ ነው ማስበው። ስለዚህ ፍሎርን ለዮናስ ሰጣለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ።
Thank you, Ford. I think you don't need to sit down. It's better to stand up because you need to relax yourself. As you know, it is the start of Pan-Africanism. It is not a concluding remark. What we want to see and actions. We spent 3 days, 2 days, and a sense of belongingness. And my principle always is humanity. Put humanity in your mind and try to support everything you have. Then we moved on. By the way, all the experts here, they were not being paid anything. They were being contributing for this event with a passion as well as a way for any invisible hand for this success. The event company have done day and night, making all the speakers as well as the participants to be here. And I would like to thank Mabit and Amrite working day and night. So it is not only 1 or 2 people. There are many people behind us. So it is not a concluding remark, but it is want a promise for you. We start the journey, so we need to be in actions. So 2 days, we have a lot of things coming here and there. Don't forget Ubuntu. I am because you are. So when you are out, always on your walk, you need to think about Ubuntu. We don't only to concentrate ourselves to Africa. We are human beings. We need to work for the world, and we need to be a model for the world in a way that we don't have any. Having a diversity is an element for us to beautify ourselves. So with this, I hope our next summit will be triple, not will be held in a hall. It might be in a stadium. So I personally appreciating the youth coming and attending this 2 days workshop. In addition to that, this summit will be happening because of different key stakeholders within us. The foreign ministers have taken a step. Now all of you are an ambassador, a public ambassador for Africa. Africa as a big continent. Now we see the reality within 2 days. So the Women Affairs, IDEC, and many other partners have put their hand together to make this happening. So can you give a round of applause for all of them? It's good also to give a round of applause for yourself, having 2 days with us. Having said this, I don't want to say to be concluding. We starting the journey for Pan-Africanism, joining IDEC. Our website, www.idec.org, is the home for all Africa. And we are expecting all partners coming together and making Africa as one and focusing on humanity. Thank you for your times. Thank you for your days. Thank you all.
So ሁላችሁም አንድ ጊዜ እዚህ ጋር ትመጡና የግሩፕ ፎቶ ይኖራል። So let us have a group photo please. አንድ ጊዜ ሁላችሁም እዚህ ጋር መጣችሁ የፎቶ እንነሳለን። መውጣት አይቻልም።
ትላንትና ወይ ዛሬ ኤቲኤም ካርድ የጣለ ሰው ካለ እዛኛ የተቀመጥንበት ጋር መጥቶ የስሙን ተናግሮ እንዲወስድ ለማሳሰብ። ትላንትና ኤቲኤም የጣለ ሰው ካለ መጥቶ እንዲወስድ።
ኩሌሊት ላይ ያዩት ቆሜ አፍሪካ ላይ ኮኮብ ወደ መሬት ወርዳ የቀን ፀሐይ ሆነች ያዩት ማልዳ ከላይ ስትወድቅብኝ ኮኮቧን ፈርቼ ፀሐይ ብዬ ጮኩኝ አፍሪካን ጠርቼ እናቴ አፍሪካ የኔ ቅዠት ሰምታ እንቅልፏ ስትባንን ያዩትን አይታ የሰብአዊነት ፀሐይ ወጣች እያለች በደስታ
የሰብአዊነት ፀሐይ ወጣ ልዩ ነው ድምቀቷ ሰው የመውጸጋ አስተዋይነቷ ይገርማል ይደንቃል አፍሪካዊነቷ
የአፍሪካዊነት ህልሜ የልጆቼ ቅዠት እውን ሆነ ዛሬ ፀሐይ ወጣች ድንገት የፍቅር ፀሐይ ደመቀች የጥላቻውን ጨለማ ገፈፈች አልቆላታል የሷ ነገር ሰዎች ብለውኝ ነበር ይገርማል ይደንቃል ይገርማል ይደንቃል
ሰብአዊነት አይደለም ወረት ማንነታችን ነው እንጂ ፍጥረት ምንም ወረት የሌለበት ሁሌ የሚኖር ሕያው ነው ሰው የመሆን ሚስጥር የፈጠራ ቀመር የማስተዋል ጸጋ ጥበብ እውቀት ምርምር የህሊና ዳኝነት ፍቅር ሰላም መልካምነት በእኛና በነሱ ያልተከፋፈለ ለማፍቀር ለመፈቀር የታደለ
ያለሽ ደጋግማ እልል ስትልብኝ ጸንታ ባቋሟ እቅፍ ልቤ ወጣው ከጨለማ
የአፍሪካ ሕፃናት ዛሬ ነው ቀናችን የሚታደስበት የነገው ተስፋችን ዛሬ ነው ቀናችን አንሰጥም ቀጠሮ የሰላም እድገት ለለውጥ ጅማሮ የልጆች ብሩህ አእምሮ ማየት እንዲችል ነገን አሻግሮ ከችግር ከጥላቻ ነፃ ሆኖ ከፍራቻ አገሩን አህጉሩን ዓለሙን ሊታደግ ተምሮ ተመራምሮ በሰብአዊነት መንፈሱ
ስትጨርሱ ባክግራውንድ ያለበት ላይ ደግሞ ሄደን እንነሳለን
በፍቅር ማደግ አለበት የክፋትን ወጥመድ ተሻግሮ
Africa is the origin of mankind, the creative spirit of ancient civilization, the leader of early world. Africa is the homeland of colored people, the symbol of diversity. We Africans, we are humanity. Humanity is love republic. Love is power, love is king. We Africans, we are pioneers of culture of adoption. We love everybody, we love every nation. Gada democracy is our identity. We love everybody, we love humanity.
የሚታደስበት መጥፎ ታሪካችን የተሰመርበት የነገር ተስፋችን ዛሬ ነው ቀናችን አንሰጥም ቀጠሮ ሁሉም የሰው ፍጡር ይነሳ ተባብሮ
ወደ ውጪ ወጥተን ባነሩ ያለበትም ጋር ባክግራውንድ ፎቶ አድርገን እንነሳለን please go to the banner outside where we had a tea so that we can take a final group picture have a great evening enjoy it Speakers and event organizers, please come back up on the stage so that we can have one group picture. Speakers, and also organizers, please come up to the stage so that we can have one group picture. Lovely. Good night.